Chapter 1. Setting up a snack stall. The sun shone brightly as the bustling street, paved with stone, came alive with activity. Muzhi pulled out a wooden bucket from his food stall, which contained wavy potato strips soaked in water. With all the cooking utensils provided by the food system neatly arranged, Muzhi began his day of selling snacks. Taking a deep breath while observing the throngs of people on the street, he sighed contentedly. In his past life, he was busy preparing for the 2021 college entrance examination. Caught between choosing between Tsinghua and Peking University, fate made the choice for him, found himself transported to another world. Transported to a realm of immortality, but unable to cultivate? It's like a bunch of eunuchs in a meeting utter nonsense. Muzhi muttered under his breath. Fortunately, he had a house outside the city, with fields to cultivate, so he wouldn't go hungry. Plus, with the food system, he could set up a food stall to earn a little silver, ensuring a fairly comfortable life. Once the system upgraded, he could unlock the making of more snacks. Not just for selling, Muzhi himself longed for fried chicken and fizzy drinks. Satisfied with his stall setup, he poured a bucket of oil into the frying pan with a thump. Time to heat the oil. There are so many cultivators on the street today, business should be good. Muzhi glanced at the bustling crowd and hung 3 wooden signs in front of his stall. Celestial silkworm potatoes, 10-1. Grilled gluten, 6-1. Pan-fried tofu, 5-1. A note beneath the celestial silkworm potatoes and pan-fried tofu. Additional charge for takeout boxes, 2-1. With everything ready, Muzhi used a strainer to place the potatoes into the hot oil, beginning the making of celestial silkworm potatoes. As he stirred the hot oil, he watched the crowd on the street. 2 women dressed in azure garments were examining jewelry at a nearby stall. Their elegance was clearly uncharacteristic of ordinary folk. Cultivators rarely placed value on worldly wealth, and Muzhi chuckled to himself. These customers were not to be missed. Come, try our newly developed celestial silkworm potatoes. If they're not delicious, you want me a thing? His impromptu shout instantly caught many pairs of eyes. Luo Yunk set down the jewelry she was holding and glanced towards Muzhi, frowning in contemplation. Senior Sister Luo, what's wrong? Luo Yunk regarded Muzhi with a low voice. Junior Sister Wanhan, did you hear what that vendor shouted? Wanhan looked puzzled at Muzhi. Isn't he just an ordinary vendor hawking snacks? Why the concern from you, Senior Sister? This person does not seem to be an ordinary individual. Luo Yunk's gaze turned cautious. Although I don't know what potatoes are, the celestial silkworm is a legendary creature from ancient times. Wanhan's expression shifted. It's said that armor made from celestial silkworm silk can withstand a full-force strike from a nascent soul expert. Luo Yunk nodded. An ordinary vendor wouldn't know such things. Muzhi frowned slightly. Did they really need to deliberate so long just to buy a snack? 2 fairies. Feel free to taste before you buy. If it's not good, it's on me. Luo Yunk's heart raced. With so many people around, why was he calling out to the both of them? Senior Sister? Let's go check it out. Luo Yunk glanced at Wanhan. Down in our sect's foothold, he's unlikely to act recklessly. Muzhi beamed with satisfaction. Securing his first sale would set the tone for the day. Upon reaching the food stall, Luo Yunk sensed Muzhi's presence, and a frown crossed her mind. This person has no aura of cultivation? Had she been overthinking it? Muzhi packed the freshly fried potatoes into a seasoning bowl, grinning as he inquired, "Can you ladies handle spicy food?" Spicy? Luo Yunk was puzzled. Muzhi slapped his forehead, having forgotten that this world lacked chili peppers. Oh, it's that burning sensation after eating. Wanhan couldn't help but chuckle. Her senior sister practiced a fire attribute cultivation method. My senior sister fears no fire. Luo Yunk scowled at Wanhan. Watch your tongue. Muzhi laughed, adding a small spoonful of spicy oil. The seeds the system had provided yielded small peppers that were even spicier than those on Earth. He was cautious not to add too much. If his first sale flopped, he'd be in trouble. In business, the biggest fear is ruining the very first deal. Glancing at the ceramic jar of spicy oil, Luo Yunk's expression changed dramatically. What intense fire energy! Just inhaling its aroma caused her internal energy to stir uncontrollably, and she sensed a breakthrough approaching. This person is an expert. Muzhi worked skillfully, swiftly tossing together a serving of celestial silkworm potatoes. Freshly fried, they retained their delightful crunch. The spicy oil coated them evenly, radiating a faint sheen, while the savory aroma of soy sauce wafted forward, making both women's mouths water. Here, ladies, give it a taste. If something's off, just let me know. Watching Li Muzhi extend a pair of chopsticks, Luo Yonk felt a surge of excitement. Simply inhaling the scent had loosened the binding energy that had confined her cultivation for months. What might a single bite do? This elder was offering her an opportunity. Quickly bowing in gratitude, Luo Yonk accepted the chopsticks with both hands. Thank you, esteemed elder. Li Muzhi was taken aback. Was he that old? At just 18? With great care, Luo Yonk picked up a piece of celestial silkworm potato and fed it to herself. Li Muzhi watched, brimming with anticipation. As a maker of culinary delights, nothing brings greater joy than receiving praise for one's food. Upon tasting the potato, a surge of pure fire energy shot from her mouth to her mind. All the energy within her body began to flow rapidly through her meridians. Boom! In her sea of energy, her cultivation surged explosively. The long-standing barrier keeping her from reaching the 9th turn of foundation establishment had shattered thanks to a mere piece of celestial silkworm potato. Wanhan stared at Luo Yonk in shock. Seeing your sister, Luo Yonk beamed with delight, hurriedly cupping her fists in thanks. Thank you, esteemed elder. Li Muzhi furrowed his brow. Were they really this polite? Did they intend to default on payment? Cough, cough. Li Muzhi cleared his throat twice. Will you two be dining here or taking it to go? There's an additional charge of 2, 1 for takeout. That totals 12-1. Emphasizing money, he added weight to his words, fearing Luo Yonk hadn't grasped the point. Luo Yonk regarded Li Muzhi with astonishment. Why did the elder seem so concerned about wealth? Did he wish to conceal his identity? Surely, the goods he offered contained such pure fire energy. How could he truly care about mortal coin? He must want to hide his identity. This being the case, it would be wise not to provoke the elder's anger. Standing straight, Luo Yonk retrieved a silver ingot. Esteemed boss, we'll take it to go. Gulp. Li Muzhi involuntarily drew in a breath. Cultivators were indeed generous. However, in business, honesty was key. He would charge the proper amount. He rummaged beneath the food stall, pulling out a sizable collection of silver and copper coins. One by one, he meticulously counted them in his palm. Luo Yonk admired him inwardly. This elder was indeed impressive. His disguise was so convincing. Even the small change was ready. Boss, no need for change. Keep the entire silver ingot. Li Muzhi squinted, smiling while discreetly taking the silver. How could I possibly accept such generosity? Luo Yonk inwardly marveled. The elder was truly skilled in imitating the typical opportunism of small merchants. Such brilliance was worthy of admiration. Li Muzhi packed the celestial silkworm potatoes, casually grabbing 2 skewers of grilled gluten from the grill. Sprinkling cumin and chili pepper to enhance its flavor, he presented them to the 2 women. Here are 2 additional skewers of grilled gluten on the house. Thank you for your patronage. Receiving the snacks from Li Muzhi, the 2 women exchanged astonished glances at the grilled gluten. What is this? I've never seen it before. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, the grand bell of the sect tolled with deep resonance. Luo Yonk glanced at Wanhan. Oh no! Classes have started. Better hurry back. The 2 bade farewell to Li Muzhi and vanished from the street in a flash of movement. Li Muzhi sighed with envy. If only he could cultivate too. With a long sigh, he tossed the newly received silver into the cash box at the stall. As the coins clinked into the box, the system's voice echoed in his mind. System requires the sale of 10 portions of food for upgrade. Chapter 2. The pinnacle of the sovereign blade technique. Having completed his first transaction, Li Mu's spirits soared that if only such generous cultivators would frequent his business daily, not only could the system upgrade swiftly, but my dilapidated thatch cottage might also receive a timely renovation. That as the bell of the Kaishan sect tolled, throngs of people began to converge towards the sect. Sitting at a food stall, Li Mu gazed towards the direction of the Kaishan sect, muttering, "No wonder there are so many cultivators on the street today." He recalled 3 months prior when the city guards inquired if he wished to bid for a stall at the Kaishan sect. This year, it was precisely the turn of the Kaishan sect to host the Southwest Cultivators Exchange Conference. Major sects from the Southwest region would descend upon the venue, and securing a stall there would undoubtedly yield prosperous business. However, the exorbitant stall fees forced Li Mu to abandon the idea. Alas, he sighed deeply, reclining in his chair, I might as well catch up on some sleep. Rising early to prepare ingredients had left him sleep-deprived. The sun's rays made him feel languid. With foot traffic sparse, it was the perfect opportunity to rest. Inside the Kaishan sect, a cacophony of voices filled the air. The sect's leader, Yi Xiuqi, stood upon a high platform, his words enveloped in spiritual energy. I hereby declare the 250th Southwest Cultivators Exchange Conference officially open. As Yi Xiuqi's voice resonated, disciples from the Kaishan sect struck the chime bells. 333-23, 535-65, 123-. The chime sound echoed, and the team leaders from various sects, accompanied by their disciples, entered in succession. Li Mu, reclining on his chair, heard the chimes toll and was momentarily taken aback. Isn't that the march of the athletes? Luo Yunk, holding a bowl of heavenly silkworm potatoes in his right hand and a skewer of grilled gluten in his left, returned to the sect. Listen, the disciples of the Wanjian sect are marching towards us with vigorous strides. Look, their faces are beaming with confident smiles. Let us eagerly anticipate how many premium spirit stones they will secure at this exchange. The leading disciple of the Wanjian sect waved the sect's grand flag, while the disciples behind him chorused, Wanjian, Wanjian, united as one. The surrounding audience erupted in cheers as the second sect's delegation followed closely into the square. A distinctive demeanor, a spirited resolve, approaching us is the Yuanyang sect. The entry process lasted for over half an hour, culminating in the arrival of representatives from 50 various sects across the southwest region. Yi Xiuqi, standing atop the platform, gradually spoke, We express our gratitude to the royal family of the Great Xia for their robust support of this exchange conference. I shall now announce the rules of this gathering. The conference comprises 3 main segments: combat techniques, artifact showcases, and philosophical insights. The combat segment is further divided into team and individual events. In total, there are over 30 projects for exchange. The first-place winner in each project will receive 10 premium spirit stones, the second-place winner will garner 100 superior spirit stones, and the third-place winner will obtain 500 medium spirit stones. The sect that collects the most spirit stones overall will be awarded a pseudo-immortal artifact and 3 heavenly-grade treasures. Upon concluding the announcement of the rules, the competitions commenced in succession. The first event was individual combat within the combat techniques category. Luo Yunk, clutching his snacks, arrived at the arena of his senior brother, Gui Yunpeng. My brother is the first to compete. Luo Yunk furrowed his brows slightly. His brother also practiced a fire element cultivation technique. Alas, if only he could feed his brother some heavenly silkworm potatoes, it would surely bolster his strength. Gui Yunpeng's opponent was Lu Jian, a late-stage golden core expert from the Wanjian sect. Who would have thought the duel would commence with these 2 sect prodigies? I wonder if Gui Yunpeng's sovereign blade technique is superior, or if Lu Jian's cherry sword technique prevails. The clash between these 2 late-stage golden core experts captured everyone's attention. Bai Nong, the leader of the Wanjian sect, stroked his beard and chuckled. It seems Gui Yunpeng will have to wait for 3 more years. Yi Xiuqi, blowing lightly on his beard, smiled softly. The sovereign blade technique that I personally imparted has no chance of defeat. Bai Nong scoffed, his expression one of defiance. Coincidentally, Lu Jian's cherry sword technique was also taught by me. Are you suggesting that my technique is inferior to your sovereign blade technique? That is only natural. Bai Nong frowned, his internal spiritual energy surging. Yi Xiuqi, not willing to back down, allowed their energies to collide fiercely. Other sect leaders hurriedly intervened. Gentlemen, please temper your anger. Friendship comes first, competition second. The 2 exchanged glances of disdain before retracting their energies and focusing on the arena. Lu Jian's cherry sword technique was executed with remarkable finesse, the sword energy wafting down like falling cherry blossoms, yet concealed lethal intent. Gui Yunpeng's sovereign blade technique, renowned for its ferocity and dominance, felt increasingly restrained as it became entangled with the gentle sword energy, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. Pushed back by the sword energy, Gui Yunpeng found himself nearing the edge of the arena. Bai Nong's lips curled into a smug smile. Yi Xiuqi, your sect's sovereign blade technique is merely a fragmented version, so it is only expected that it cannot surpass my cherry sword technique. Yi Xiuqi snorted coldly. The founding master of their sect had once wielded the complete sovereign blade technique to sweep through the realms, rendering the Wanjian sect's trivial cherry sword technique utterly incomparable. Regrettably, the previous sect master met an untimely demise, preventing the complete transmission of the technique. Brother, Luo Yunk exclaimed in alarm, gripping the heavenly silkworm potatoes tightly. Gui Yunpeng steadied himself with his blade, casting a glance back at Luo Yunk. Upon noticing the heavenly silkworm potatoes and grilled gluten in Luo Yunk's hands, a surge of inspiration washed over him. Though the potatoes had been fried, their distinctly curved shapes revealed they had been sliced with precision. This blade technique, what astonished Guo Yunpeng even more was the pure fire element energy enveloping them. The grilled gluten, too, bore a similar curvature and was infused with potent fire element energy that a glimmer of joy crossed Guo Yunpeng's face. His master had once mentioned that the highest realm of the sovereign blade technique was to envelop one's attribute energy within the blade's aura. However, without the latter half of the technique, the key to cultivation remained a mystery. The master had attempted countless methods, all to no avail. This seems to resonate with the highest realm of the sovereign blade technique. Gui Yunpeng's understanding deepened. As he positioned his blade before his chest, the fire element energy swirling within him. Buzz! The blade emitted a resonant hum as Gui Yunpeng's eyes widened. With a powerful strike, the originally fierce blade aura transformed, bending like the heavenly silkworm potatoes, forming undulating waves. The fire element energy adhered to the blade aura, the crimson energy expanding rapidly in Lu Jian's sight. Lu Jian's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily deployed the cherry sword technique. The moment the sword energy made contact with the blade aura, it was instantly repelled. Not good! Lu Jian quickly raised his sword defensively, just as the sovereign blade aura surged forth. Boom! A deafening sound resonated, leaving Lu Jian's clothes and hair charred to ashes. Blood spewed from Lu Jian's mouth. Gui Yunpeng emerged victorious. Bai Nong's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the arena. Yi Xiuqi, wasn't your sect's sovereign blade technique incomplete? Yi Xiuqi wore a cryptic expression. Humph. What genius am I, having already restored the technique, though it remains to be perfected. Leaders from various sects quickly rose to congratulate him. It seems Kaishan's sect is poised to reclaim its former glory. Not at all. Yi Xiuqi humbly accepted. Though discontent flickered across his face, this wayward disciple disregarded my teachings and acted independently. I must go discipline him. Finding an excuse, Yi Xiuqi swiftly approached the arena and brought Gui Yunpeng down. Master, in the secret chamber, Yi Xiuqi's face glowed with excitement. My dear disciple, who taught you that move just now? Gui Yunpeng clasped his hands respectfully. I dare not deceive you, master. It was inspired by the items in junior sister Luo's hands. Oh! Luo Yunk. Yi Xiuqi's brows furrowed slightly as he vanished from the secret chamber in an instant. Did I end the blink of an eye? Yi Xiuqi returned to the chamber, accompanied by Luo Yunk. Chapter 3. Could there truly be a master? Luo Yunk held the heavenly silkworm potatoes in one hand and the grilled gluten in the other. Moments ago, he had been in the arena, but suddenly found himself unable to move. The next instant, he was in the secret chamber. Yi Xiuqi chuckled gently and spoke. Do not be alarmed. It is your master. Upon hearing his master's voice, Luo Yunk finally exhaled in relief. Master! Yi Xiuqi studied Luo Yunk, his eyes lighting up. Yunk, have you broken through to the 9th Turna Foundation building? Luo Yunk nodded eagerly. Disciple encountered a master down the mountain. He swiftly recounted his encounter with Li Mu, presenting the heavenly silkworm potatoes and grilled gluten. Yi Xiuqi accepted the snacks, astonished. Such pure fire element energy. Gui Yunpeng lifted his head and interjected. Disciple was inspired to perform that move just now upon seeing this item. Yi Xiuqi stood and examined the snacks with great intrigue. The heavenly silkworm potatoes bore cuts that were all uniformly sliced, each incision exhibiting the same precision. What level of skill must one possess to achieve such flawless execution? The cuts on the grilled gluten appeared rougher. Yet it emanated even more fire element energy, to why Ishiochi paused, murmuring, "It seems the elder wishes to convey that shaping the blade aura into waves can carry attributes. To enhance the attribute energy, one must embed countless smaller waves within the larger wave." Yi Shiochi grasped the concept, nodding in realization as he turned to Luo Yonk. Before departing, the elder deliberately gifted you an additional skewer of grilled gluten, likely for the sake of comparison. Having spoken, Yi Shiochi returned the snacks in his hand to Luo Yonk, saying, "This is the opportunity bestowed upon you by your predecessor, that by consuming these, you shall at least be able to refine your elixir." Luo Yonk received the heavenly silkworm potato and grilled gluten, her face alight with surprise. "Really? Thank you, master. You should express your gratitude to that esteemed predecessor." Yi Shiochi waved his hand with a smile, adding, "Eat. I shall assist you in your elixir refinement." Luo Yonk hastily bowed in thanks. The transition from the ninth stage of foundation establishment to the golden elixir stage was fraught with peril. A moment's carelessness could shatter one's energy sea, with her master personally intervening. Success was assured. Luo Yonk promptly consumed the heavenly silkworm potato and grilled gluten. Boom! The fiery energy within her surged forth, igniting a burning sensation from her mouth to her abdomen. "Channel your energy." Yi Shiochi's voice resonated in her ears, prompting Luo Yonk to sit cross-legged. With her palms facing upward, she began to circulate her energy. The tumultuous fire energy rapidly converged within her energy as why Yi Shiochi refrained from hastily intervening, instead closely monitoring the changes within Luo Young's body. As she channeled her energy, her true essence gradually coalesced, and golden light began to flicker within her energy sea. Boom! An invisible wave of true essence radiated outward, signifying the formation of her elixir. Within the Kaishan sect, numerous cultivators turned their gazes toward the secret chamber. Someone has broken through to the golden elixir stage. I wonder whose disciple it is. Another golden elixir practitioner has been added to the Kaishan sect. Inside the secret chamber, Luo Yonk sensed an abundance of true essence still surging within her and continued to circulate her energy. Boom! The golden elixir within her stirred, emanating several waves of true essence. 3 dark red patterns appeared atop her golden elixir. Outside the Kaishan sect, the practitioners were still recovering from the shock of Luo Yonk's breakthrough. Another breakthrough? Bai Nong, the sect master of the Wanjian sect, stood up. Ordinary cultivators might not have sensed it, but Bai Nong distinctly perceived that, in that fleeting moment, there were 3 waves of true essence fluctuations. This indicated that the breakthrough had propelled her to the 3rd transformation of the golden elixir stage in the blink of an eye. In the secret chamber, Yi Shiochi observed the cross-legged Luo Yonk, his brows furrowing that a rapid increase in cultivation was not a good sign. "Channel your energy," Yi Shiochi quickly instructed. "I will assist you in refining your true essence." Luo Yonk understood that a swift elevation in cultivation could be detrimental to her future training, and thus hastily subdued the true essence within her. With Yi Shiochi's assistance, who was at the later stage of the Void Realm, the tendency for Luo Yonk's continued breakthroughs was finally curtailed. Gui Yunpeng, watching Luo Yonk from the side, felt relieved. "Congratulations, junior sister Luo." Luo Yonk slowly opened her eyes and promptly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, master, for your assistance, and thank you, senior brother." Yi Shiochi exhaled slowly. The purity of this fire energy was overwhelming. Without intervention, Luo Yonk might have directly ascended to the pinnacle of the golden elixir stage. "Yonk, take me to meet this esteemed predecessor." Yi Shiochi adjusted his attire. This predecessor is evidently imparting the crucial techniques of the Wangba sword art, likely possessing a profound connection to our Kaishan sect. Luo Yonk followed closely behind the sect master, her brow slightly furrowed. "Master, it seems the predecessor is reluctant to reveal their identity. Approaching them directly may displease them." Yishu Jihaltet, contemplating for a moment before nodding. "You have a point. Please wait a moment. I shall change in a different attire." Gui Yunpeng, seeing that his master had no intention of taking him along, seized the opportunity to speak. Master, I shall return to continue the competition. Go ahead. Yi Shioqi nodded, smiling at Guo Yunpeng. In the future, immerse yourself in the sword art. If you have any questions, feel free to ask your master. Guo Yunpeng's face lit up with joy as he bowed in thanks. Thank you, Master. Although he could not accompany them to meet the esteemed predecessor, gaining his master's attention was already quite sufficient. After a brief moment, Yi Shioqi donned a simple outfit and, accompanied by Luo Yonk, descended to the small town at the foot of the mountain. Despite Yi Shioqi employing his evasion technique, Bai Nong, the sect master of the Wanjian sect, still sensed the commotion. This old fellow's sudden departure must be peculiar. Bai Nong glanced at Guo Yunpeng, who had returned to the competition area and stealthily left the high platform, using his evasion technique to follow them to the small town below. Yi Shioqi intentionally maintained a distance as they walked. Since the predecessor was unwilling to disclose their identity, it was best not to flaunt in front of them. Bai Nong, trailing behind, cast a curious glance at Yi Shioqi. What is this old fellow up to? Why did he change his clothes? Yi Shioqi sensed someone following him and came to a stop. Bai Nong, realizing he had revealed his position, had no choice but to step forward. Yi Shioqi raised an eyebrow, letting out a cold snort. When did the sect master of the Wanjian sect become a tail? Bai Nong, disinterested in sparring words with Yi Shioqi, smiled amiably at Luo Yonk. So it is this young lady who has broken through consecutively, amid golden elixir at the age of 15. What remarkable talent! Yi Shioqi looked at Bai Nong with disdain, impatiently saying, I am going to meet an esteemed predecessor. You need not follow. Bai Nong, intrigued, regarded Yi Shioqi with a grin. No wonder you changed your clothes. I am going to see for myself. Yi Shioqi's expression darkened. Having this fellow tag along could cause trouble. Yet it was unwise to chase him away, that if they angered the predecessor, it would be troublesome. Yi Shioqi took a deep breath, his expression serious. You may follow, but if you provoke the predecessor, I cannot save you. With that, Yi Shioqi turned and led Luo Yonk towards Li Muji's food stall. Bai Nong initially thought Yi Shioqi was trying to deceive him, but upon seeing his cautious demeanor, he couldn't help but reconsider his playful attitude. Could it be that there truly is a master? Chapter 4. The chaotic world demon king asks. Li Muji lounged in a chair, yawning, but he gazed at the dark clouds gathering outside the city, sensing an impending storm. It's going to rain, he exclaimed. Oh no! Li Muji sprang to his feet. My quilt is still out to dry. He had only one quilt. Having taken it out to bask in the sun when he noticed the weather was nice, if it rained, he would have nothing to cover himself with that night, and would have to sleep on the bare wooden plank. He hurriedly packed up his stall and pushed his cart homeward. I've already earned a tael of silver today. It's not a loss. Under the neighboring eaves, an elderly woman making shoe soles glanced up and paused her needlework. Muzhi, closing up so early. Aunt Zhang, the weather is about to change. Li Muji replied, pushing his cart. I need to hurry back. The elderly woman smiled kindly, shaking her head as she resumed her work. If only this child's family were a bit more prosperous. I could introduce him to a good girl. A few minutes after Li Muji left, Luo Yonk arrived at the stall's location with Yi Shioqi and Bai Nong. Luo Yonk looked around, puzzled. It was right here. Where has it gone? Yonk! Yi Shioqi called out to her, frowning. Where is the predecessor? Bai Nong stroked his beard, mocking. Brother Yi, have you lost your wits? Luo Yonk glanced at her master and quickly replied, the predecessor was indeed here selling snacks. I don't know why they have left. The elderly woman looked at the three of them and slowly said, Are you looking for Li Muji? Li Muji. Is that the name of the predecessor? Luo Yonk approached the elderly woman, squatting down to ask politely, Grandmother, we are looking for the person who was selling snacks here. The elderly woman smiled gently and pointed toward the direction outside the city. Oh, Muzhi said it was going to rain, so he has already gone home. Yi Shioqi and Bai Nong exchanged glances, furrowing their brows as they looked toward the city outskirts. There is demonic energy, Bai Nong said, his expression grave as he looked at Yi Shioqi. The demon realm has signed a non-aggression pact. How dare they trespass? Yi Shioqi withdrew his gaze, nodding. The predecessor mentioned a change in weather. Could it be that a significant event is about to unfold? Outside the city, a man exuding demonic energy bore a pained expression. one hand clutching a wound on his chest. Saintess, the chaotic world demon king from the demon realm. He had never endured such humiliation, and he was being pursued by two minor demons. Had he not just battled the demon king of the monkey clan, sustaining severe injuries, these two minor demons would not dare to be so audacious. In his frantic flight, he inadvertently crossed into human territory. Behind him, two deer-headed demons relentlessly pursued him. Wenjing, surrender your life. The two deer demons unleashed a powerful strike. Wenjing, gravely injured, fled desperately, his demonic energy nearly depleted. The attacks from the two deer demons only exacerbated Wenjing's injuries. Wenjing spat out a mouthful of blood, instantly reverting to his original form. Boom! Wenjing's body plummeted from the air, crashing onto a mud house. The structure collapsed with a thunderous crash, leaving only a door standing firm on the ground. The two deer demons approached closely. They were now near the human warriors. If they did not dispatch Wenjing quickly, they too would meet their demise here. Upon drawing near, they were struck with trepidation by the vibrant energy emanating from the collapsed house's garden. What an intense wave of spiritual energy! The two deer demons exchanged alarmed glances. There were human warriors nearby. However, Wenjing was right before them. If they did not deliver the final blow, they would face endless repercussions. Without further thought, the two deer demons prepared to strike down Wenjing. Buzz! Just as the two deer demons made their move, the plants in the field erupted with overwhelming pressure. Ah! The two deer demons let out a wail, instantly meeting their demise, reverting to their original forms. They lay neatly on the ground, their demonic energy dissipating completely. Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong had just prepared to take action when they were suddenly struck by the surge of spiritual energy erupting outside the city, their hearts jolting in shock. What a powerful wave of spiritual energy! Yi Xiuqi's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that the predecessor has intervened? Luo Yunk looked toward the city outskirts, exclaiming in delight. The demonic energy has dissipated. Bai Nong furrowed his brows and softly inquired, "Is there truly a senior expert?" Yi Xiuqi cast a sidelong glance at Bai Nong and replied, "Otherwise, do you think Yin Ke could have so swiftly advanced from the 8th stage of foundation establishment to the 3rd stage of golden core?" Hiss! Bai Nong inhaled sharply. The 3rd stage of golden core signifies entry into the mid-phase of golden core. That Tio have surged through 5 minor realms and 1 major realm in an instant was something Bai Nong knew he could never achieve. Luo Yunk felt a surge of excitement within, as if he himself had vanquished the demon tribe, and exclaimed, "Master, shall we go and take a look?" Yi Xiuqi frowned slightly and responded slowly, "The senior has just slain a demon. He will certainly be attending to the scene. We should proceed at a leisurely pace." Old Lady Zhang glanced at the three of them and kindly suggested, "You can go straight out of the city gate, turn left at the intersection, pass through the small forest, cross the stone bridge over the little river, and continue walking for half a mile." Before she could finish her directions, Yi Xiuqi and the others had already vanished from sight. Li Muzhi exited the city and, noticing the absence of any onlookers, retracted his food stall back into the system. After passing through the small forest, crossing the stone bridge, and walking half a mile, "I should be able to see my little earthen house after crossing a small hill," he mused. Just a moment ago, the sky was overcast. How did it clear up so suddenly? He muttered to himself, "For safety's sake, I should return home and gather my bedding." Although Yi Xiuqi had mentioned taking their time, it took merely a dozen breaths for them to arrive at the site of the battle. Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong exchanged puzzled glances, for in such a short span, surely the senior should have tidied everything up. Why, then, did the scene still look so chaotic? Could it be that the infamous troublemaker of the demon realm, Wenjing, was involved? Despite being gravely injured, both of them recognized that aura, having encountered it multiple times in their past. "Master, look at that patch of land." As Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong were focused on Wenjing, Luo Yunk exclaimed, drawing their attention to the field before the house. Such rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong exchanged astonished glances, both reflecting their disbelief in one another's expressions. The concentration of this spiritual energy surpassed any treasure trove they had ever encountered. The plants growing in the field were entirely unfamiliar to the three of them. Master, those red fruits possess an astonishing fire attribute. Yeshuji nodet vigorously. Exclaiming, this fire attribute is akin to that found in our snacks. Yet this fruit's energy is far more volatile. The sheer ferocity of the fire attribute energy was astonishing, and it was unfathomable that a senior could refine it into something so gentle. Bainong gazed at the two deceased deer demons lying in the field, gasping in disbelief. These two deer demons possessed powers equivalent to those of a nascent soul expert, yet they were slain in an instant. They perished under the wild energy of the field. Yishiochi too inhaled sharply, murmuring, what level of cultivation has a senior attained? Empty void, tribulation crossing? Or perhaps a being from the celestial realm? Bainong felt a shiver run down his spine, his voice trembling slightly. Brother Yi, we should make our swift exit. Luo Yunk smiled gently and replied, do not fear. Bisect Master, the senior is quite benevolent. Bainong pouted and retorted, who says I am afraid? At that moment, Muzhi had just crested the small hill and was taken aback at the sight before him. My earthen house has collapsed, he exclaimed in outrage. Who on earth did this? Chapter 5. 2 Celestial Artifacts. Muzhi felt a surge of anger. That humble dwelling was his sole refuge from the elements. With its collapse, where would he sleep tonight? He quickened his pace, fuming as he approached home. Faintly spotting 3 figures, the Muzhi muttered to himself. Could it be those 3 who did this? As he drew closer, he discerned the 3 individuals, 2 middle-aged men and a young girl. Is it that the girl who helped with my business this morning? Could it be she found my snacks unpalatable? If they weren't to her liking, she could have simply asked for a refund. What gives them the right to demolish my house? Yi Shiochi and the others noticed Muzhi as well. With Luo Yunk hurrying forward to respectfully greet him, Senior, Yi Shiochi and Bainong were taken aback. This young man was the senior they had heard about. Yet, he appeared to possess no discernible cultivation. Ah, of course. A figure of such profound cultivation would certainly conceal his prowess. Muzhi glanced at Luo Yunk, who bore a seemingly untroubled expression. Could it be that they were not the ones responsible for the destruction of his house? Given that she was a cultivator, Muzhi felt reluctant to offend her. After all, provoking someone else could very well cost him his life. With a resigned sigh, Muzhi retrieved his key from his pocket, unlocking the solitary door still standing amidst the ruins. Shaking his head, he murmured, Alas, it truly has collapsed. Yi Shiochi, Bainong, and the others exchanged glances. Wasn't it rather evident that the house had fallen? Why, then, did the senior require a lock and door to arrive at this conclusion? The barely conscious when Jing stirred slightly, the dust from his body scattering, Muzhi focused his gaze and spotted a large black ox lying among the debris. So it was this beast that caused the calamity. Muzhi rubbed his hands together and began to scour the area, snapping off a branch from a nearby tree. Crack, crack! The branch struck when Jing repeatedly, producing a series of sharp sounds that as he struck, Muzhi scolded, You ungrateful creature! How dare you invade my territory? Hiss! Yi Shiochi and Bainong exchanged glances, astonished that the notorious troublemaker of the demon realm had fallen to such disgrace. If this news were to spread, Wen Jing's reputation would be irreparably tarnished. However, being chastised by a senior of unfathomable strength was not entirely shameful. Wait a moment. Why would a senior be so furious over a mere earthen house? The senior's name was Muzhi, and Muzhi suggests a sense of dominion. Could it be that the territory mentioned by the senior refers to the jurisdiction of the human race? Hiss! The thought sent a deeper shock through Yi Shiochi. Could it be that the senior hailed from the royal family of the great Xia? Muzhi struck the ox a dozen times. His fury finally quelled, when Jing, having lost all demonic power, lay in agony, helplessly witnessing an ordinary person wield a branch against him. When Jing felt a swell of humiliation, muttering to himself, Once I regain my demonic strength, I shall surely devour you. Casting a glance at Muzhi, his attention was suddenly drawn to Yi Shiochi and Bainong. Late stage of Void Realm. A chill ran through Wen Jing. Having intruded upon human territory, according to the regulations stipulated between the two realms, he could be executed on the spot. Li Muzhi observed that the beast bore no ring in its nose. Looks like it's a cow without an owner. He snorted coldly, rummaging through the rubble until he unearthed a length of hemp rope. Just what I need for plowing. This rope had originally been tied to the food stall as a means of pulling the cart. With a need for something to bind firewood, Li Muzhi had dismantled it. That it was now perfectly suited for tying up the ox. As when Jing breathed heavily, Li Muzhi approached with the rope. In the moment it neared, when Jing felt an overwhelming pressure. This is a celestial artifact, the golden binding rope. The golden binding rope? Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Such a celestial artifact was being used to tie firewood. Such a brazen act of waste could surely only be committed by a senior. Li Muzhi glanced at Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong, calling out, "Could I trouble you two for a favor?" Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong hurried forward, responding with utmost respect. "Please, command us." Li Muzhi hesitated for a moment. These two appeared to be cultivators. Yet they were acting so obsequiously. "Help me hold this ox down. I need to pierce its nose for the rope." Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong nodded, seizing Wen Jing's hooves, recalling how his grandfather had pierced a cow's nose when he was a child. Li Muzhi knew that a hole must be made in the center of the nose to thread the rope through. Cows typically struggled due to the pain, which is why it was usually done when they were young. With this large beast, Li Muzhi truly worried about being unable to subdue it. However, with two cultivators assisting him, he felt confident it would be manageable. When Jing lamented inwardly, trapped by two late-stage Void Realm cultivators. A mysterious young man wielding a celestial artifact was about to pierce his nose. How had he, the infamous troublemaker of the demon realm, fallen to such a disgraceful state? Li Muzhi produced a small knife from the system, often used for peeling potatoes, and it was exceptionally sharp, perfect for creating the nose hole. Upon seeing the knife in Li Muzhi's hand, Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong were once again taken aback. Another celestial artifact. Only the emperors of the great Xia royal family possess such artifacts, and this senior had already unveiled two in such a brief span. Li Muzhi peeled the remaining potato skin off the knife, grasped the ox's nose with one hand, and pierced it with the other. Huff! When Jing let out a pained gasp, exhaling heavily. "Do not fear." Li Muzhi stowed the knife and swiftly threaded the hemp rope through the newly made hole. "Tuingonut." "Done. From now on, I am your master." He gently stroked the ox's neck, turning to Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong, saying, "Thank you both for your assistance." Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong exchanged awkward smiles. "Not at all. Not at all." With two celestial artifacts in hand, there was no need for us to lend a hand. If my house hadn't collapsed, I would have treated the three of you to a meal. I truly feel embarrassed. As he spoke, Li Muzhi noticed the two dead deer by the field. "Oh," he approached, grinning. These two creatures met their end quite neatly. Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong exchanged helpless glances. Indeed, how could they not have died neatly? They were demonic beasts with powers equivalent to that of a human nascent soul, having not even been granted the chance to resist before losing their lives. Bai Nong glanced at Luo Yuck, pondering. That girl had previously stood beneath the arena, wielding peculiar items. Could it be that this senior had bestowed them upon her? The benefits could not all be claimed by the Open Mountain sect. Bai Nong's eyes gleamed with mischief as he smiled and suggested, "Senior, since your house has collapsed, allow me to build you a new one." Li Muzhi, holding two deer, chuckled bashfully. How can I accept this?" Bai Nong, witnessing Li Muzhi's reluctance to refuse, promptly replied, "It's nothing, merely a trivial effort." Li Muzhi, with a beaming smile, gazed at Bai Nong, who was troubled by the lack of funds for house repairs, and decided against further refusal. "Then I shall express my gratitude," he exclaimed, looking at the deer in his hands, and added, "How about this? I shall treat you to roasted whole deer." Bai Nong was overjoyed and repeatedly bowed in thanks. "Thank you, esteemed elder." Yi Xiuqi felt a surge of anxiety. The flesh of these deer demons harbored formidable demonic energy, which would greatly benefit his cultivation, that he couldn't allow Bai Nong to monopolize this opportunity. Yi Xiuqi retrieved a jar of wine from his storage space and said, "Esteemed elder, if we are to feast on meat, I have some fine wine." Li Muzhi furrowed his brow, pondering why he was constantly referred to as esteemed elder. Do not call me esteemed elder. You two are older than I am, but if you don't mind, I would prefer to address you as brothers. A sudden apprehension gripped Yi Shochi and Bai Nong. How could they dare to call him younger brother? Esteemed elder this I. Noting Li Muji's insistence, Yi Shochi and Bai Nong exchanged glances, their voices slightly trembling. Li? Brother Li. Li Muji was taken aback, exclaiming in surprise, How did you know my surname? Luo Young chimed in with a giggle. Esteemed elder Li, it was the old lady beside your stall who told us. Li Muji nodded in realization and turned to inquire, What do you two go by? Yi Shochi and Bai Nong exchanged glances, realizing that the elder wished to speak as an equal to conceal his identity. They did not wish to appear presumptuous in light of their status as sect leaders. I am surnamed Yi. I am surnamed Bai. Li Muji smila gently, clasping his hands. Brother Yi, brother Bai. The term brother sent a jolt of astonishment through the two men. Chapter 6. Roasted whole deer. Li Muji was in high spirits as he skillfully skinned one of the deer with a small knife. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in his mind. Skinning successful, proficiency in butchery 5 current realm. Comprehension of the whole. This hide is quite good, Li Muji remarked with satisfaction as he examined the deer hide, muttering to himself. It should make for a very warm leather garment. Yi Shochi and Bai Nong exchanged glances. The hide of a deer demon at the Yuanying stage could fetch a considerable sum of high-grade spirit stones. Yet the elder only considered it for warmth, truly befitting of his character. Furthermore, his technique was undeniably pleasing to the eye. Li Muji prepared the deer, turning to Bai Nong. Brother Bai, when will you bring someone to repair my house? The deer meat, once taken to the town, would yield a substantial amount of silver. Yet, Bai Nong seemed to be dragging his feet on the matter. Li Muji suspected that he merely wished to take advantage of the situation. I cannot engage in a losing deal. Bai Nong chuckled awkwardly and promptly replied, I shall go find someone right away. Initially intending to employ his escape technique to find craftsmen in town, Bai Nong reconsidered, realizing that the elder was concealing his true power. After bidding farewell, he hastened toward the town. Once over the hill, Bai Nong swiftly activated his escape technique, fearing that if he delayed even for a moment, the deer would be devoured. Upon seeing Bai Nong finally taking action, Li Muji began to kindle a fire. Large logs blazed fiercely in the pit, while Li Muji picked some lemons from the field. Squeezed the lemon juice flowed freely as Li Muji retrieved an oil brush from his system. Evenly applying the lemon juice to the deer meat, Yi Shochi observed the lemon in Li Muji's hand, slightly furrowing his brow. What kind of substance was this? The residual demonic energy from the deer meat dissipated upon contact with the juice. Luo Young glanced at the fire and asked in surprise, Esteemed elder, the fire is dwindling. Li Muji wiped the lemon juice from his hands, turning to see that a large bundle of firewood was nearly burnt through. It's about done, he replied with a slight smile, positioning some stones atop the fire pit and sealing the opening with dirt. Roasting meat, of course, required charcoal. This earthen pit was specifically designed for charcoal production. Once the oxygen within was depleted, a substantial amount of charcoal would be crudely completed. Luo Young squatted before the pit, curious about what the elder was doing. Seizing the moment before the charcoal was finished, Li Muji grasped the golden rope and said, Come rise. Wenjing was speechless, already grievously injured. He had just been pierced by a celestial artifact. I am on the verge of death, and you still want me to rise? As Li Muji tugged the golden rope, Wenjing suddenly felt a surge of pure power coursing through him. This is the power of the celestial artifact, with the force of the golden rope flowing in. Wenjing felt his injuries improve significantly. He exhaled a breath, slowly standing up. Li Muji led Wenjing to a tree before the house, saying, From now on, you shall be called Dahainyo. Wenjing shook his head, exhaling heavily. You are the Dahainyo. Your entire family are Dahainyo. Li Muji chuckled, tying the rope to the tree. Not fond of that. Then how about Nyomo Wang? Upon hearing this, Wenjing found the name rather appealing. In the demon realm, I was known as the King of Chaos. Nyomo Wang seemed even more imposing. Wenjing snorted, his nose flaring as he nodded. Li Muji patted Wenjing's back, smiling. Take your time eating. There's plenty more. Wenjing mooed in delight, feeling elated to feast on spirit herbs. This life, I could dream of laughing like a cow. Yi Shioqi watched as Wenjing munched on the rapeseed stalks, unable to suppress his own saliva. Could I also be transformed into a cow? I too wish to feast on spirit herbs. Li Muji glanced at Yi Shioqi, squinting slightly as he smiled. Brother Yi, are you hungry? Yi Shioqi chuckled awkwardly. Since the elder had not offered him anything, it would be inappropriate to ask that Li Muji uncovered the stone slab atop the earthen pit. And a wave of heat rushed forth. The charcoal was nearly prepared, that it was time to roast the meat. Considering that craftsmen would soon arrive to repair the house, Li Muji intentionally set up the grilling station a bit farther away. Luo Yunk observed the charcoal in Li Muji's hands, curiously asking, Esteemed elder, with the firewood burn out, how are we to roast the meat? As Li Muji ignited the charcoal, he explained, Fire exists in both visible and hidden forms. Yi Shioqi was momentarily taken aback. The principles of yin and yang. Look at this charcoal, Li Muji said, stirring the coals. While there are no flames, the temperature remains high. Luo Yunk nodded in understanding. Visible flames quickly char the outer layer of food. If the fire is impure, it may even blacken it. Li Muji turned the venison on the grill and continued. However, hidden fire does not do this. It penetrates the food, roasting it from within. The deer meat began to sizzle and drip juices over the charcoal. Emitting a delightful sound, Luo Yunk mulled over Li Muji's earlier words, staring at the glowing charcoal in silence. That in the distance, Bainong returned with dozens of craftsmen, all wearing expressions of trepidation, as they had just negotiated a price only to be abruptly taken outside the city. Do not be afraid, Bainong reassured the craftsmen, pulling out several pieces of silver. Once the house is finished, you may return. This is your payment. The craftsmen exchanged glances, nodding earnestly, fearful of displeasing this cultivator. They took their positions and began constructing the house. Li Muji nodded in satisfaction, inviting Yi Shioqi and Baikou to sit down. Yi Shioqi gestured toward Bainong, who looked bewildered at Wenjing, forgetting to close his mouth upon turning back. This? A heap of spirit herbs? Yi Shioqi found it amusing and pointed in another direction. Bainong swallowed hard, glancing over 0.5 or 6 bundles of rapeseed stalks, large enough to embrace, were casually strewn on the ground. Even a single one of these spirit herbs could incite fierce competition. The elder here simply tossed them aside. Truly, a full man knows not the hunger of the starving. Hours passed, and the foundation of the house was completed. The craftsmen, eager to finish, worked swiftly. As the venison neared completion, Li Muji turned to Yi Shioqi. Brother Yi, where is your wine? This fellow had merely waved the wine jar once, and then forgotten it. It was impossible to expect Li Muji to let him take advantage. Yi Shioqi retrieved a jar of wine from his storage space. As he opened it, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Me emma ote. Bainong huffed, complaining, Did you not say you only had one jar left last time? Yi Shioqi shot Bainong a glance, chuckling lightly. You are not worthy of my wine. Today, you are merely benefiting from Brother Li's favor. Chapter 7. Dipping sauce for venison wrapped in lettuce. A piece of lettuce, wrapped around the venison slathered in sauce, was popped into the mouth. The mildly spicy sauce intertwines the savory essence of venison with the crisp freshness of lettuce in perfect harmony. Li Muji slowly closed his eyes, savoring the profound satisfaction of the moment. This unconventional method of consumption left Yi Shioqi and Bainong utterly astonished. The sauce, which they had witnessed being meticulously prepared, contained an array of ingredients infused with pure energy, instilling a sense of trepidation in the three of them. Why are you staring at me? Li Muji lifted his wine cup and beckoned. Eat, don't be shy. Yi Shioqi and Bainong managed to force a somewhat awkward smile, casting wary glances at the sauce before attempting to mimic Li Muji's approach. They dared not indulge too liberally in the sauce, merely tasting it lightly. The venison, rich with formidable demonic energy, would likely fill their spiritual reservoirs to capacity if coated as thoroughly as Li Muji had done. The pale green leaves, which Yi Shioqi and Bainong had personally seen Li Muji harvest from the fields, exuded vibrant life and abundant spiritual energy. Holding them, they couldn't help but marvel. No wonder the senior had carelessly discarded such precious herbs. It appeared that he possessed even superior celestial herbs. Li Muzhi regarded Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong with curiosity, wondering why they were so hesitant over grilled meat. They must be unfamiliar with this style of dining, which is why they appear so perplexed. Under Li Muzhi's gaze, Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong wrestled internally. Let's do it. What's the worst that could happen? We can always circulate our energy to digest. They tightly shut their eyes and boldly stuffed the lettuce-wrapped venison into their mouths, initially anticipating that the mingling energies of the venison and sauce would wreak havoc within them. They found that the seemingly fearsome energy, enveloped by the lettuce's spiritual power, transformed into an unexpectedly gentle force. The lettuce's vibrant life force, entwined with demonic energy and essence, permeated their very being. Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong exchanged stunned glances. This single bite had added 3 decades to their lifespans. In the realm of Dongshu, the maximum lifespan was 3,000 years. Having already lived for over 2 millennia, if they could not break through, they would only have a few hundred years left. To gain 30 years of life from a single bite of the senior's food was nothing short of a monumental blessing. Their eyes glistened, gazing at Li Muzhi as if he were a reincarnation of their long-lost parents. Li Muzhi was taken aback. What was going on with these two? Was it really necessary to be so dramatic over a mere meal? Don't be shy. If it tastes good, indulge. Luo Yunk had been watching from the side, hesitant to partake. On one hand, it was due to her lower status. On the other, she feared she might not be able to handle the energy contained within. Li Muzhi glanced at Luo Yunk, recognizing her understanding of propriety. These 2 middle-aged men were likely her elders, observing respectfully as their seniors and host held no conversation. Yet those 2 seemed wholly absorbed in their own enjoyment, neglecting to invite the young lady to join them. Perhaps it was up to him, the host, to take the initiative. Li Muzhi sliced a piece of marbled venison, generously coated it in sauce, and wrapped it in lettuce. Here, he offered the grilled meat to Luo Yunk. Don't just watch, let's eat together. Luo Yunk was taken aback. Glancing at her master, Yi Xiuqi nodded, feeling a surge of delight. The senior personally preparing grilled meat for Yunk clearly indicated his regard for her. Luo Yunk cautiously accepted the lettuce wrap from Li Muzhi's hand, expressing her gratitude profusely. This was meat cut with a celestial artifact knife. An opportunity to be this close to a celestial tool at the Golden Core stage was remarkable. She felt like she might be the first in the world to have such an experience. Yet the energy within was overwhelmingly potent. Even her master and Bai Nong appeared apprehensive. Luo Yunk worried that her spiritual reservoir might not withstand it. However, the senior was kind-hearted. Surely he wouldn't harm her. With a determined heart, she took a bite, and an indescribable sensation of comfort washed over her entire being. Seeing the trio enjoy his grilled meat, Li Muzhi felt a swell of joy. He contemplated adding a new delicacy, meat sandwiches. If he sold 10 portions of this snack, he could upgrade the system in exchange for wheat seeds. With wheat, he could not only make meat sandwiches but also a plethora of other snacks. As Li Muzhi envisioned the development of his snack stall, he took a bite of the lettuce-wrapped venison and sipped some wine. Yi Xiuqi's jar of Mei Mao Tai was quickly emptied by Li Muzhi. This wine is quite delightful, Li Muzhi exclaimed, shaking the jar and pouting. But the alcohol content is too low. I feel nothing. Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong were filled with a sense of loss. Mei Mao Tai was a wine that one dared only sip 9 small mouthfuls of in the late Dongshu stage. This jar represented half a year's supply. Had the senior consumed it all in one go with a bite of grilled meat? Li Muzhi had brewed his own grain wine, producing only a few pounds from 50 pounds of corn. He usually rationed it carefully, not wishing to share. However, with the jar emptied, the deer was nearly consumed as well. As dusk fell, the craftsman had begun erecting the beams. Li Muzhi was astonished at their speed. He had previously inquired and learned that each craftsman earned 50 won per day, and typically, dozens of craftsmen would take half a month to complete a house. Yet here they were, starting on the beams in less than a day. The craftsmen exchanged no idle chatter. Their hands worked swiftly, focused solely on completing the task at hand. Their wages were calculated daily, and during regular work, they would chat and dawdle. Today, however, was the most exhausting day of their careers. Yi Xiuqi glanced at the sky, estimating that the Southwest Cultivation Exchange Conference was nearing its conclusion. Thank you, Li, brother Li, for your hospitality. I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Yi Shuji bolted respectfully, cautiously inquiring, "Might I visit again on another day?" Bai Nong promptly echoed, "I would also like to come and disturb you." Yi Shuchi shot Bai Nong a sidelong glare, wondering why he was butting in. Bai Nong grinned, thinking it was impossible for Yi Shochi to monopolize all the fine things here. Even if they couldn't gain as much as today, simply lingering near this field would accelerate their cultivation manifold. Li Muji regarded the two, slightly furrowing his brow. Were these two becoming addicted to the meat? If they kept coming by for meals, my already modest lifestyle would become even more challenging. Ahem. Li Muji cleared his throat. Feigning difficulty, "I am quite busy most days, tending to the fields, preparing ingredients, and running the stall, so it's best to, right?" Yi Shochi and Bai Nong, both adept at cultivating to the late Dongshu stage, were certainly not foolish. The senior was clearly concerned that their frequent visits might draw attention, that he must be hiding his true cultivation for some important matter. However, upon hearing that Li Muji would continue operating his stall in town, Yi Shochi felt a surge of excitement. As long as the senior remained near Kaishan's sect, opportunities for interaction would abound. After the three bid farewell and departed, Li Muji finally exhaled in relief. Thank goodness they're gone. The house was nearly finished, comprising a cowshed, 2 bedrooms, a hall, a kitchen, and a toilet. The craftsmen were putting on the roof, and Li Muji nodded in satisfaction. It seemed he wouldn't need to stay at an inn in town. Chapter 8. Granny Zhang's shoes. As Yi Shochi, Luo Yunk, and Bai Nong returned to Kaishan's sect, they unexpectedly encountered a figure that Yi Shochi and Bai Nong immediately bowed respectfully. Manager Chun. Manager Chun acknowledged with interest. His gaze lingering on Luo Yunk, Yi Shochi's heart sank. He quickly pulled Luo Yunk aside. "This is Manager Chun from the Ministry of Rites at the palace." Luo Yunk hurriedly bowed. "I greet you." "Manager Chun." Manager Chun nodded in satisfaction, but then his expression darkened. "The Emperor dispatched me to oversee this conference, not to play a game of hide and seek with the two of you." Yi Shochi and Bai Nong felt a pang of anxiety. They had left shortly after the conference commenced, clearly derelict in their duties. Although Manager Chen was only at the initial stage of Dongshu, his backing was what made them wary. "Enough!" Manager Chen sighed, fixing his gaze firmly on them. "I trust that sect leader Yi isn't indulging white sect leader in leisurely sightseeing." Yi Shochi and Bai Nong exchanged glances. Realizing that the commotion caused by the senior's field, where he had slain the demonic beasts, likely had not gone unnoticed by Manager Chun, this matter could not be concealed. Yi Shochi cleared his throat and quickly spoke. "White sect leader, and I sense some demonic energy outside the city. So, we went to investigate." "Oh." Manager Chun narrowed his eyes, looking at Bai Nong. "Is that truly the case?" Bai Nong nodded. "Indeed, we dispatched 2 reckless deer demons." Manager Chun nodded, his demeanor softening slightly. "You two are the strongest in the southwestern region of the Great Xia dynasty. You certainly fulfill your duties." Yi Shochi and Bai Nong bowed a bit lower, speaking in unison. "It's our responsibility." Manager Chen smiled slightly and extended his right hand. "Now, if you would." Yi Shochi and Bai Nong's faces paled, pretending to be oblivious. "What does Manager Chen mean?" Manager Chen squinted, speaking slowly. "There are barriers along the borders between humanity and demons. Those below the nascent soul stage cannot pass, that I must take the corpses back to report to the Emperor." Yi Shochi and Bai Nong exchanged glances. Feeling troubled, they were aware of the situation. However, one deer's carcass had been consumed, and the other remained with Senior Li. Manager Chen's smile gradually faded, his tone stern. "You two haven't dealt with this privately, have you? The demon race hasn't crossed the border in many years. This matter is of great importance, that if the Emperor were to hold you accountable." Yi Shochi and Bai Nong's expressions darkened. The absence of the deer demon's corpses was not the crux of the issue. The border guardians would surely be aware of any incursions by demonic entities. Manager Chen merely sought to claim credit and rewards for himself. If Senior Li were to divulge the truth, it could provoke his displeasure, resulting in far greater losses. Perhaps it was best to part with some wealth to avert disaster. Yi Shochi hastily retrieved a treasure from his storage space, exclaiming, "Director Chen, this is a heavenly grade sword, offered in hopes of atoning for my negligence." Bai Nong quickly followed suit, presenting his own treasure. May this also serve to compensate for my shortcomings. Director Chen accepted the items from their hands, nodding with satisfaction. Tomorrow, both of you shall take me to inspect the site, so I may report back. Ah! Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong gasped in disbelief. How could this man accept their offerings yet remain relentless? There is no need for alarm, Director Chen assured, as he stored the treasures away, his smile broadening. I merely wish to examine the scene to speak favorably on your behalf. Embarrassed, Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong exchanged awkward smiles, ultimately consenting with a nod. Director Chen departed with a look of contentment. Bai Nong furrowed his brow and muttered, "This insufferable sycophant, what good words could he possibly say? He merely seeks to claim credit for himself." Yi Xiuqi gritted his teeth. Fully aware of the truth, upon returning to the palace, Director Chen would undoubtedly proclaim that he had single-handedly dealt with the deer demons, visiting the scene merely to gather details to avoid revealing the truth. The two had no interest in such accolades. With the chaotic demon king Wen Jing still looming over them, this visit would surely disrupt the elders' affairs. The two exchanged glances, their hearts heavy with concern, yet lacking a viable solution. The following dawn, Li Muzhi led Wen Jing out, tossing him some rapeseed stalks before heading into the city to ask the food stalls were being set up. A familiar voice called from behind. Muzhi, old lady Zhang approached, a basket in hand, her face adorned with a warm smile. You're here so early? Li Muzhi returned the smile, greeting her warmly. You needn't head out to shop? I brought you a deer leg. With that, he produced a front leg of the deer from beneath the stall. Old lady Zhang quickly refused. Oh, I couldn't possibly accept this. No. There's no need to be modest. Li Muzhi stepped forward, assisting her into the house as he placed the deer leg on the table. I've set up my stall in front of your home, and you've never charged me a penny. Consider this a token of respect. Old lady Zhang sighed softly, nodding repeatedly. How kind of you. You have such filial piety, unlike my wayward son, who has been gone for decades without a word. As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears that Li Muzhi gently patted her back. Wishing to comfort her, he had never met her son, who was said to have joined some sect, becoming a cultivator and seemingly forgetting the passage of time. Old lady Zhang refrained from taking money from him, primarily to have someone to converse with. Wait here for a moment. She slowly rose, shuffling towards the inner room that Li Muzhi, not wanting to rush her, felt a pang of sympathy. Although she had a son, she was left to fend for herself. Moments later, old lady Zhang returned, holding a pair of shoes and insoles. Here, I didn't measure your feet. Her face beamed with affection as she inserted the insoles. I made these by observing your feet. Try them on. Li Muzhi's heart warmed. He had seen her crafting shoes by the door and had wondered for whom they were intended. Now, he realized they were meant for him. Thank you, he exclaimed, quickly removing his shoes to accept the one she offered. You've truly gone above and beyond. Old lady Zhang affectionately ruffled his hair, her face brimming with kindness. Put them on and see how they fit. All right, Li Muzhi replied, slipping his feet into the shoes and walking a few paces. They felt a bit snug, and glancing at the elderly woman, he remarked, Old lady Zhang, your eyesight is remarkable. They fit perfectly. That's wonderful, she said, her smile radiating joy as she gazed at him, as if he were her own child. Now, I must return to my stall, enjoy the deer leg, and nourish yourself. She nodded, sending him off while contemplating which young lady in town might be suitable. Meanwhile, Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong were summoned early by Director Chen. After a night of discussion, they looked at each other and in unison addressed him. Director Chen, we shall lead you there at once. Chapter 9. The impatient Director Chen, all three were at the Void Realm, and soon they exited the Mount Opening sect. Soaring through the air, Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong exchanged confident glances. The previous night, they had surveyed the area surrounding Elder Li's residence, finally discovering signs of battle in the western vicinity. They deduced that these were remnants left by the two deer demons during their pursuit of Wen Jing. This location was sufficiently distanced from Elder Li's abode, allowing them to bypass any association with him. In a flash, they led Director Chen swiftly to the site. The traces left by the deer demon's attack still lingered with demonic energy. Yi Xiuqi glanced at Director Chen and promptly said, Director Li, please observe, it is right here. Director Chun bent down to inspect the marks on the ground, nodding. Now describe the specifics of the battle. Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong exchanged glances. Having anticipated this inquiry, Bai Zhongzhu will portray the deer demon, and we shall demonstrate for you. Director Chun nodded, his focus keenly fixed on their performance. They recorded the battle sequence, ensuring that upon returning to the palace, he could report in detail, thus sparing any repercussions regarding the deer demon's corpses. The white Yi Xiuqi looked at Bai Nong, furrowing his brow, and shook his head. Halt! You deer demon! How dare you intrude upon the realm of humanity? Bai Nong Feigen Alam Ah! A void realm cultivator among the human race. I must fight to the death. With that, Bai Nong pointed and turned to Director Chun. At that moment, the two deer demons launched their attack. Director Chun watched intently, nodding in anticipation, and then Yi Xiuqi continued. As you know, slaying an infant demon beast is akin to taking candy from a child. With that, Yi Xiuqi vanished, reappearing beside Bai Nong. In that instant, Bai Zhongzhu and I were behind the deer demons, striking them down with a single blow each. Director Chun nodded in satisfaction, producing a recording crystal. You two step aside. I shall document the scene. Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong complied, stepping back. Director Chun meticulously recorded the battle remnants, treating them as treasures. The trespassing of the demon race is a serious matter. I must return to the palace to report immediately. Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong exchanged glances, their hearts buoyed with joy, and promptly bowed. We bid you farewell, Director Chun. Director Chun, visibly excited, hurried away. Bai Nong glanced at the direction he had departed, spitting in disdain. This sycophantic lackey is in such a rush to claim credit. It's utterly revolting. Yi Xiuqi chucked it lightly, waving his hand dismissively. Let it be. At least we didn't disturb elderly. The two made a point to visit Li Muji's residence, discovering that when Jing had regained some demonic energy and was currently meditating to absorb the spiritual essence from the rapeseed stalks. Bound by the golden rope, he was unable to revert to his human form. Upon sensing Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong's arrival, when Jing became wary, the demon race's incursions into human territory warranted immediate execution. Yet, recalling how his master effortlessly wielded two celestial artifacts, when Jing was unperturbed by their presence, Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong glanced at the rapeseed stalks in front of Wen Jing, feeling a pang of envy. How fortunate he was to feast daily upon celestial herbs. Wen Jing curled his tongue around a stalk, chewing thoughtfully. Do you two require something? Now that Li Muji was Wen Jing's master, the two had no intention of harming him. However, the old woman from the street had mentioned that elderly had remarked, a storm is brewing. This left them both quite concerned, especially with Wen Jing's unauthorized breach of boundaries. Yi Xiuqi regarded Wen Jing with a smile, inquiring, what prompted you to cross the boundary? Has something occurred in the demon realm? Wen Jing shot a disdainful glance at Yi Xiuqi, exhaling heavily. I have no time. You should inquire with my master. Bai Nong's expression darkened, his voice stern. You crossed the boundary without permission and still act so arrogantly? In response, Wen Jing turned his back, presenting an ungracious display, and proceeded to relieve himself. You! Bai Nong seethed with anger, outraged by such insolence. Yi Xiuqi quickly intervened, restraining Bai Nong. Let it go, Bai Zhongzhu. Let us seek out elderly. Wen Jing swayed with satisfaction, reveling in the liberties his master afforded him. Meanwhile, Li Muji was inspecting the price tag on the wooden sign at his stall, his brow furrowing in concern. The price, which had been 10 coins for a serving of heavenly silkworm potatoes yesterday, had inexplicably soared to 100 coins today. Frustrated, he lamented, how could anyone possibly buy at such an exorbitant price? Is the system deliberately sabotaging my business? With a sigh, he found solace in the fact that the prices for grilled gluten and fried tofu remained unchanged. Could it be that the single serving sold yesterday, which fetched a silver coin, is the reason for this price hike? Li Muji mused, realizing that in business, one must not be greedy for small gains. The price should be what it is. The system was punishing him for his avarice. As he wallowed in his misfortune, Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong arrived at his stall. Brother Yi, brother Bai. Li Muji quickly masked his displeasure with enthusiasm, greeting them warmly. What would you like to eat? In business, one must not overlook familiar faces. Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong exchanged awkward glances. The term brother felt rather uncomfortable given Elder Li's profound cultivation. Li Muzhi observed the two men's peculiar expressions and pondered. Could it be that they are reluctant to attend to business? Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong glanced at Li Muzhi's stall, immediately noticing the unfried celestial silkworm potatoes and grilled gluten. These delicacies were precisely what Luo Yonk had held yesterday. The senior had inquired whether the two wished to partake, leaving no room for refusal. That it was akin to asking, "Would you like an elixir of immortality?" Yi Xiuqi licked his lips, suppressing his inner excitement. "Yes." Bai Nong quickly chimed in. "I too." Li Muzhi felt a surge of joy. He would be able to sell snacks once more. "There is a wooden sign below. Do take a look at what you wish to eat." Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong stepped back, examining the characters on the wooden sign, their faces changing dramatically. This writing. As they gazed upon the words, a formidable pressure enveloped them. Each character seemed to embody the profound truths of the heavens, and merely the character heaven rendered their cultivation stagnant. The strokes felt as if countless blades and swords were assaulting them. After a fleeting glance, they hastily averted their eyes, chills running down their spines. "Go!" Both Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong were struck with astonishment. This wooden sign had yet to be infused with cultivation energy. Yet it left them breathless that if the senior were to wield this sign, with just a flicker of cultivation, they would surely meet their demise. Phew! A wave of dread washed over them. Li Muzhi regarded their expressions with curiosity. There were merely 3 snacks. Yet they stared for so long. Did they not recognize the characters? Or were they afflicted with decision-making difficulties? "Have you two gentlemen made your selections?" Li Muzhi's voice startled them back to reality. Yi Xiuqi quickly replied, "I'll have one." Bai Nong, regaining his composure, gulped nervously. "Me too." Chapter 10. Tears streaming down their faces, each desires a portion. Li Muzhi was quite pleased, as he could sell 6 servings in one go. Merely 4 servings shy of a system upgrade. "Please, gentlemen, take a seat, and it will be ready shortly." After accommodating the two, Li Muzhi used a strainer to retrieve the leftover potatoes from yesterday, though they were from the previous day. The system's food stall preservation function was exceptionally robust, and Li Muzhi harbored no concerns about spoilage. Sizzle! As the water-laden potatoes plunged into the hot oil, it splattered violently. Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong instinctively recoiled. The spiritual energy within the boiling oil was exceedingly ferocious. Should it contact them, the consequences would be dire. Yet the senior remained utterly unfazed. As Li Muzhi stirred the potatoes, the moisture gradually evaporated, releasing an enticing aroma. "Wow!" Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong inhaled deeply, the fragrance enveloping them in an indescribable comfort. Li Muzhi smiled softly. Selling these 2 servings of celestial silkworm potatoes would net him 200 taels of silver. What bliss! As they savored the aroma, Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong felt their cultivation levels surge, that if they could remain here for an extended period, they would likely break through to the void realm in no time. "Brother Yi, why does this scent feel so familiar?" Yi Xiuqi nodded, pondering for a moment before a light of realization dawned upon him. "It's from that cow." Bai Nong's eyes brightened instantly. And, oh wonder, the spiritual energy in the oil pot felt so familiar. It was derived from the celestial herbs discarded by the senior the day before. What a large pot! The corners of their mouths twitched. How many celestial herbs must have been used to extract such a quantity? Li Muzhi lifted the fried celestial silkworm potatoes and turned to ask, "What flavors would you both like?" Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong exchanged glances. Realizing the senior was tailoring the flavors to enhance their respective cultivation techniques, noticing their hesitation, Li Muzhi added, "We have spicy, sour and spicy and sweet and sour, considering the limited palate of this world." Li Muzhi elaborated on the taste profiles of each flavor, while Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong were left speechless. The senior was clearly well-versed in all attributes. Yi Xiuqi practiced the Flame 8 Directions technique of the Kaishan sect, a fire attribute method, and opted for the spicy flavor. Bai Nong practiced the Cherry Sword Heart method of the Wanjian sect, a water attribute technique, and chose the sweet and sour flavor. Once they made their selections, Li Muji's hands moved swiftly. 2 servings of celestial silkworm potatoes, each with a distinct flavor, were placed before them. Such potent energy! Gazing at the celestial silkworm potatoes, Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong were unable to contain their excitement. This bowl of snacks, fried in a liquid extracted from celestial herbs, combined with powerful attribute elements, was unlike anything they had ever encountered. Truly, how could mere mortals glimpse the divine realm? Yi Xiuqi took a bite, and his cultivation surged instantly. Such pure fire attribute energy. Even with Yi Xiuqi's late-stage void realm strength, he found it challenging to contain the surging energy within. He quickly closed his eyes, channeling his technique to digest the fire attribute energy. Li Muji chuckled at Yi Xiuqi's flushed face. This fellow had claimed to be the spiciest eater in the entire Southwest, yet here he was beet red and struggling to stifle his cries. Amusing indeed. Bai Nong, witnessing this, cautiously picked up a piece of celestial silkworm potato and fed it to himself. The sweet and sour flavor instantly tightened his cultivation. Li Muji inwardly lamented the absence of vinegar, having to substitute with lemon. Compared to vinegar, lemon's acidity constricted the taste buds, lacking the depth of flavor vinegar would provide. Hopefully, Brother Bai can adapt, just as the sweetness of sugar began to unfold in his mouth. The tartness of lemon followed closely, alleviating the richness. The blend of sweet and sour was akin to the sensation of falling in love. Bai Nong closed his eyes, gently caressing his face with his right hand. Reminiscing. I remember running beneath the sunset that day. It was my lost youth. Bai Nong felt transported back to the moment he first entered the sect, recalling the time spent practicing swordplay with his junior sister under the setting sun. Junior sister, let me show you a sword move. No, brother, let us practice together. After that day of running and swordplay beneath the sunset, his junior sister perished in the battle against the demon realm. Reflecting on the events of over 2 millennia ago, tears streamed down Bai Nong's face. Junior sister. After swallowing another bite, Bai Nong slowly opened his eyes, letting out a soft sigh. Why am I crying? Li Muji approached with 2 skewers of grilled gluten and fried tofu. It's the onions. I added onions. Though Bai Nong was unfamiliar with onions, he could surmise they were yet another celestial delicacy. This bowl of snacks had instantly awakened memories from over 2 millennia ago. The cherry sword heart method and the cherry sword technique complemented each other in a unified cultivation practice. Its highest realm allowed one to ensnare the enemy in an illusion with a swordplay as graceful as cherry blossoms, ultimately leading to their demise. Mastering this technique could enable one to slay foes far beyond their own realm. Yet this method was exceedingly profound, and he had long struggled to comprehend it. The senior must have discerned that he had yet to find a path in his cultivation, and had thus taken it upon himself to offer guidance. Once more! Bai Nong eagerly consumed another bite of the snacks. Lost in his nostalgic reverie, Yi Xiuqi, having finally digested the fire attribute energy from his first celestial silkworm potato, felt a significant enhancement in his cultivation. This single bite equated to months of training. Once more! Yi Xiuqi devoured another piece, feeling the fire attribute energy surge within him. Oh no! In his previous excitement, he had spoken too soon, and this bite failed to contain the fire attribute energy. The wild energy surged into his mind, causing tears and snot to flow freely. Bai Nong's mind was flooded with cherished memories of his junior sister, only to be abruptly overtaken by the image of her dying in his arms. With this single bowl of snacks, the 2 men cried openly. Li Muji gazed at them in astonishment. Surely, no matter how delectable his creations, it need not provoke such an exaggerated response. He chuckled softly, shaking his head. To have someone appreciate his culinary skills was indeed a source of happiness. Outside the imperial city, Chief Chen of the Ministry of Rites stood respectfully before the palace, eagerly awaiting a summons from the emperor, contemplating what treasures might be bestowed upon him. After the passage of a fragrant incense stick, a palace eunuch conveyed a message. Chief Chen, the emperor is currently preoccupied with researching new dishes and will not meet with you. Chief Chen's face fell in anxiety as he grasped the eunuch's arm. Esteemed eunuch, was there no mention of urgent matters from the demon realm? The eunuch tugged at his sleeve, squinting with a smile. Oh, when the emperor is engrossed in culinary research, we dare not disturb him. That would cost us our heads. Chief Chin's heart sank. He had no choice but to acquiesce. Months prior, when the emperor was immersed in culinary research, the deputy minister of personnel, Su Zhong, reported on talent selection matters, disrupting the emperor's enjoyment, resulting in an immediate execution. A chill ran down Chief Chin's spine as he forced a smile. "Thank you, esteemed eunuch. I shall report again tomorrow." With that, Chief Chin prepared to depart, but before he could move, someone emerged from the palace. Chief Chin quickly bowed and greeted, "I pay my respects to the Holy Maiden." The Holy Maiden, Chen Nua, was clad in a flowing blue and white gown, accompanied by two palace maids. "Is that not Chief Chin?" The Holy Maiden paused, casting a glance at him. "Shouldn't you be at the Kaishan sect?" Chief Chin lowered his head even further, replying respectfully, "Thanks to the Holy Maiden's concern, urgent matters have arisen in the southwest, prompting my swift return to report to the sovereign." Chen Yinua frowned slightly and spoke slowly. "Do share the details." Chapter 11. Selling 10 servings of snacks. Chief Chin's expression betrayed his reluctance. If he divulged this matter, the Holy Maiden would undoubtedly inform the palace, leaving him with nothing to gain. "How dare you conceal the truth in front of the Holy Maiden?" one of the palace maids admonished sharply, causing Chief Chin to kneel repeatedly. "I would not." One must bow their head when under the eaves. Chen Zhushi hurriedly recounted how he discovered the demonic beast had crossed the border and the arduous process of slaying it. Upon finishing, Chen Nua let out a light chuckle. What a trivial matter, daring to report such a thing to the palace. With that, she exited the palace gates. We bid farewell to the Saintess. Once Saintess Chen Nua had departed, Chen Zhushi and the eunuch messenger finally rose to their feet. "Chen Zhushi," the eunuch called softly, "do you know why the Saintess entered the palace?" Chen Zhushi shook his head. The Saintess had long been sequestered in by Wei Zhai for her cultivation and seldom ventured to the palace. Unless something significant had occurred, this matter could be of utmost importance to your life. Chen Zhushi's face turned pale, and he quickly bowed. "I implore you, my lord, to enlighten me." The eunuch messenger smiled faintly, leading Chen Zhushi to a secluded corner. Noticing the eunuch's prolonged silence, Chen Zhushi felt a pang of anxiety and produced several high-grade spirit stones. The eunuch cast a discreet glance and subtly accepted the spirit stones. News has already reached from the borders. The chaos maker, Han Shi Emma Wang, is inquiring about Jing's transgression, and the Empress Dowager has ordered the Saintess to investigate. Chen Zhushi's heart sank. It appeared the palace had been aware of this matter all along. He had only seen 2 deer demons. How had a chaos maker emerged? Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong, those 2 old geezers, had not told the truth. He would have to settle the score with them. The eunuch smiled slightly and whispered, "You should be cautious about returning to the imperial city without permission." Hiss! A chill ran down Chen Zhushi's spine. If it were merely a matter of leaving his post without authorization, it would not be too serious. However, in his haste to return to the imperial city, he had employed numerous teleportation arrays, typically reserved for urgent affairs. That to waste court resources on trivial matters was indeed a grave offense. Chen Zhu furrowed his brow, anxiously pacing like an ant on a hot pan. "Ahem." The eunuch cleared his throat, extending his hand from his sleeve, his thumb and forefinger rubbing together. "I happen to have a plan that could save your life." Chen Zhu bit his lip, glancing at the smiling eunuch. After a moment's hesitation, he took out the heavenly grade sword that Yi Xiuqi had bestowed upon him. "May I ask for your guidance, my lord?" The eunuch surveyed their surroundings before accepting the sword. "If you possess more crucial intelligence, you may avoid death and even receive substantial rewards." More crucial intelligence? Chen Zhu appeared bewildered, asking, "I would be immensely grateful if you could clarify, my lord." The eunuch's smile widened, his eyes narrowing into slits, his fingers subtly moving within his sleeve. Chen Zhu wore a bitter smile. It seemed one had to pay for every word uttered. How insidious! Yet having invested so much already, abandoning it now would render his efforts futile. With a heavy heart, he retrieved another treasure given by Bai Nong. "My lord, I truly have nothing left." The eunuch accepted the item, gently patting Chen Zhu's shoulder. "Do not worry. I am well satiated as well." Chen Zhu couldn't help but roll his eyes internally. You're not just well-fed. How have you not burst with your greed? The eunuch gestured for Chun Zhu to lean in closer, whispering, "You can easily attribute the matter of Wen Jing's disappearance to the Kaishan sect, harboring border-crossing demon clans. This is a grave sin deserving of annihilation." With that, the eunuch turned to leave, adding, "How to articulate it? I leave to your own discretion." Chun Zhu suddenly understood, a smile breaking through his furrowed brow. "Thank you for your guidance, my lord." As the eunuch entered the palace, Chun Zhu departed, satisfaction radiating from him. Killing 2 deer demons was indeed trivial, but uncovering the Kaishan sect's concealment of border-crossing beasts would be a significant achievement that a hint of ferocity glimmered in Chun Zhu's eyes. No wonder those 2 had been evasive yesterday. They must have known some secret. Perhaps they were indeed harboring the chaos maker Wen Jing. For this matter, employing teleportation arrays would not only absolve him of blame, but earn him substantial rewards. Yi Xiuqi. "I know." A smirk crept onto Chun Zhu's lips, a cold snort escaping him. "You shall reap what you have sown." Achoo! Achoo! Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong unexpectedly sneezed simultaneously, their noses running, after consuming 3 portions of snacks. They felt their internal spiritual energy surging, that if they returned to cultivate properly, they would make a significant leap towards the void realm. The 2 rose to bid farewell, when Muzhi quickly intercepted them. "Gentlemen, you haven't settled the bill yet." Muzhi extended his hand, calculating. "You each spent 111 coins, totaling 222 coins. This figure, 111 for 1 person, 222 for 2, seemed rather off to Muzhi. Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong exchanged glances, clearly troubled. They had little currency on them in this mundane world. Muzhi's brow furrowed as he observed their expressions. Were they planning to dine and dash? Sensing Muzhi's displeasure, Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong hastily rummaged through their storage spaces. "Techniques, manuals, spirit stones," Yi Xiuqi muttered while searching. "I recall having a bar of gold. Where has it gone?" Bai Nong found a silver ingot. "I found one." Meanwhile, Yi Xiuqi continued to search. "Why do you carry such random things with you?" Bai Nong rolled his eyes, waving his hand dismissively. "Stop searching through your junk. I'll treat." Yi Xiuqi awkwardly smiled. These were the foundational assets of their sect. However, seeing Bai Nong's willingness to treat, he decided not to argue. That Muzhi examined the silver ingot, finding it to be worth 20 taels. "Hiss!" he gasped, impressed by the wealth. A wealthy person truly does not hold back. 1 tael equals 1,000 coins. 20 taels. Muzhi took out his cash box, beginning to count each coin. "Oh no, I can't open it." Bai Nong glanced at Muzhi's cash box. Smiling slightly, "Li Xianbei." "No, Li brother, there's no need for change." "Not possible." Muzhi firmly rejected, fearing that if he was too greedy, the system might inflate the prices. Later, selling snacks would become exceedingly difficult. Furrowing his brow, he looked towards a nearby shop. "Wait here. I'll go get some change." Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong quickly stopped him. Going to get change would waste precious time that could be spent refining. "Li brother, how much more do you need?" Muzhi counted again, and realized he still needed 400 coins, that Yi Xiuqi quickly suggested. "How about this? You sell us 4 more portions of Tian Can 2 dough." Muzhi's eyes brightened at the idea. It was perfect. Selling 10 portions today would allow him to upgrade the system. Chapter 12. 3 new snacks. Muzhi counted the coins in his cash box once more, confirming everything was in order before handing all the change to Bai Nong. Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong were surprised, wondering why the elder was being so meticulous about every single coin. After a moment's thought, they quickly understood. The elder was simply playing his part. If he was to masquerade as an ordinary merchant, he must embody the traits of a commoner. Surprisingly, the elder's imitation was quite convincing. Bai Nong, who had never cared for mundane currency, accepted the silver without a second glance. Tucking it into his storage space, the 2 hastily bowed in farewell and departed. Watching them hasten away, Muzhi weighed the 20 taels of silver in his hand, a smile spreading across his face. What a profitable venture! As he placed the silver into his cash box, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "Mission complete. Would you like to upgrade the food stall immediately?" Muzhi glanced around. The street was still bustling with people, and upgrading here seemed unwise. Home! After securing the various items from the food stall, Muzhi pushed the stall towards the outskirts of the city. Just as he stepped away, Granny Zhang emerged from her door, holding a bowl of deer meat soup, supporting herself against the door. She looked at Muzhi's stall and chuckled. This child, why has he closed shop so early again? Gazing at the bowl of deer meat soup in her hand, she furrowed her brow, lost in thought, remaining still for quite some time. Eventually, a smile broke through, and with a kind glance towards Muzhi's stall, she said, I must pay a visit to Old Sand's song. Upon exiting the city gates, Muzhi noticed the area was deserted, so he stored the food stall back into the system and hurried home. Granny Zhang's shoes were a bit small, while setting up the stall in the city. He hadn't moved much, so he hadn't felt uncomfortable. But now, after a few quick steps, he had developed blisters. Ouch! Muzhi sat on a nearby stone, hurriedly removing his shoes to rub his feet. Granny Zhang must think of me as her son. He sighed, realizing he should spend more time with Granny Zhang whenever possible. The old lady deserved it. With blisters on his feet, wearing his own shoes was painful, so he opted to walk barefoot. As he crested a small hill, he spotted Wen Jing, who mooed at him. This cow is quite clever. Muzhi felt a surge of joy, though it had caused the collapse of his house. It had turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Upon reaching home, Muzhi closed the door behind him and retrieved the food stall from the system. Upgrade food stall? He focused his mind, and the food stall immediately radiated a spectrum of colors. The stall, originally over a meter long, expanded to 2 meters. The oil pot remains unchanged, while the grill for the baked gluten has transformed into a cylindrical round pot, half a meter deep. The iron plate for frying tofu has also evolved into a slightly shallower round pot. Muzhi took a glance and vaguely understood that this was the unlocking of new dishes. Wen Jing, tethered beneath the lemon tree outside the house, sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from within, his eyes widening in astonishment. What treasure is this? A celestial artifact? No, its aura is even more terrifying than that of a celestial artifact. The energy radiating from inside the house caused Wen Jing to feel a wave of weakness wash over him, collapsing directly to the ground. And oh wonder, any casual action resulted in celestial artifacts. Who exactly is this senior expert? To possess something that surpasses celestial artifacts, a surge of dread filled Wen Jing's heart. This elder, possessing such a plethora of treasures, feigned being an ordinary person. Could it be that he is orchestrating a grand game with the world as his chessboard? Is this golden rope merely a guise to keep me here, intending to turn me into a pawn in his game? Creak, just as Wen Jing was lost in his thoughts, Muzhi slowly pushed open the door, his face etched with worry as he stepped outside. Thought! Wen Jing's heart sank. Why does the elder look at me with such a troubled expression? Could it be that he is contemplating whether to silence me for having sensed that terrifying treasure, perhaps to kill me? Sigh. Muzhi let out a long sigh, gradually walking toward Wen Jing. The latter trembled uncontrollably. Has he truly decided to silence me? No wonder he fed me celestial herbs. It was to nurture my body for a more delectable meal. Muzhi gently placed his hand on Wen Jing's neck, muttering, How should I prepare these 3 dishes? A chill ran down Wen Jing's spine, and in fear, he shut his eyes. Just as he suspected, before even killing me, he was already pondering how to use me to create 3 dishes. I have been cultivating daily, and my flesh is indeed quite tender, that if the elder were to roast me like those 2 deer demons, the flavor would surely be exquisite. Stewing, however, would be a waste of my fine meat. Ugh! What am I thinking? Wen Jing kept his eyes shut, awaiting the elder's decisive blow. After a long while, his eyelids grew heavy, yet Muzhi's strike never came. Could it be he has changed his mind? Wen Jing slowly opened his eyes, only to find Muzhi frowning, his hand merely stroking the cow's fur. Thump, thump. Thump, thump. Wen Jing's heart raced. Feeling as if he had survived a calamity, Muzhi pouted. His mind entangled with worry over the system upgrade that had introduced these 3 peculiar snacks: stinky tofu, snail rice noodles, and eggs boiled in boy's urine. Displaying such a food stall would surely attract attention. Both foul and fragrant. Even so, this could be tolerable. Perhaps there are people in this world who appreciate such flavors. The crux of the matter lies in the pricing, which had skyrocketed hundreds of times. Stinky tofu costs 1 tael of silver per serving. Snail rice noodles, 10 taels per serving. Eggs boiled in boy's urine, 5 taels each. How could he sell this? Relying on the decent flavor, Muzhi had painstakingly cultivated a loyal customer base in the city streets. With this system change, he feared he would lose all his old customers as a wave of sorrow washed over Muzhi. Most regrettably, his friends Yi and Bai, who had clearly enjoyed his heavenly silkworm potatoes. The food stall could no longer serve snacks outside the wooden sign, and the only way for them to taste these dishes again would be to visit his home that Muzhi squatted beside when Jing. Lost in melancholy for a while before gradually standing up. The system upgrade had also provided the necessary seeds to prepare the 3 dishes. The primary ingredient for stinky tofu is soybeans, which he had already unlocked with fried tofu, and the system granted him wheat seeds as well. The ingredients for snail rice noodles were numerous, and the system provided them one by one. What embarrassed Muzhi the most was the eggs boiled in boy's urine. The system had directly given him 13 eggs, clearly indicating he would need to incubate the chicks himself. Chickens lay eggs? And eggs hatch into chickens. Muzhi pouted, realizing he would have to play the role of a mother hen. This boy's urine presents a problem. Chapter 13. Proposing midway through incubation in the following days. Muzhi did not venture into the city to set up his stall. Granny Zhang would glance outside every day, shaking her head in disappointment. This child, why hasn't he come to set up his stall? Leaning against the doorframe, a glimmer of determination appeared in Granny Zhang's eyes. I've already promised old Song that I must find Muzhi. Having made her decision, she locked the door behind her and, leaning on her cane, slowly made her way toward the city outskirts. Muzhi's door was tightly shut, while when Jing leisurely munched on the rapeseed stalks. Inside, Muzhi, wrapped in a cotton blanket, carefully lay atop the 13 eggs. After all this time, why haven't they hatched yet? Lying on the bed, Muzhi felt a boredom he had never experienced before. Gazing at the eggs beneath him, he suddenly recalled that eggs typically require 21 days to hatch. Did this mean he had to remain here for 21 days? Impossible. A solution must be found. Hatcheries usually employ iodine tungsten lamps to maintain a constant temperature for incubation. An idea struck Muzhi, and he cautiously got up from the bed. He placed the 13 eggs into a pot, ignited the rapeseed stalks, and a fire blazed in the stove. The hemispherical pot lid was placed over it, and the temperature within began to rise. Muzhi carefully added firewood, aware that if the flames grew too fierce, instead of hatching chicks, he would end up with 13 steamed eggs, sitting before the stove. He felt akin to the Supreme Lord refining an elixir. The system's food stall could only open once he prepared the 3 dishes listed on the sign, that if all 13 eggs were steamed, he wouldn't be able to conduct business at the food stall, rendering the system useless. Although the system could not facilitate his cultivation, it at least rewarded him with ingredients from his past life, preventing him from enduring the tasteless food of this world. As a foodie, life without delicious food would be utterly meaningless. In a sense, Muzhi felt these 13 eggs were more crucial than the Supreme Lord's elixirs. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there came a knock at the door. Muzhi furrowed his brow, feeling as if the Supreme Lord was refining an elixir. Surely there must be a monkey. Who is this Sun Wukong? Coming at such an inconvenient time. With a sigh, he glanced at the fire in the stove before opening the door. Who is it? Upon opening the door, Granny Zhang stood outside, panting heavily. Muzhi was taken aback and quickly ushered her inside. What brings you here? Granny Zhang was out of breath, and Muzhi hurriedly poured her a glass of water. Thank you. Granny Zhang took the water and sipped a small mouthful. When did you build such a lovely house? Muzhi smilata ukwarli. Taking her hand, I just finished it a few days ago. Granny Zhang gently patted Muzhi's hand, her breathing gradually calming. I saw a large black cow outside. Child, you must be making a fortune. Muzhi scratched his head in embarrassment, thinking to himself that his small business couldn't possibly yield much profit, with only 20 taels of silver to his name. Granny Zhang looked at his new house with a beaming expression, tightly holding his hand, and whispered, You're not young anymore. It's time to settle down. Li Muzhi was taken aback. As a youth of the 21st century, 18 was just the age of coming of age. He didn't feel particularly old, quickly waving his hands. I'm still young, no rush. Granny Zhang frowned slightly and began to murmur. Look at Wang Ergu from the east side of the city. He has the same age as you and already has 3 children. Li Muzhi felt a wave of embarrassment. Standing up to glance at the kitchen, his mind preoccupied with the 13 eggs, Granny Zhang held on to Li Muzhi's hand, gazing at him with love. I mentioned to Old Song a few days ago that his family has a daughter named Dalian. She has 16 this year, and quite lovely. As she spoke, Granny Zhang attempted to pull Li Muzhi outside. Now that you've improved your circumstances, I'm sure I can help you make this happen. Li Muzhi quickly grasped Granny Zhang's hand, wanting to decline, but also considering the effort she had made to come all this way. Granny, you must let me change into some clean clothes first. Granny Zhang clapped her hands, her face alight with joy. How could I forget? Go ahead and change. I'll wait here. Li Muzhi nodded and hurried into the kitchen to check the fire. Thankfully, Li Muzhi breathed a sigh of relief. The fire in the stove had not grown too fierce. Glancing back at Granny Zhang, he felt a pang of difficulty. The old lady meant well, so perhaps he should go along with it. He could always find an excuse to decline later. He just needed to manage the fire carefully. Covering his mouth with his right hand, he pondered for a moment and fetched 2 pieces of charcoal. This should do. The temperature won't be too high and should last until I return. Satisfied? Li Muzhi clapped his hands, changed into clean clothes, and supported Granny Zhang as they headed toward the city. Within the Mount Kaishan sect, Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong were on edge. Manager Chen looked at the two with a smug expression, turning to bow and say, Holy Maiden, these two are harboring the Demon King Wenjing. Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong's hearts sank. They hadn't anticipated that the palace would notice so swiftly. Elderly had concealed his cultivation for a significant purpose. Recklessly revealing the elder's affairs could jeopardize his grand plans. Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong exchanged glances. Their silence could lead to the destruction of their sect. Keep your eyes from wandering. Manager Chen barked sharply. Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong frowned at the arrogant display of power. Holy Maiden Chen Inua glanced at Manager Chen, her voice calm and devoid of emotion. You may leave. Yes, Manager Chen replied and stepped back. Chen Inua took her seat in the position of sect leader, slowly speaking, I need an explanation. Yi Xiuqi gritted his teeth. Offending the court was one thing, but offending the elder was another. We indeed only saw 2 deer demons that day and did not encounter the Demon King Wenjing. Holy Maiden Chen Inua's gaze fell upon Bai Nong, her tone revealing no discernible emotion. What about you? A sudden pang of apprehension struck Bai Nong's heart. Should he safeguard himself or betray his friend? Return to the Holy Maiden. Bai Nong inhaled deeply. Bowing respectfully, indeed, we have not encountered Wenjing. Chen Inua gradually lifted her head, each word resonating in the ears of the 2 men. Do you both understand the punishment for harboring the demon clan that has crossed the borders? Chen Inua's voice, infused with her formidable cultivation, struck like a hammer upon Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong, who both emitted a muffled groan. Utterly astonished that it was rumored that the Holy Maiden had already reached the mid-stage of the Void Realm. Yet her strength was astonishingly formidable. Chen Zhushi, witnessing the punishment inflicted upon the 2 men, felt a surge of satisfaction. Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong hastily channeled their energy, feeling a slight relief, with expressions of anguish. They replied, This is a crime deserving of extermination, but please, Holy Maiden, do not heed the slanders of petty individuals. Petty individuals? The smile on Chen Zhushi's face vanished in an instant. He stepped forward to interrogate. Whom do you accuse of being a petty individual? Retorting, Chen Zhushi, it appears you are trying to conceal your own misdeeds. You. Enough. Chen Inua interrupted Chen Zhushi, who, filled with rage, could only glare at Yi Xiuqi. Currently, there is indeed no conclusive evidence. Chen Inua smiled slightly. Shifting her tone, however, upon hearing the first half of her statement, Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong felt a wave of relief wash over them, but the subsequent, however, raised their hearts to their throats. Chen Inua slowly exhaled a breath reminiscent of ethereal orchids. smiling. However, I have heard some intriguing matters. Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong's hearts sank. Could it be that the Holy Maiden had learned of their elders' affairs? Chapter 14. Chick, the Zhuke bird, despite the Holy Maiden hinting at this to an extreme. Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong still resolved to feign ignorance. After all, they had just emphatically claimed ignorance, and to suddenly change their tune would be to deliberately deceive the Holy Maiden. Deceiving the Holy Maiden is akin to deceiving the sovereign. Having lived for over 2 millennia, they had witnessed numerous schemes and intrigues. The Holy Maiden was likely just probing for information. What rumors have you heard, Holy Maiden? Do you think I am merely probing for information? The smile on Chun Inua's face slowly faded. Her voice turning icy. Declared Gui Yunpeng, disciple of the Kaishan sect. Yes. A guard acknowledged the command and swiftly departed the master's hall. Hiss! Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong gasped in shock. It seemed the Holy Maiden had indeed come prepared. Chen Zhushi wore a smug expression, his eyes narrowed with a smile that nearly reached the heavens. Soon, the guard returned, escorting Gui Yunpeng into the master's hall. I pay my respects to the Holy Maiden. Chen Ina did not allow him to rise and directly inquired. Gui Yunpeng, it is said that your Kaishan sect's Wangba sword technique has become incomplete. After a brief pause and a glance at Yi Xiuqi, she continued, yet on that day of the competition, you employed the missing techniques. Is that true? Gui Yunpeng maintained his composure, responding, indeed, it is true. Who imparted this to you? It was taught by my master. Gui Yunpeng's responses were swift and unambiguous that Yi Xiuqi internally sighed in relief. Thankfully, he had also prepared for this. That day, during the competition against Lu Jian, it was impossible to evade scrutiny. The Holy Maiden chuckled lightly, turning her gaze to Yi Xiuqi. It is well known that the Kaishan sect's Wangba sword technique is formidable. I have yet to experience it. Would sect master Yi be so gracious as to provide instruction? Yi Xiuqi hurriedly bowed, speaking in a measured tone. Holy Maiden, with your golden physique, how could I dare to make a move? No, you cannot injure me. Yi Xiuqi smiled, glancing at Chen Zhushi before turning back to say, it's just that my treasured sword has been taken by Chen Zhushi, and I have no suitable weapon. The smug smile on Chen Zhushi's face froze, unable to meet the Holy Maiden's gaze. Bai Nong seized the opportunity, eagerly adding, and I possess a heavenly treasure as well. Chen Inua gave a soft query, causing Chen Zhushi's face to shift from green to red. Chen Inua coldly snorted, casting a glance at Chen Zhushi. Will you not return it? Chen Zhushi appeared embarrassed. He had already given the items to the palace's messenger and had no way to return them. He had also sacrificed several premium spirit stones, truly a case of losing the chicken while trying to catch it. Chen Inua withdrew her gaze, stating indifferently, you shall return to the Ministry of Punishment to receive your penalty. Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong exchanged knowing smiles. Holy Man, I have another weapon to demonstrate for you. With that, Yi Xiuqi retrieved a treasured sword from his storage space. As he channeled his cultivation, a powerful pressure was unleashed. Wangba, dominate the world, he slashed down. But Chen Inua lightly waved her sleeve, effortlessly neutralizing Yi Xiuqi's attack. As expected of the Holy Maiden, I have offended you. Chen Inua retracted her right hand, mildly furrowing her brow. This indeed was a technique from the latter half of the text. Could it be that she had misjudged them? Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong felt an immense weight lift from their hearts, thankful that they had previously instructed Gui Yunpeng on how to respond. Yi Xiuqi continued to study the techniques intensively, which had enabled him to navigate this encounter with the Holy Maiden. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful pressure surged from outside the city. Everyone within the Kaishan sect was stunned, unsure of what was occurring. Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong exchanged concerned glances, feeling a foreboding sense of dread, silently exclaiming, this is bad. The source of the pressure was precisely where elderly resided. Chen Yao promptly rose, soaring swiftly towards Li Muji's dwelling. Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong, faces etched with worry, hurriedly followed. Elderly, it is a stroke of fortune that we managed to conceal your identity. Yet you have suddenly made such a commotion. The chaotic demon world's tyrant, Wen Jing, is right there. If the Holy Maiden arrives, our cover will be blown. Chen Zhushi's face, filled with despair, revealed a glimmer of hopeful anticipation. Could the situation be changing? I must go and see. Chirp, chirp. Inside Li Muji's home, the incessant chirping of chicks echoed. The sound of hatching startled Wenjing. What demon beast has hatched in the master's abode? Such a powerful aura. Not long after, Wenjing sensed the presence of several powerful individuals, one in the early stage of Void Realm, and two in the late stage, and one more, gulp, mid-stage of the Void Realm. Upon sensing this, Wenjing sought to break free from his restraints and escape. However, bound by the golden rope, he found it utterly impossible. Wenjing could only suppress the demon energy within him. Burying his head in the oilseed stalks, I am but a cow, munching on grass and singing a tune, unseen by anyone. The group moved swiftly, arriving at Li Muji's residence in succession. The holy maiden Chun Inua, possessing the highest cultivation, was the first to arrive, instantly spotting the large black cow. Wenjing, beneath the lemon tree, Dawai Ishiochi, and Bai Nong followed closely, their hearts sinking as they noticed the holy maiden's unwavering gaze fixed upon Wenjing. This was it. Everything was over. Chininua tilted her head slightly, glancing at Yishiochi and Bai Nong. This large black cow is indeed Wenjing, correct? Chenjusher, having the lowest cultivation and arriving last, heard the holy maiden's words upon his arrival. That black cow was the tyrant of the demon realm. Wenjing. His demon energy seemed rather weak. I am guilty of a grave crime. If I can slay Wenjing, perhaps I could redeem myself. I cannot allow Yi Xioqi and Bai Nong to claim the credit. Your life is forfeit. Chun Jusher acted with alarming speed, instantly closing in on Wenjing, striking with lethal intent. Not good. Yi Xioqi and Bai Nong cried out in alarm. Wenjing was now under the protection of the elder. The elder must have bound him with the golden rope for a significant purpose. If Chen Jusher attacked with lethal intent, it would surely provoke the elder. Chininua had not anticipated Chen Jusher's sudden aggression, and by the time she reacted, it was already too late. Huff! Wenjing exhaled heavily. You truly think me easy prey? In an instant, the demon energy within Wenjing surged forth, the demonic aura soaring to the heavens. Chen Jusher's complexion changed drastically. Was he at the pinnacle of the Void Realm? The elder's celestial herb had not only healed his injuries, but also significantly enhanced his cultivation. Moo! Wenjing bellowed, launching a powerful kick with his hind legs. Bang! Chen Jusher was sent flying by Wenjing's powerful legs, his cultivation shattered, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Boom! Chen Jusher's body crashed heavily into Li Muji's new house, which collapsed with a thunderous roar. Chirp, chirp! The chicks in the pot chirped incessantly upon hearing the commotion. Chininua glanced at the large iron pot in the kitchen and hurried over to Wai Ishiochi, and Bai Nong exchanged glances before quickly following. Chun Jusher, his cultivation scattered, lay on the ground, gasping for breath, ignored by everyone. Chininua lifted the pot lid, and 13 little chicks sprang out. The three of them exchanged startled glances. This is the ancient divine beast. The Zhuke Bird, Chapter 15. Holy Maiden, Remaining Maiden. Li Muji was assisting Granny Zhang, knocking on the door of Song Laosan's residence. The door opened to the left and right, and a maid ushered Li Muji and Granny Zhang inside, saying, You have finally arrived. The master has been mentioning you for several days. The maid let them in, stealing a glance at Li Muji. Did I ask this the one who has come to propose? Seeking to marry the young lady? He does not look bad. If he marries the young lady, it might not be a bad match. However, I wonder about his family background. Li Muji offered a gentle smile to the maid as he followed Granny Zhang into the courtyard. Granny Zhang, walking alongside, expressed her apologies. I am getting old and forgot to inform Muji about this matter. Li Muji felt a twinge of guilt. Granny Zhang was placing all the responsibility upon herself. It was evident that he had not set up the stall for several days, and the elderly lady had grown impatient, personally coming to find him. After bypassing the partition, the maid arranged for the two to sit in the hall before heading to the inner courtyard to summon Song Laosan. Granny Zhang turned to Li Muji, whispering, Song Laosan's family is in the wood business. They are quite well off. Look at this mansion. Marrying his daughter will ensure that you need not worry about your livelihood for the rest of your life. Li Muji forced a smile, feeling awkward. At merely 18 years of age, How could he speak of his later years? Observing Li Muji's evident lack of confidence, Granny Zhang smiled warmly and said, "Are you concerned that your family background might not measure up? That he may look down on you?" Li Muji smiled faintly. This was indeed a plausible excuse for refusal. With the splendid conditions of the Song family, how could they possibly wish to marry their daughter to a penniless lad with only 20 taels to his name? "Do not fret." Granny Zhang glanced toward the inner courtyard and whispered, "I still have some ancestral treasures that could fetch several hundred taels." Taken aback, Li Muji quickly declined. "Granny, that's not appropriate." "How can that be? What is inappropriate about it?" Granny Zhang furrowed her brows and grasped Li Muji's hand. "I can see that you genuinely care for me, and I consider you as my own son. That it is only right to spend money to secure a wife for one's child." After a moment's pause, she sighed. "Moreover, I do not have much time left. Taking it to the grave serves no purpose." A warmth filled Li Muji's heart, and his nose tinged with emotion. Having arrived alone in this world, it was the first time someone had shown such sincere affection toward him that he resolved to treat the elderly lady with utmost kindness. As they conversed, a hearty laughter rang from the inner courtyard. Song Laosan pushed aside the door curtain and entered. "Granny Zhang, why have you only come after so many days?" As he spoke, he turned to Li Muji. "This must be the Li Muji you mentioned?" Li Muji felt a wave of embarrassment. He had never even been in a romantic relationship in his past life, and now, here he was meeting the parents directly. "Greetings, Uncle Song." Song Laosan nodded, seemingly quite pleased with Li Muji's appearance and manners. That Li Muji took a moment to assess Song Laosan, noting the unkempt beard and sun-kissed skin, indicative of a man who often traveled for business. Granny Zhang, slightly apologetic, remarked, "I am old and forgetful. I neglected to inform Muji about your visit the other day." "No matter." Song Laosan waved his hand dismissively. Chuckling, "I just returned from Qianding City the other day with over 300 taels of silver." Li Muji blinked, pondering if this man was particularly fond of boasting. The maid had mentioned that he had been raving about it for days, suggesting he had never left home at all. "You truly are a busy man. We are indeed fortunate that you haven't gone far today." Granny Zhang continued in agreement, shifting the conversation. "As you can see, this child, regarding the marriage," Song Laosan nodded with a smile and pondered for a few moments. "What kind of betrothal gift are you considering?" Li Muji sighed inwardly. It was indeed all about money. Granny Zhang fidgeted with her hands in her sleeves and asked with a smile, "This child has no relatives. Marrying to Lian, you would be his only elder." "That is true." Song Laosan nodded in agreement. "However, there must indeed be a betrothal gift." Granny Zhang lowered her head in contemplation, forcing a chuckle. "What do you think would be an appropriate sum?" Song Laosan glanced outside and sighed. "This primarily depends on sincerity. If one truly wishes to marry my daughter, it cannot be less than 600 taels." Gasp! Li Muji inhaled sharply. He had yet to even meet the girl, and they were already demanding 600 taels. Granny Zhang silently calculated whether her possessions could suffice. Before she could voice her thoughts, Song Laosan continued, "A wedding is a significant affair. I am a person of some standing, and the banquet must be grand." Granny Zhang's expression faltered. Having provided the betrothal gift, the banquet would surely pose a challenge. Sensing her distress, Song Laosan softened his tone. "I understand this places considerable pressure on him. If he considers taking my daughter into his family, I shall handle the wedding arrangements." Granny Zhang's face visibly relaxed. Turning to Li Muji, "Child, what do you think?" Li Muji glanced at Song Laosan, realizing that this individual spoke incessantly of money, that if he were to marry his daughter, life would likely not be easy. Furthermore, the betrothal gift would deplete Granny Zhang's funds for her old age. This marriage was unnecessary. Just as Li Muji was about to voice his thoughts, a sudden knock echoed from outside the courtyard. The maid hurried to check that as soon as the door opened. Chining, Yi Xiuqi, and Bai Nong entered. "Who are you looking for?" Before the maid could finish her sentence, the trio had already bypassed the screen wall and approached Li Muji and the others. Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong wore expressions of guilt, unable to meet Li Muji's gaze. With the ruin of Li Muji's house exposed, the skins of 2 deer demons lay in sight, along with sausages stuffed with deer meat. The evidence was irrefutable. The two had no choice but to recount everything. Following Li Muji's aura, Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong quickly located Song Laosan's residence. Then Li Muji examined the trio, wondering how his elder brothers Yi and Bai had found their way here and who this lady was. With an egg-shaped face and eyes like two clear springs, beneath her high nose lay a cherry-like mouth. What a striking woman! Elder Yi, Elder Bai, who is this? Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong hurriedly introduced her. This is the Holy Maiden. Holy Ma. Li Muji was taken aback. She appeared quite young. How could she be labeled as such? After a moment's reflection, he suddenly comprehended that I in this place. Women married at the tender age of 16, and this lady seemed to be in her 20s that I in this context. Calling her a leftover woman was quite fitting, and no wonder she had been staring at him the moment she entered. She was eager to marry. Why had his elder brothers brought a leftover woman to him? Did they think he was getting on in years and ought to settle down? Li Muji scrutinized her closely and quietly asked, "Are you a leftover woman?" Chun Ino nodded slightly, gazing at Li Muji with curiosity. She had found it strange that he seemed to possess remarkably hidden cultivation, revealing not a hint of spiritual energy. He appeared entirely ordinary. The fact that he showed no astonishment at her being the Holy Maiden was even more puzzling. With celestial artifacts at his disposal and fields brimming with potent spiritual herbs, he had even hatched an ancient divine beast. Who exactly was this individual? Li Muji smiled and nodded, finding a reason to decline the marriage proposal from Song Laosan's family. Uncle Song. This leftover woman seems more suitable for me. Upon hearing the term Holy Maiden, Song Laosan was momentarily rendered speechless. The esteemed Holy Maiden, who commanded respect even from the emperor, had graced his humble abode. The prospect of Li Muji marrying the Holy Maiden left Song Laosan utterly at a loss for words. Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong were equally stunned. What was the elder saying? More suitable? Suitable for what? Li Muji turned to Chen Yinhua, reflecting on how such a beautiful woman could still be a leftover. There must be a reason. While her appearance was captivating, inner beauty was paramount. Although she had been introduced by his elder brothers, he deemed it prudent to assess her further before deciding to pursue her. With that thought in mind, Li Muji slowly nodded and said to Chen Yinhua, "I find you quite agreeable, but it would be wise for us to get to know each other better." Chapter 16. Who on earth did this? Granny Zhang felt a surge of fear and quickly grasped Li Muji's arm, whispering, "Child, are you out of your mind? She's the Holy Maiden." Li Muji smiled gently. She was merely in her 20s, still in the prime of youth, that he had encountered leftover women in their 40s and 50s. And they were hardly intimidating. Realizing it would be impolite to mention age in front of a young lady, Li Muji leaned close to Granny Zhang and murmured, "I have seen many leftover women. This is nothing." His voice was barely audible to ordinary ears. Yet Chen Yinhua, Yi Xiuqi, and Bai Nong heard every word clearly. Had he seen many holy maidens? This was nothing. Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong's hearts raced. He appeared completely unfazed by the Holy Maiden. Standing behind Chen Yinhua, they cautiously observed her expression, to their relief. She did not seem angry. Otherwise, a confrontation could level the neighborhood. Did Chen Yinhua not feel anger? Of course, she was furious. To have her status belittled before her very eyes was infuriating. However, Chen Yinhua suppressed her ire. What she had witnessed thus far indicated that this person was extraordinary. The mere possession of a celestial artifact, the Huanjin rope, attested to his formidable status. Others may not know. But as the Holy Maiden, Chen Yinhua recognized that the Huanjin rope was a treasure of the Supreme Lord of the Celestial Realm, who ascended to the heavens on a cow. Li Muji had utilized the Huanjin rope to bind the chaotic demon king Wenjing, suggesting a significant connection. This man must undoubtedly hail from the celestial realm. As a mere human world Holy Maiden, it was understandable if she failed to catch his eye. Should she provoke this celestial being, even the great Xia dynasty could swiftly face annihilation. Patience, she thought that Li Muji reassured Granny Zhang and turned back to see that Chen Yinhua appeared somewhat displeased. Had she overheard? Doubts clouded Li Muji's mind. He had spoken in a hushed tone. Ahem. Li Muji cleared his throat twice, attempting to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. It is almost lunchtime. Since this is our first meeting, I shall cook for us. With that, he beckoned the three to step outside. Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong were ecstatic. If the elder would cook, it would surely not be mere food, but rather the crafting of immortal elixirs. Yet, mindful of the holy maiden's presence, they hesitated to follow immediately. Chen Yinhua, having heard tales of Li Muji's culinary prowess, decided to join them, seeing the holy maiden move. Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong felt a surge of joy. If it weren't for the concern of appearances, I would have leapt to great heights long ago. Elder Song San and Granny Zhang exchanged a glance, both filled with astonishment. The Saintess, treated with such indifference by a mere vendor, did not seem the least bit angered and even chose to accompany him home. Elder Song San trembled all over, and after a long pause, he finally managed to speak. Granny Zhang, do you truly believe she is the Saintess? Granny Zhang's face, a tapestry of wrinkles, contorted slightly as she slowly shook her head. I cannot be certain, but there is someone behind her whom I vaguely recognize. It appears to be the leader of the Kaishan sect. Hiss! Elder Song San gasped sharply, his body shaking uncontrollably once more. The leader of the Kaishan sect rarely made appearances in the mortal realm. It was likely that only those of Granny Zhang's age, who had seen him in their youth, would remember that if even the leader of the Yi sect stood respectfully behind her, there was no doubt she was indeed the Saintess. This, with Li Muji being associated with the Saintess, who would need to worry about a betrothal gift? Alas, what folly! Li Muji led Chen Yinhua and the others through the city gates, traversing the small forest and crossing the stone bridge. Throughout the journey, whatever topic Li Muji broached, Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong would immediately respond. Li Muji found it peculiar. Despite conversing with the woman, she remained silent while only Yi and Bai offered replies. Could it be shyness? Li Muji stroked his chin, pondering that this was quite likely. After all, in this world, most young women seldom ventured beyond their homes. Take Elder Song San's daughter, for instance. If a sufficient betrothal gift were presented, it might very well be that their first meeting occurred on the night of their wedding. Li Muji possessed good looks and a pleasant disposition, thus it would not be an issue. However, if one were to encounter an unsightly individual who was lazy and irresponsible, it would indeed be a calamity for any woman. The dictates of parental arrangements and matchmaking are truly antiquated customs. This young lady's ability to transcend societal norms and take the initiative to court is a significant breakthrough in itself. Moreover, to invite someone to her home upon their first meeting, her shyness is entirely understandable. Yet this girl has been gazing at me throughout the journey. Surely, she must be taken with me. After some time, Li Muji suddenly recalled that he had yet to inquire about the young lady's name. By the way, may I ask for your esteemed name, young lady? Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong were momentarily taken aback. Previously, their elder had asked trivial questions about the weather, and they had responded without hesitation. However, when it came to the name of the Saintess, they felt it was inappropriate to address her directly. Chen Yinhua let out a gentle sigh, slowly responding, I am Chen Yinhua. Chen Yinhua. Li Muji softly repeated the name, contemplating that it would be prudent to offer a compliment upon hearing a girl's name for the first time, as it would help foster a connection. That he pondered who might share the surname Chen. There was Chen Shimi, a heartless man, and Chen Guanji, known for his scandalous photography. Neither would do to know, even if there were some positive figures. They would not be recognized by them. Thus, he could only focus on the given name. A little bird that relies on another, a promise worth 1,000 gold pieces. Was she the embodiment of such a delicate creature? After much contemplation, Li Muji still could not conjure an appropriate compliment. Alas, praising someone is indeed a formidable challenge. Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what had come over their elder. Why was he frowning after hearing the Saintess's name? Did he perceive something amiss? Chen Yinhua also mused quietly. Could it be that the elder knew of her family's legendary ancestors? Realizing that he had lost control of his emotions and inadvertently uttered a phrase from his native dialect. Li Muji turned to see Chen Yinhua and the others gazing at him in astonishment. He thought to himself, oh no. While it was one thing for Yi and Bai to hear him, swearing in front of the young lady would surely tarnish her impression of him. Moo! A glance at Wenjing revealed the four of them on the hillside, calling out to Li Muji. Upon hearing the cow's call, Li Muji suddenly remembered that he still had eggs in the pot. My eggs! Forgetting all semblance of decorum, he rushed back home. If the eggs were ruined, his culinary enterprise would perish. As he hurried back, he thought that if the girl were lost, so be it. His image had already been thoroughly compromised. Chen Yinhua also hurried after him. eager to witness how the elder would manage the divine beast. Having encountered the ancient divine beast, the Zhuoming bird, Chen Yinhua had initially aspired to bond with it, only to be met with aggression. Even as a mid-level practitioner, facing a newly born ancient divine beast was perilous. The opportunity to observe the elder subdue such a creature was indeed rare. When Jing, already trembling in fear from the presence of the Zhuoming bird in the fields, could only muster the courage to call out to Li Muzhi, "Master, come save me." At the sound of Wen Jing's shout, 13 little chicks flocked around him, pecking at him excitedly. Chirp, chirp. As Li Muzhi approached, he was relieved to see the chicks emerging from the fields. Realizing they had hatched, but wait, shouldn't the eggs take 21 days to incubate? It had only been 4 days. Could these chicks be premature? Filled with confusion, he considered that since these were eggs provided by the system, perhaps they were indeed special. Chick hatching successful. Reward, a full set of feeding supplies. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in his mind that Li Muzhi checked the reward. 1 feeding trough, 1 water trough, 12 nests. In 1 fence, 13 chicks and only 12 nests. Well, let's see how the chicks fare first. Li Muzhi arrived in front of the house, noticing Wen Jing gazing at him with a face full of fear and tears welling in his eyes. However, Li Muzhi's attention was entirely focused on the little chicks pecking at the cow, likely hungry. The system still had some leftover corn mash from brewing liquor, as well as some remaining oilseed cake, which would be perfect for feeding the chicks that he just hoped they would eat it. First, he assessed the surroundings and decided to place the nests by the vegetable patch, with the fence in place. He need not worry about them pecking at the plants, and the spoiled leaves could conveniently be tossed to the chickens, while their droppings would serve as fertilizer. That a fine decision indeed. Li Muzhi was about to retrieve the fence from the system when he hesitated, considering that Chen Yinhua and the others were present. Would it frighten them? But then he thought, Yi and Bai were cultivators. It would not be unusual for them to pull items from spatial treasures. Nodding to himself, he concentrated and summoned the fence from the system rewards. Chen Yinhua and the others were taken aback. Where had the elder produced this from? Typically, using spatial treasures would generate slight spatial fluctuations. Yet the elder had retrieved it without a hint of disturbance. Furthermore, this was yet another artifact of celestial origin. The dark green sheen was indicative of being woven from the legendary South Sea, celestial bamboo. Li Muzhi inspected the fence with satisfaction, admiring the craftsmanship. It was indeed worthy of the system's production. Cluck, 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 cluck. After placing the fence, Li Muzhi opened the gate and called out to the chicks. Upon hearing his voice, the 13 little chicks chirped excitedly and ran toward him. Li Muzhi then took out the feeding trough and the corn mash, calling out to the chicks while pouring the mash into the trough. Yi Shouqi, still recovering from the shock of witnessing yet another celestial artifact, stood in a daze. Chen Yinhua glanced around and spotted a well nearby. "I'll fetch the water." Li Muzhi was momentarily surprised. She was eager to help. It seemed she did not view him as an outsider. Despite her clean attire, she was unafraid of doing farm work. This girl was indeed a candidate for marriage. The sex of the chicks could be easily determined both at birth and as they matured. However, distinguishing them when the roosters had not yet developed their combs could be tricky. Li Muzhi crouched down to observe the chicks' pelvises that as they were all pecking at their food, their little bottoms were raised. The larger pelvises indicated hens, while the smaller ones indicated roosters. After a thorough examination, he discovered that among the 13 chicks, there were 12 hens and 1 rooster. This rooster is truly exhausting. Water is here. Li Muzhi diverted his gaze and accepted the bucket of water from Chen Yinhua's hands, saying, "Thank you." Splash! The water trough filled to the brim. Chen Yinhua's eyes sparkled. Although it was merely ordinary water, one could visibly perceive the influx of spiritual energy. Is this the power of a celestial artifact? What kind of extraordinary person is this senior before me? Not only does he possess such an abundance of celestial artifacts, but he also has 13 eggs from ancient divine beasts. All 13 eggs have hatched. Ancient texts record that the male hatches into a Chongming bird, while the female, upon ascending a branch, transforms into a phoenix. It is truly astonishing that this senior can so casually produce 13 of them. After pouring the water, Li Muzhi gazed contentedly at the little creatures covered in down. The chicks, having eaten their fill, hurried over to drink water. It was then that Li Muzhi noticed something unusual about the rooster. Each of its eyes had two pupils. With a hint of confusion, Li Muzhi reached out to grasp the little rooster chick, pondering whether it was a genetic mutation. How could it have two pupils? Chen Yinua's expression shifted. She had previously suffered a loss at the hands of this Chongming bird. Be careful. Just as she spoke, Li Muzhi had already caught the chick in his hand. He appreciated Chen Yinua's concern. Her care for him seemed to indicate that she had developed feelings for him. Li Muzhi's face brightened, and he raised the chick in his hand, saying, "It's fine. This little thing isn't anything to be afraid of." Chapter 18. Call me Muzhi, or Old Li. The little rooster chirped twice in Li Muzhi's hand as he gently patted its head, saying, "Don't be afraid. I'm just having a look." The chick gradually settled down in Li Muzhi's grasp, occasionally chirping in his direction. The three of them, along with the ox, were astonished. The formidable ancient divine beast, the Chongming bird, was behaving so docilely in his hands. Chen Yinua, having lived for over 1,000 years, had witnessed countless wonders, yet never had she been so taken aback as today. Celestial artifacts were at his fingertips. Celestial herbs scattered about, and divine beasts roamed freely. And no wonder the senior showed no surprise upon hearing that she was the Saintess. What had the senior said earlier? That I wasn't bad and needed to understand more. Did he wish for me to stay by his side? Chen Yinua's expression brightened. To catch the seniors, I was truly a stroke of luck. However, this matter needed to be reported back to her master, and she believed her master would not object. As senior, Chen Yinua bent slightly and clasped her hands. Addressing him respectfully, Li Muzhi furrowed his brow. Why did everyone address him as senior? Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong were taken aback. The Saintess, so exalted, showed such deference. Yet, upon reflection, considering the senior's identity, it was understandable. Even the Saintess's master would have to show such respect. Li Muzhi set the chick down and stood up, brushing off his hands. You are mistaken to call me senior. Chen Yinua was momentarily taken aback. Then, how should I address you? Li Muzhi felt quite satisfied with Chen Yinua and decided to be straightforward. Ahem. My name is Li Muzhi. You may call me Muzhi or Old Li. Chen Yinua was stunned. This form of address. How could she dare to be so disrespectful? Seeing her bashfulness, Li Muzhi thought, this girl is indeed shy. However, I find it endearing, feeling nervous about confessing to a girl for the first time. Especially with Yi, and by watching, he continued, I think you are quite suitable. Your age is also acceptable. Li Muzhi spoke slowly, hoping to dispel her concerns about their age difference. After all, being in her 20s did not qualify her as a leftover woman. Chen Yinua's face lit up. Did the senior believe she was suitable to be his disciple? At 1,532 years. She was not at the pinnacle of cultivation, but was still a remarkable figure in her own right. Seeing the smile on Chen Yinua's face brought Li Muzhi joy. It seemed he had struck a chord with her. He needed to seize this opportunity. Such a beautiful girl should not be missed. Li Muzhi pondered his words and spoke. If you feel that I am acceptable and are willing to follow me, I assure you that I shall not treat you poorly. Having conveyed his intentions, all that remained was to see her response. As long as she remained steadfast, he would wholeheartedly treat her well. This was the essence of Li Muzhi's concept of love. Upon hearing his words, Chen Yinua's heart blossomed with joy. The senior was so humble. Acceptable? With celestial artifacts, celestial herbs, and ancient divine beasts all around. How could that be anything but remarkable? Senior, I am willing. Chen Yinua quickly responded, fearing that Li Muzhi might change his mind. That Li Muzhi exhaled in relief. He had successfully won her over. However, why was the address still senior? It felt so distant. Yinua. Li Muzhi feigned a stern expression, pretending to be upset. Still calling me senior. Shouldn't you change how you address me? Seeing Li Muzhi's serious demeanor, Chen Yinua had no choice but to lower her head slightly, and, with a hint of hesitation, called out, Muzhi. Li Muzhi smiled in satisfaction. That was more like it. Yet, was this girl too shy? It was merely a matter of addressing him more intimately. Why was she so bashful that she couldn't even lift her head? If this were in a previous life, they'd already be calling each other husband and wife. There would be no such embarrassment. Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong watched in astonishment as the Saintess pledged herself to Li Muzhi, hastily clasping their hands to congratulate them. Congratulations, Saintess, and congratulations to you, Li. Brother Li. As they spoke, they felt something was amiss. Since Senior Li did not wish to be addressed as Senior, shouldn't they refer to him on equal footing? That would make them sound a rank above the Saintess. Hiss! As the words left their mouths, they felt a chill run down their spines that Li Muzhi also felt it was strange. He frowned at Yi Shouqi and Bai Nong. Stop calling her leftover woman. It sounds terrible. Call her Inua instead. What a lovely name. Yi Shouqi and Bai Nong's lips twitched. Was he trying to get them killed? Aside from Senior and a few others, who in the world would dare to call the Saintess by her name? Was the term Saintess unpleasant? This was something only the Senior would dare to say. Chaninua's eyes curved in a crescent, sparkling with vitality. Her smile resembled a camellia drenched in morning DEW. Atio having encountered Senior Li today and gained his favor was more significant than anything else. Her identity as the Saintess was of little consequence. The Senior, of such esteemed status, chose to interact equally with a mere mortal to elevate herself. Maintaining an air of superiority would be rather ungrateful. With this in mind, Chanino smiled and said, "No matter. You may address me as Inoa." Yi Shouqi and Bai Nong's hearts raced. Their faces flushed with embarrassment. Yet, since both Senior Li and the Saintess had spoken, they had no choice but to comply. Congratulations, Inua, and best wishes to you, Brother Li. After speaking, they still felt something was off. Did that not place them a whole rank above the Saintess? However, seeing that the Saintess was not upset, they breathed a sigh of relief. Li Muzhi glanced at the collapsed house, feeling a twinge of regret. That if only the house had not fallen, they could have held the wedding. Now, with no home, the wedding could not take place. That it would not do to have such a beautiful girl sharing a bed with him under the open sky. Bai Nong caught a glimpse of Li Muzhi's furrowed brow. It was indeed about the house. He thought to himself, this is my moment to shine. Brother Li. Bai Nong rushed forward, fearing Yi Shouqi might steal his thunder. I'll find someone to help you repair the house. Yi Shouqi was taken aback, immediately feeling regretful. Why didn't I think of that? Bai Nong beat me to it. Li Muzhi felt a surge of happiness. It seemed a solution for the wedding house was at hand. However, he needed to maintain a facade of modesty. With an apologetic smile, he waved his hand. Oh, that wouldn't be appropriate. That it was Bai Nong who helped earlier. Yi Shouqi's eyes lit up. He thought, this is my chance. Indeed, he blocked Bai Nong, saying, since Bai has done it once, I'll do it this time. Consider it my gift to you both. Bai Nong's expression darkened. He could not allow himself to be usurped like this. I'll do it. I'll do it. Neither of them used their cultivation. Engaging in a tussle like middle-aged men quarreling in the street, that Li Muzhi felt deeply moved. They were genuinely competing to help him repair his house. These were true friends. Chaninua, seeing their stubbornness, finally spoke up. Why don't you both work on this together? Upon the Saintess's command, Yi Shouqi and Bai Nong relented. Chaninua turned back, nodding slightly. I still need to return and explain the situation. Please excuse me for a few days. Muzhi. Li Muzhi nodded. He had been too impatient and had forgotten about her family. The house would require some time to repair, which would provide her the opportunity to return home and explain the situation. Chapter 19. Bringing some local specialties for the Saintess, Li Muzhi wished to accompany her, but considering he still had a cow and 13 chickens to care for, he decided against it. As Chaninua turned to leave, Li Muzhi suddenly called out, Inua, wait. Chaninua paused, uncertain of what the Senior intended. Li Muzhi stepped into the ruins of the house and rummaged through the debris. Recalling his memories. Found it. Li Muzhi retrieved a string of sausages from the rubble, brushed off the dirt, and handed them to Chun Inua. Here, don't go back empty-handed. Take some local specialties from my hometown. Since he had resolved to marry someone else, it would be inappropriate for Chun Inua to return empty-handed. He had consumed one deer, given one front leg to Granny Zhang, and turned the remaining meat into sausages using the deer's intestines. Chun Inua immediately discerned that this was the flesh of a deer demon, yet it was intertwined with formidable fire attribute energy. Hometown? Could it be the realm of the immortals? So this is how the immortal world refines demon beasts. Li Muzhi noticed Chun Inua lost in thought, probably because she had never encountered such a thing. Take this home, wash it thoroughly, and simmer it over fire for half an hour. Once cooled, slice it. As he spoke, Li Muzhi smacked his lips. One bite, and the oil along with perfectly balanced seasoning will fill your mouth. It's simply delightful. Yi Xiuji and Bai Nong tiptoed to take a look, swallowing hard. While speaking, Li Muzhi pulled out a jar of corn wine from the system. "In this, my own brewed wine. Drink it sparingly." As the wine appeared, a faint aroma wafted through the air. This, such rich spiritual energy. Bai Nong's eyes fixed hungrily on the jar of wine in Li Muzhi's hand, murmuring, "Brother Yi, this seems even more potent than your plum blossom wine." "No kidding." Yi Xiuji's eyes nearly popped out, his expression dazed. "It's like heaven and earth apart." Chen in awe, being closest, felt the intensity most profoundly. Was this truly wine? It was akin to celestial nectar. This is too precious. Chen Inua quickly declined, feeling unworthy of such opulence. Li Muzhi waved his hand, pressing the wine into her grasp. "Compared to you, this is nothing." Warmth filled Chen Inua's heart. It turned out she held such significance in the elder's eyes. "Then I shall accept it. Thank you. With me, there is no need for such formality." Li Muzhi smiled gently, advising, "While the day is still young, set off quickly and return early." Chen Inua stored the sausage and the jar of corn wine. Then with a swift motion, vanished from sight. That Li Muzhi was momentarily taken aback. She was indeed a cultivator. How careless of me. I can't cultivate. What if her family disdains me? Yet from her demeanor, she seemed unconcerned about my lack of cultivation. Hopefully, her family won't object. Yi Xiuji and Bai Nong exchanged glances in the direction the Saintess had departed, hastily bidding farewell to Li Muzhi. It wouldn't be appropriate for the two of them not to see her off. That Li Muzhi quickly grabbed the two, grinning. "By the way, about my house. Rest assured, Brother Li, this time we will ensure the house doesn't collapse." Yi Xiuji's words were laced with innuendo, and Bai Nong immediately caught on. Was he implying that I didn't put in enough effort when building for the elderly? Li Muzhi didn't think too much of it, as long as someone was willing to pay for the repairs. That was sufficient. Whether it would stand or not was uncertain. In front of Li Muzhi, Bai Nong couldn't express his frustration, so he had to proceed to see off the Saintess. After sending off the three, Li Muzhi hurriedly began to sort through the remnants in the ruins. The house had collapsed, but usable items couldn't simply be discarded. Acquiring new furniture required resources. Upon returning to the Kaishan sect, Chen Inua was soon followed by Yi Xiuji and Bai Nong. "Saintess, please stay a while longer." Yi Xiuji bowed respectfully, acknowledging the Saintess's esteemed presence. That they asked the sect leader of Kaishan sect. It would be remiss not to extend an invitation to a revered guest. This was merely a formality. The Saintess would undoubtedly not linger. After all, Elderly had instructed her to return promptly, and she wouldn't dare to delay. Chinua smiled faintly, waving her hand. "You are too kind. Sect leader Yi, please take care of the matter regarding the elder's residence." The Saintess's courteous demeanor left Yi Xiuji and Bai Nong in awe. "We will do our utmost." Chun Inua nodded, stating calmly, "Return to the imperial city." With that, she set off, followed closely by her attendants. Yi Xiuji and Bai Nong quickly clasped their fists, exclaiming, "We bid farewell to the Saintess." Once Chun Inua had departed, Yi Xiuji and Bai Nong finally breathed a sigh of relief. The Saintess had only been present for a few short hours, yet they felt as though ages had passed. Bai Nong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, lifting a cup of tea. "I thought we might not escape this calamity, but fortunately, it was without danger." Yi Xiuji shared a sense of surviving a disaster, exhaling slowly. "It was all due to that treacherous servant, who sought to harm us after reaping benefits." Upon mentioning Manager Chen, both suddenly realized. Manager Chen had been kicked by Jing until his cultivation was shattered and was likely hiding away somewhere. Bai Nong narrowed his eyes, a glint of malice flashing through. "Without cultivation, he can't go far. Should I send someone?" "No need for such measures." Yi Xiuji waved his hand, speaking solemnly. "He is still an official of the court. Killing a court official would bring trouble upon us." Bai Nong nodded, lifting his teacup again. "The court probably won't let him off either. We indeed need not take action ourselves." Zong, zong. Within the Kaishan sect, the bell tolled, signaling the conclusion of the Southwest Cultivation Exchange Conference's competitions. Hearing the bell, Yi Xiuji and Bai Nong stepped outside. This time, Their two sects were the largest present, yet they had been elusive throughout Dawai Shioji, and by Nong felt quite embarrassed that Dawai Shioji, being the host, had only appeared at the opening ceremony. Otherwise, he was either by Li Muji's side or in a secret chamber studying the king's blade technique. The Saintess' appearance had not stirred any other attendees. The other sect leaders were entirely unaware of the happenings, that as soon as Yi Shioji and Bai Nong showed themselves, the leaders of various sects expressed their grievances. Sect leader Y, sect leader Bai. It is a pleasure to finally see you both. The conference is nearing its end. Manager Chan is missing, and you two have not made an appearance. What is the meaning of this? The crowd buzzed, leaving the two men with a headache. These individuals, lacking in cultivation, couldn't perceive the multitude of disturbances outside the city, yet they were incessantly chattering. Why Shioji raised his hand to quiet them. And only then did the sect leaders cease their clamoring. Esteemed guests, I apologize. Indeed, much has transpired. Yi Shioji paused, then slowly continued. Sect leader Bai and I have been outside ensuring the conference proceeds smoothly. The other sect leaders exchanged glances, quickly inquiring, what has happened? This matter is confidential under the court's orders, so I cannot disclose it to you. Yi Shioji casually deflected, thinking to himself that with all the commotion these days, it was hardly his fault they hadn't sensed anything. The crowd exchanged glances, their curiosity piqued by the air of secrecy. Although they no longer asked directly, each sect leader privately resolved to send someone to investigate. They were determined to uncover the truth behind the events. Chapter 20. He is the opportunity. Chinino sat atop her flying carriage, traveling without pause, arriving at the imperial city the following day. She did not rush to enter the palace, instead heading directly back to her sect. The matter concerning Elder Li should first be reported to her master. Her master had already achieved great perfection in transcending tribulation. Once the opportunity arose, she could ascend to the immortal realm. Elder Li's situation might pique her master's interest. Bali Restaurant, located in the northern part of the imperial city, is the most spiritually dense place. A dream cultivation spot for practitioners. Cultivating here often yields results 100 or even 1,000 times faster than elsewhere. Moreover, Bali Restaurant is highly regarded by the royal family of the Great Xia, serving as a protectorate for the nation. Chen Yinhua arrived alone at the foot of the sect, employing her speed-enhancing technique, and a magnificent palace suspended in mid-air came into view. The characters Bali Restaurant were elegantly inscribed, hanging prominently above the sect. Seen the Saintess. The disciples guarding the entrance, upon recognizing her, hastily bowed and opened the door. Chen Yinhua nodded slightly, slowly returning to the sect. Once inside, she halted, asking, has Master emerged from seclusion these past few days? The gatekeeper disciple shook his head slowly, replying, Master has not yet exited seclusion. Chen Yinhua furrowed her brow, proceeding straight to her master's secluded cave. Two disciples at the late stage of the void realm sat cross-legged outside, guarding the entrance. Sensing Chen Yinhua's arrival, they promptly stood. Greetings, senior sister Chen. Chen Yinhua nodded slightly, inquiring softly, has there been any sign of Master emerging? The two shook their heads helplessly. Chen Yinhua felt a surge of anxiety. Her master had mentioned during seclusion that she sought to comprehend opportunities and search for a way into the immortal realm. Now, hundreds of years had passed without any sign of progress, indicating difficulty. Thank you for your efforts, sisters. Chen Yinhua glanced at her master's cave, letting out a soft sigh. Let me guard here for now. The two disciples were delighted. Guarding here was indeed tedious, so a respite was most welcome. Such matters were best kept discreet. They merely bowed slightly in response. Yes. Chen Yinhua sat down cross-legged, contemplating how to coax her master out. Her master had a rather fiery temperament. Without a proper approach, she might end up on the receiving end of a scolding. As Chen Yinhua's mind whirled, she beamed and retrieved the jar of wine Li Muji had given her. Once the corn wine was revealed, the aroma instantly permeated the air. Chen Yinhua inhaled deeply, the rich fragrance infused with spiritual energy, causing her own cultivation to stir with excitement. Wow! Chen Yinhua exhaled contentedly, slowly opening the jar, and even more intense fragrance wafted forth. As if the very spiritual energy of Bali Restaurant was drawn to the jar, swirling rapidly toward the wine. Chen Inua's expression changed dramatically. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth formed a massive vortex, continuously pouring into the liquid. Disciples of Baoyi restaurant gazed in astonishment at Chen Inua's direction. What? What is happening? Is it from the direction of Master's seclusion? Is Master about to ascend to the immortal realm? The commotion at Baoyi restaurant quickly drew the attention of the imperial city. Countless practitioners turned their gaze northward, murmuring, Baoyi restaurant. In the depths of the palace, a lavishly dressed woman paused, glancing towards Baoyi restaurant. Is she about to step into the immortal realm? Gulp! Upon gazing at the liquid within the wine jar, Chen Inua's heart jolted, and she hastily sealed the J. My goodness. This commotion is rather excessive, isn't it? Splash! Just as Chen Inua capped the jar, her master Miaoyu's secluded chamber slowly creaked open, a woman's voice. Languid yet commanding, echoed, Enter! Chen Inua chuckled, cradling the wine jar, and skipped into the chamber with light, joyful steps, that if Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong were to witness this, they would surely be astonished, for they would never expect the exalted Saintess to display such girlish exuberance. A woman clad in a simple, long gown, appearing to be in her 30s, sat gracefully within the chamber, her countenance somewhat haggard. Child, you are already a Saintess, yet you still behave like a child. Chen Inua approached Miaoyu, holding the wine jar, her face adorned with a playful grin. Before my master, I shall eternally be a child. Miaoyu chuckled softly, casting a sidelong glance at the wine in Chen Inua's hands. Why disturb my seclusion? If you do not satisfy me, I shall impose a punishment. Chen Inua retracted her neck slightly and playfully stuck out her tongue. Master, you must find this intriguing. Oh! Miaoyu lowered her crossed legs, her interest piqued as she regarded Chen Inua. Do tell. Chen Inua eagerly presented the jar, her face aglow with delight. You must first take a look at this. Miaoyu cast a glance, having sensed previously that the wine contained a remarkably rich spiritual essence. Yet for her, even the most potent spiritual essence held little allure. Is this all? Merely a richness of spiritual energy. Chen Inua scratched her head, grinning. Naturally, it pales in comparison to your standards, but the one who crafted this wine will surely pique your interest. Miaoyu huffed lightly, pondering how, in a world where she had reached the pinnacle of her cultivation, there could exist someone capable of capturing her curiosity. Sensing her master's disdain, Chen Inua quickly added, This person possesses immortal artifacts. Immortal artifacts? Miaoyu gently shook her head, unfazed. I, too, possess immortal artifacts. He has at least 4 immortal artifacts. A mere 4 artifacts? The disdain on Miaoyu's face abruptly stiffened, and she exclaimed, At least 4? It was the first time Chen Inua had seen her master in such a state, and she couldn't help but chuckle. Miaoyu narrowed her phoenix-like eyes at Chen Inua, her confidence evidently wavering. So, what of it? Chen Inua bit her lower lip, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at her master. He also possesses 13 ancient divine beasts. Cough, cough. Miaoyu suddenly coughed, her expression one of disbelief as she stared at Chen Inua. 13? Chen Inua nodded, asserting that had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would never have believed it. I personally witnessed 1 Zhuke bird and 12 quasi-phoenixes that had yet to perch upon the branches. Hiss! Miaoyu inhaled sharply, her stunning visage filled with astonishment. What is this person's cultivation level? Immeasurable! Chen Inua furrowed her brow and slowly replied. The elder conceals his cultivation, yet that Zhuke bird was utterly powerless in his presence. Miaoyu's lightly tinted lips parted, momentarily forgetting to close them, as she gradually rose. The ancient divine beast Zhuke, even when newly hatched, rivals those in the late stages of the void realm. As Miaoyu paced slowly within the chamber, she murmured, Immortal artifacts? Could it be? This person hails from the immortal realm? Chen Inua, contemplative, regarded her master and suddenly recalled the seeds planted by Li Muzhi in the fields. By the way, Chen Inua approached her master and spoke. The elder has also cultivated numerous immortal herbs, many of which I have never seen before. Miaoyu's eyes sparkled with excitement, exclaiming, It must be. It has been tens of thousands of years since anyone has ascended to the immortal realm from the lower realms. This person may very well have come for this purpose. He is the opportunity. Chapter 21. Stirring the ancients, Chun Inua stared blankly at her master. For she had heard of this matter long ago. Among the perfected tribulation transcendents, there were 9 from the human race and 8 from the demon race, totaling 17 individuals. The limit for perfected tribulation transcendence was 30,000 years. Throughout hundreds of thousands of years, countless perfected cultivators had perished with unfulfilled regrets, having awaited the chance to ascend to the immortal realm until their final moments. The last to ascend was her ancestor, Chun Xiang. Before his ascension, he had left behind a poem. Before me, no ancient figures. After me, no future arrivals. Contemplating the vastness of heaven and earth, I am left alone, shedding tears. After me, no future arrivals. Her ancestor must have discovered something, prompting such a poignant verse. Just as her ancestor had stated, no one else had ascended to the immortal realm since. After a calamity struck the immortal realm, the path to ascension from the lower realms was severed. Such rumors had circulated within the cultivation world for hundreds of thousands of years. People were reluctant to believe it, yet the passage of time seemed to corroborate these claims. Chun Inua glanced at her master with deep concern. Her master, already over 16,000 years old, must also be troubled by this matter. Otherwise, why would she be so eager to enter seclusion and grasp the opportunity? It was no wonder that her master was so agitated upon hearing that the elder might hail from the immortal realm. Recalling her encounter with Muzhi, Chun Inua suddenly remembered the sausage he had given her. Chun Inua retrieved the sausage from Muzhi and presented it to her master. The elder mentioned this is a specialty from his homeland. Miaoyu's heart leaped with joy as she carefully accepted the sausage from Chun Inua's hands. A specialty from his homeland. Its length, thickness, and firmness. Indeed, not a product of the lower realms. Miaoyu's delicate hands caressed the sausage, a hint of reluctance to part with it. Did the elder mention anything else? Chun Inua recalled and promptly recited Muzhi's exact words. I see, Miaoyu exclaimed. Her gaze fixed on the sausage with rapt attention. The elder is imparting the method of use. Quick, prepare an iron pot. The elders of the 100 Flavors restaurant were stirred by Miaoyu's emergence from seclusion, and the preceding commotion sparked many imaginations. Deep within the imperial palace, a woman adorned in opulent garments abruptly sat up from her couch. What? Miaoyu has emerged from seclusion? The palace maid delivering the news promptly bowed her head and respectfully replied, Indeed, Your Majesty, she has indeed emerged. The empress narrowed her eyes, deep in thought as she pondered for a long while, as if immobilized. The palace maid knelt on the ground, waiting for a response, and cautiously raised her head for a glance. The empress's figure gradually dissipated, having already departed the palace. Within the imperial city, a myriad of forces thrived, each with their own spies, and news of Miaoyu's emergence from seclusion swiftly spread to other corners of the cultivation continent. In the far west, amidst snow-capped mountains, a middle-aged man stroked his graying beard. Could it be, she has truly comprehended the opportunity to ascend to the immortal realm? By the shores of the eastern sea, deep within Pinghai Pavilion, a youthful-looking elder furrowed his brow. What has she done upon emerging from seclusion? Reporting to the elder, she requested a pot. A pot. This only deepened his frown, murmuring to himself in bewilderment. Chun Inua stood behind her master, watching the iron pot before her, too timid to speak loudly. Within the pot, a section of sausage was being boiled. Chun Inua had never witnessed the mundane affairs of the world at the 100 Flavors restaurant. Nor had she seen her master cooking like a mortal. Wisps of azure smoke spiraled upwards as the water in the pot began to boil. The fragrant aroma of venison encased within the sausage wafted through the air, mingling with the spices of chili and Sichuan pepper. Miaoyu closed her eyes, inhaling deeply the enticing scent that filled the chamber. Ah, is this the essence of an item from the immortal realm? Miaoyu exclaimed in awe, suddenly furrowing her brow. This old hag's news travels fast. Chun Inua stifled a giggle, thinking that perhaps only her master would dare to refer to the empress in such a manner. Inua, you should step away from here. Miaoyu turned slightly, hastily instructing. Such an opportunity must not be disclosed to others. Chun Inua nodded vigorously, swiftly taking her leave. While the empress may hold no power over her master, she could certainly compel Chun Inua to speak. Remaining in this place, whether answering or remaining silent, would be perilous. Evading was the wisest choice. Miayu glanced in the direction Chinua had departed, then turned back, waving her hand to stow the iron pot before waving again to disperse the lingering aromas in the air. Moments later, Empress Xia Yao had arrived before Miayu. Squatting on the ground, Miayu idly picked up a stick and absently poked at the firewood. The Empress furrowed her brows, casting a suspicious glance at Miayu. Miayu raised her head to meet the Empress's gaze, dusted off her hands, and stood. "Oh, what wind has blown this old hag to my humble abode?" Empress Xia Yao narrowed her eyes, observing Miayu with a knowing expression. "What trickery are you up to? You old immortal. How peculiar." Miayu huffed, rolling her eyes. "The 100 Flavors restaurant is my domain. Must you meddle in my affairs? Across the world, there is no land that does not belong to the sovereign. The 100 Flavors restaurant hovers high above. It is not the sovereign's land." The two exchanged eye rolls, each ignoring the other. Miayu cast a furtive glance at Empress Xia Yao, awaiting her to lose interest and depart, allowing her to continue refining the immortal item as per the instructions of that celestial being. Neither made a move, and the fragrance emanating from Miayu gradually spread. Xia Yao caught a whiff of the aroma, and her eyes lit up. "What is that scent emanating from you?" Miayu's heart skipped a beat, in her haste to disperse the scent in the air. She had forgotten that the aroma clung to her. Xia Yao stepped closer, her face alight with a smile as she approached Miayu, keenly sensing the air around her. The scent of the dear demon? And something fiery as well? "Miayu, where is Inua?" Xia Yao inquired with a knowing smile. "No wonder I sensed someone leaving earlier. I was puzzled." Miayu sighed softly, realizing that even the most meticulous plans can have their oversights. The old hag possesses an astonishing sense of smell. It seems that the news of the Saintess' return to the imperial city can no longer be concealed. Sooner or later, she will make the connection between these two matters. "Enough!" With a graceful flick of her wrist, Miayu produced an iron pot, saying, "As sisters, we shall share this opportunity." "Opportunity?" Xia Yao gasped in surprise, staring blankly at the iron pot that Miayu had revealed. This. Truly an opportunity. The aroma emanating from the pot was identical to the scent surrounding Miayu, only more intense. Xia Yao reached out eagerly to lift the lid, entirely disregarding the Empress Dowager's status. Crack! Miayu gently smacked Xia Yao's hand with her fair, jade-like fingers, admonishing, "Not yet. It will take another quarter of an hour." Startled, Xia Yao quickly withdrew her hand. The two formidable beings at the peak of their tribulation phase resembled two village women, tending to the iron pot and occasionally adding fuel to the fire. Chapter 22. The beautiful bride returns. This sausage is crafted from the flesh of a deer demon, and Miayu was aware that she could not keep it a secret from Xia Yao. Seizing the opportunity while the fire burned, Miayu summoned Chinua. Upon her arrival, Chinua was astonished to find her master and the Empress Dowager in such a state. Where was the demeanor of a peak tribulation expert? "I pay my respects to my master and to her majesty." So engrossed were Miayu and Xia Yao in the contents of the pot that they only then noticed Chun Inua's presence. "No need for such formalities," Xia Yao exclaimed excitedly, assisting Chun Inua to her feet. "I heard you encountered an immortal?" Chun Inua nodded, recounting her experiences in detail. The more Xia Yao listened, the more intense her astonishment became. Celestial artifacts, unknown divine herbs, ancient mythical beasts. What could be more divine than an immortal? Xia Yao clasped Miayu's hands in excitement, murmuring, "Miayu, this truly is a magnificent opportunity." Miayu could fully empathize with Xia Yao's feelings, akin to a drowning person grasping a life-saving straw. This opportunity may very well enable the two of us to ascend to the immortal realm. Xia Yao nodded vigorously, eager to set off immediately to meet Li Muzhi. "Sister, do not be hasty." Miayu gently restrained Xia Yao, explaining, "Since the immortal has concealed their powers, they must have deeper intentions. We must not disturb them recklessly." Xia Yao, realizing the gravity of the situation, nodded in understanding. There was no need for haste. As the three conversed, the sausage in the pot was finally cooked. After slicing it thinly, Miayu and Xia Yao respectfully partook of a piece. The mingling of the deer meat's demonic energy with the fire attribute, created a delightful flavor that instantly filled their mouths. Both women savored the experience, though all their cultivation levels responded. There was no significant change. This left them slightly disappointed. Could it be that they had misjudged the situation? You try. Chun-Ino nodded, taking a piece of sausage, and a powerful surge of spiritual energy quickly surged into her dantian. Such potent spiritual energy. Chun-Ino quickly circulated her cultivation method. Feeling her prowess increase significantly, Miaoyu and Xia Yao exchanged glances, each forming their own conclusions. The gifts bestowed by the immortal seemed to have limited effect on those at the peak of tribulation. Yet they offered substantial assistance to other cultivators. Xia Yao furrowed her brows, puzzled. Miaoyu, what do you think? Miaoyu took another bite of the sausage, contemplating for a moment before responding. All signs indicate that the elder must hail from the immortal realm. Xia Yao found no objection to this. To possess such an abundance of celestial artifacts and unknown divine herbs, and to effortlessly command ancient mythical beasts, such actions could only belong to an immortal. Miaoyu gazed southwest, murmuring, the items the elder entrusted to Inu may merely be an introduction. Xia Yao's eyes brightened as she exclaimed, You mean, the elder wishes for us to go to them? Miaoyu nodded. What status does an immortal hold? Surely, they would not deign to descend to speak with mere tribulation experts. Then what are we waiting for? Xia Yao exclaimed with joy, hastily grasping Miaoyu's hand. Let us depart at once. Miaoyu seized Xia Yao, who, as the Empress Dowager, usually exhibited a languid demeanor, but today seemed so impulsive. The elder merely asked Inua to return and explain the situation as quickly as possible. They did not instruct us to go. Miaoyu chuckled inwardly, determined not to allow that old hag to accompany them. The opportunity was brought back by her disciple, and if there were only one such opportunity, it would be uncertain who would receive it. Moreover, the elder had indeed only instructed Inua to return swiftly, without mentioning others. The words of an immortal require careful interpretation. Misunderstanding could provoke their displeasure. It is always prudent to exercise caution. Xia Yao furrowed her brow, feeling a restless itch in her heart as a great opportunity lay before her, yet she could not grasp it immediately. Inua, return to the elder without delay. Miaoyu urged Chun-Ino earnestly. Try to discern if they are willing to meet with my master. Chun-Ino nodded, turning to leave. Wait, Xia Yao called after her, advising. Be sure to be tactful. Do not offend the immortal. Understood, Chun-Ino replied, hastily heading southwest. Traveling at full speed, Chun-Ino arrived near the Kaishan sect within a day. Along the way, she pondered how best to inquire about the situation. However, recalling the elder's gentle temperament, which showed no airs, eased her anxiety somewhat. As she crested a small hill, she spotted Li Muji's dwelling, where craftsmen were busily constructing new houses. This time, the buildings were made of sturdy rectangular stones. Appearing far more robust, Li Muji held the plow's handle in one hand, while the other held a golden rope as he barefooted tilled the land. Chinua gazed in astonishment at Li Muji. The elder's lifestyle was hardly distinguishable from that of an ordinary person, if it were not for the fact that the one tilling the land was the notorious demon king of the demon realm. And the rope in hand was not a mere golden cord, and the crops in the field were not divine herbs. Chun-Ino would certainly believe that the individual in the field was just an exceptionally ordinary mortal. Why would the elder choose to disguise themselves as an ordinary person? Chun-Ino approached Li Muji slowly, filled with curiosity. Crack! Li Muji gently tapped the demon king with a branch. Move! With a sharp command, the demon king suddenly exerted force, pulling the plow forward, turning the soil beneath them. Huff, huff! The demon king panted heavily, feeling utterly aggrieved. Why the need to suppress my demonic energy with the golden rope while tilling the land? I never said I wouldn't work. If only I could use a bit of my demonic power, this field would have been plowed long ago. Yet they insist on restricting me, no matter how strong my physical strength is. I cannot withstand the suppression of a celestial artifact. Filled with complaints, the demon king had barely paused when Li Muji's branch struck again. Crack! The branch made a light sound against the demon king's body. Resigned to his fate, the demon king continued to pull the plow forward. Working brings with it a fair share of troubles, yet not working brings even greater worries. comfort is reserved for ancient mythical beasts, as a mere demon from this realm. My fate is to labor. Onward, diligent worker, the demon king muttered to himself, dragging the plow to the other end of the field. Muzhi pulled the golden rope back. Wow, as Muzhi's prolonged voice echoed. The demon king swiftly turned in the direction of the tugging rope. Once positioned properly, Muzhi lightly tapped the demon king again with the branch, commanding, "Move!" Huff! The demon king lowered his head and exhaled heavily. Persevere, just a few more rounds, and this plot of land will be finished. The demon king continued to encourage himself, just as he was about to pull the plow forward when he suddenly caught sight of Chun-Ino not far away. His heart leaped with joy. Finally, someone had arrived, and he could take a break. Move! The demon king halted, calling out in Chun-Ino's direction. Muzhi turned in surprise, a smile spreading across his face as he exclaimed, "My beautiful bride has returned." Chapter 23. It seems we have arrived at an inopportune time. Muzhi released the demon king from the plowing apparatus. Huff! The demon king sighed in relief. Finally allowed a moment's respite, the Muzhi tossed the plow into the field and secured the golden rope to a tree. With the golden rope no longer exerting control, the demon king's demonic energy surged forth. Boom! The demonic energy erupted within the demon king, akin to a river overflowing its banks. Chun-Ino's expression shifted as she sensed the overwhelming demonic energy. The demon king was equally astonished. Why had his demonic energy suddenly strengthened so dramatically? Could it be? The demon king stared incredulously at Muzhi. It dawned on him that the master had been suppressing his energy with a celestial artifact to aid in his cultivation. The powerful restraining effect of the golden rope had continuously compressed his demonic energy, resulting in a qualitative transformation in purity and strength. The demon king felt a pang of regret. Had he continued to plow, he might have broken through to the demon king realm, ascending to the demon emperor realm. The demon emperor is equivalent to a human at the void realm. Once his cultivation improved, he could return to settle the score with that monkey. Though the demon king's commotion was significant, Muzhi and the craftsman merely sensed a sudden gust of wind before tranquility returned. "Inoa, you returned so quickly?" Chun-Ino nodded, just about to address Muzhi as elder, but then recalled that he disliked that title. "I didn't stop much along the way, so I returned swiftly." Muzhi felt a surge of joy. She hadn't stopped much. Clearly, she had been eager to return, which suggested she missed him dearly. Cluck, cluck! As they conversed, the 13 chicks in the nearby coop began to chirp. Muzhi glanced over and noticed that the feeding trough was empty. Chun-Ino cast a glance, her eyes brimming with astonishment. "Is it really this big?" The tiny down on the little chicks had already transformed into feathers, and their size was now nearly double what she had seen before. Particularly striking was the rooster, whose comb was beginning to become distinctly apparent. Muzhi nodded, retrieving some distiller's grains from his system to feed the chickens. "This growth rate is rather slow. Back in my hometown, they grow even faster." In the countryside, indigenous chickens take several months to mature, while industrially raised broilers reach their full size in just a few weeks, often finishing their brief lives in a mere 20 days. Chun-Ino felt a pang in her heart and silently followed along. Hometown? Could it indeed be a realm of immortals? Observing the chicks happily pecking at their feed filled Muzhi with joy. If they grew quickly and began laying eggs, he could set up a stall and start a business. Once he earned enough, a wedding would follow. The thought of marrying such a beautiful girl as Chun-Ino stirred a sense of excitement within him. What was particularly remarkable was that, as a cultivator, she showed no disdain for him. An ordinary person unable to practice cultivation, Muzhi clapped his hands and led Chun-Ino to a makeshift shelter. It contained a simple stove and a wooden bed, a temporary arrangement while he awaited the completion of his new home. "It's almost noon. You should start the fire." He rolled up his sleeves and poured a ladle of water into the pot. "I invited Brother Yi and Brother Bai over for dinner yesterday." Chun-Ino stared at Muzhi, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Muzhi washed the pot and, noticing her stillness, looked puzzled. "What's wrong? Can't you start a fire?" "Oh!" Chun-Ino suddenly snapped back to reality, hastily seating herself at the stove. I can start a fire." With her delicate features, she appeared somewhat naive as she fumbled with the task. Muzhi couldn't help but chuckle, thinking how silly it was to try and burn large logs directly. "Let me teach you." He gently shook his head and broke the smaller ends off the rapeseed stalks on the ground. "Here, take this." Chun Enoa was taken aback. Was he really going to burn the celestial herb? Wasn't that a terrible waste? Li Muji sighed, shaking his head. "Just put the wood down and hold this." This girl seemed quite bright, yet she was so clumsy in her actions. However, he realized she likely had never done such things before, so her bewilderment was understandable. "And no matter. I can teach you step by step." Li Muji smiled slightly, taking the firewood from her hands and placing the rapeseed stalks into her grip. "Here, hold this." Chun Enoa looked utterly perplexed, still feeling it was a pity to burn the celestial herb. That Li Muji moved behind her, gently grasping her right hand with his right and her left hand with his left. Chun Enoa trembled all over. What was the senior doing? If he were an ordinary person, such boldness would have earned him a swift punishment. Yet, as he was a senior, she could only submit to his whims. That Li Muji merely thought she was nervous, considering they had yet to formalize their relationship. For a woman in this world, such proximity was already quite intimate. However, since she had agreed before and showed no resistance now, it indicated she was willing to accept this level of closeness. After all, she would eventually be mine. These small moments of sweetness before our honest meeting are the most romantic. Feelings must be nurtured gradually. Li Muji lifted her right hand and gently blew on it. Boom! The fire starter in Chun Enoa's hand ignited with a bright flame. Li Muji then took her left hand and lit the rapeseed stalk. Chun Enoa felt a pang of sorrow. This was a celestial herb, rich in spiritual energy. Was it truly necessary to burn it? "What are you waiting for?" Seeing Chun Enoa dazedly staring at the rapeseed stalk, Li Muji hastily helped her place it into the stove. Crack! As the fire blazed, he quickly broke several more rapeseed stalks to keep the flames alive. Start the fire by using the easily ignited materials first. As he handed more stalks to the stove, he instructed her on how to tend to the fire. Once it ignites, gradually add the larger pieces. Chun Enoa nodded, but as she watched Li Muji continuously throw the celestial herbs into the flames, her heart ached. That Li Muji noticed she seemed to be catching on, so he passed her a stalk. "Here, you do it." "Huh? What are you hesitating for? Don't let the fire go out." "Oh!" Chun Enoa's face twitched slightly, and she closed her eyes tightly, pushing the rapeseed stalk into the fire. Li Muji found it amusing. Why did she act as if she were losing something precious? "The fire is quite strong now. You can add the firewood." He selected a smaller piece from the pile and handed it to Chun Enoa. "Start with the small ones. Once they catch fire, you can add the larger logs, step by step." Chun Enoa sighed in relief, glad she wouldn't have to keep burning the celestial herbs. That I in the distance, Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong had just finished their discussions and hurried over. Yesterday, Li Muji had invited them for lunch as a gesture of gratitude. Such an extraordinary invitation had kept them awake all night. That as they approached, both Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong felt their hearts drop. Why were Li Muji and the Saintess so intimate? They were so close that Li Muji had placed his hand on the Saintess's arm. Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a mix of shock and concern. "It seems we have arrived at an inopportune moment." Chapter 24. Li Muji and the Saintess have issues. Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong observed for a moment. Feeling increasingly awkward, to stumble upon such a scene was quite alarming. The Saintess was so close to a man. If word got out, it would undoubtedly stir a massive uproar. Across the land, countless young men admired the Saintess, if not millions, then certainly hundreds of thousands. Were it not for the Saintess's vow against forming a partnership, the 100-flavor pavilion would be inundated with suitors. To why Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong exchanged glances, both feeling a sense of discomfort. Yi Xiuqi nudged Bai Nong, gesturing subtly behind them, as if to say, "Shall we leave and pretend we were never here?" Bai Nong immediately understood Yi Xiuqi's intent and nodded slightly. To Li Muji and the Saintess, with their formidable skills, had naturally sensed their presence. Thus far, neither had reacted, meaning they must wish for the two of them to disappear, pretending nothing had occurred. The Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong turned around, tiptoeing to leave. Just as they lifted their feet, Li Muji's voice called out, "Oh, when did you two arrive?" Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong froze, their raised foot suspended midair. What did Li Muji mean by that? Hadn't he wanted them to leave unnoticed? Their faces turned awkward as they forced out a smile. Just arrived, huh? Huh. Li Muji approached the stove, preparing to start cooking. It'll be ready soon. Feel free to sit. Chen Yinhua stole a glance at Yi Xiuqi and by Gnome before turning back to the fire. Her attention had been solely on Li Muji until now, and she had completely overlooked the two of them. Perhaps it was a result of recalling the previous intimate moments or the heat from the stove. But a faint blush crept onto her cheeks, resembling a delicate pink rose that Yi Xiuqi and by Gnome nodded stiffly, their smiles strained, feeling utterly out of place. Here was Li Muji cooking, and the Saintess tending to the fire. What were they to do but sit idly? The scene felt surreal. The blush on Chen Yinhua's face appeared to Li Muji as a unique beauty, while to Yi Xiuqi and by Gnome, it felt like a lethal poison. The Saintess had actually become shy. Wasn't Li Muji her master? Or was he not? The previous intimacy had certainly caught them off guard. When Li Muji suddenly addressed them, was he warning them not to speak of this? The Saintess and Li Muji had something going on. It had to be. Yi Xiuqi and by Gnome exchanged glances, realizing this was a secret best kept between them. Li Muji pulled out a wooden basin containing the dough he had prepared that morning. With the system's upgraded reward of rice seeds, sown only yesterday, they would not have rice for some time. So he would have to steam buns from flour as the main dish. Make the fire a bit stronger, Li Muji instructed, then began kneading the dough into long strips. Once the dough was ready, he glanced at the kitchen knife in the system. Using it would enhance his proficiency. Each time he reached a new level, the system rewarded him with a knife. The one he was most accustomed to was the one he received when he achieved a state of mastery with his knife techniques. This would do. Swish! The gleaming kitchen knife emerged, its blade inscribed with the words, "Water cold, wind like a knife." At the sight of this knife, Chen Yinhua and the others gasped in surprise. Was this yet another celestial artifact? How many celestial artifacts did this senior possess? The knife emanated an aura of Yin energy, and just a fleeting glance made their blood run cold. Clung, clung. Li Muji expertly sliced the long strip of dough into evenly sized pieces. This knife was particularly easy to wield, as it never picked up any food residue. A quick rinse with water left it spotless. Its weight was perfectly balanced at Yi Xiuqi and by Gnome sat up straight, craning their necks. What a clean and precise technique. Yi Xiuqi was himself a master with blades, and as soon as Li Muji began, he immediately recognized the skill behind it. By Gnome wielded a sword, though the paths were different. They had their similarities, and he too was able to discern the finesse. Senior Li's knife skills may not be swift, yet they resonate with the profound rhythms of the universe that I in that fleeting moment. Both individuals sensed that Senior Li had completely merged with the vastness of existence. Muji cast a satisfied glance at the dough resting on the chopping board, as the system's voice echoed in his mind. Dough quality uniform. Knife proficiency 10, current realm divine skill. Each use of the culinary tool augmented the corresponding tool's proficiency, a concept Li Muji had long since grown accustomed to, and thus did not dwell upon it. The stove blazed with a fierce fire, soon bringing the water in the pot to a boil. The Muji lifted the pot lid, and a cloud of steam enveloped the air, resembling a celestial realm. The dough was arranged at equal intervals on the steamer tray before Li Muji replaced the pot lid. Make sure the fire in the pot doesn't go out, he reminded Chen Yinhua, raising the kitchen knife in his hand. What is so special about this knife? Why are you staring at it? Chen Yinhua snapped back to reality, hastily adding a few sticks of firewood, got a culinary artifact as a knife. How could that be anything but extraordinary? Chen Yinhua's little head was filled with a multitude of questions. With a swift motion, Li Muji retrieved a piece of rib from the wooden rack behind him. Most of the deer meat had been used for making sausages, leaving behind only 2 racks of ribs that he took one, perfectly suited for the first dish, braised ribs with potatoes. Clung, clung, clung. The knife fell rapidly, chopping the ribs into uniformly sized pieces. The knife descended without any hindrance, effortlessly severing the ribs, leaving behind a smooth cut. Muji nodded in satisfaction. The system's kitchen knife was indeed sharp, making bone cutting a trivial task. This scene was met with envy from Chen Yinhua and the others. Truly, it was a divine artifact. Senior did not even need to exert any cultivation. The mere sharpness of the artifact was sufficient to slice through the bones of a deer demon equivalent to the nascent soul stage. When Jing watched as the deer demon's ribs were cleaved, feeling a rush of satisfaction. Those two little demons dared to hunt me down. One day, when I return to the demon clan, I'll slay that stinky monkey first. Then wipe out your entire deer demon lineage, he scoffed, curling his tongue around a stalk of rapeseed and chewing vigorously, as if gnawing on the bones of the deer demon, after properly preparing the ribs. Li Muzhi took out a small knife, ready to peel the potatoes. Chinua gazed in awe at the small knife in Li Muzhi's hand, wondering if this was the divine artifact that Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong had mentioned. Looking at the knife, she felt as though she had seen it before in the ancient texts of her sect. Li Muzhi glanced at Chun Inua and smiled slightly. You seem quite interested? Chun Inua nodded. Was that even a question? A divine artifact. Who wouldn't he be intrigued? Li Muzhi pondered for a moment. Her interest in kitchen affairs was a rare opportunity to nurture, perhaps in the future. She could cook for him. Here, give it a try. Li Muzhi handed the small knife and a potato to Chun Inua. This knife is very sharp, so be careful not to cut yourself. Chun Inua was taken aback. Try it. Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong watched with envy. They had seen countless divine artifacts, but had never owned one that when Jing eyed the small knife in Li Muzhi's hand warily. Feeling a twinge in his nose, Chinua quickly stood up and reached out to take the knife from Li Muzhi. As she bent down, she noticed the intricate pattern on the knife's handle, resembling a design akin to a fish's intestines. Could this be the divine artifact fish intestine sword? Chapter 25, Supreme Taoist Method. Chun Inua stood frozen, realizing that this fish intestine sword had only been mentioned in a few ancient texts. No one had witnessed such a divine artifact in this era. As she nervously accepted the fish intestine sword from Li Muzhi, she immediately felt a surge of immense power. Is this the power of a divine artifact? Her master possessed a divine artifact. The Empress had won, and so did the Emperor. Chun Inua had seen all three, but seeing them and holding one were entirely different concepts. Holding the fish intestine sword, she glanced at the potato in her other hand. For someone of this caliber to use a divine artifact for peeling was truly a waste. Be careful not to injure yourself. And don't peel too thick, Li Muzhi advised, turning away to prepare the ingredients for the second dish. Chun Inua nodded, feeling a sense of loss as she used the fish intestine sword to peel the potato. Li Muzhi retrieved a block of tofu from the system. The second dish, two-sided yellow. The craftsmen were hammering away at the stone materials nearby. Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong sat awkwardly to the side, feeling the need to spark a conversation. Sitting in silence was more unbearable than death. Brotherly, Yi Xiuqi forced a smile, his hands fidgeting. Why haven't you set up a stall recently? While washing another pot, Li Muzhi replied, I've been busy preparing new snacks, so I won't be setting up for a while. Yi Xiuqi sighed in relief, finally breaking the silence. Now they had a topic to discuss. I wonder what new snacks? Li Muzhi scooped out the washing water, slightly furrowing his brows. Stinky tofu, river snail rice noodles, and eggs boiled in boy's urine. Mentioning these three snacks gave Li Muzhi a headache. The mere thought of selling all three at one stall was uncomfortable. Besides stinky tofu, the other two snacks required more complicated ingredients. River snail rice noodles had to start from planting rice and making rice noodles. Eggs boiled in boy's urine required raising chickens. He had no idea how many boys there were in the town, and if there wasn't enough boy's urine, they would have to collect it from the nearby Qiandang city. Seeing Li Muzhi frown, Yi Xiuqi felt a knot in his stomach. Unsure if he had asked something inappropriate, senior snacks were imbued with powerful spiritual energy. He couldn't fathom the purpose of these three snacks. Bai Nong and Chun Inua were equally puzzled by the names of these snacks. What kind of snacks were these? They had never heard of them, especially the last one, which required boy's urine to boil eggs. The three of them exchanged glances at the ancient divine beast in the chicken coop. Ancient texts recorded. In Shiqi, there was a chicken with two pupils, named Zhongming Bird. A single pupil bathed in fire became a phoenix. This ancient divine beast was the senior's intention merely to use it for egg laying. How infuriating that it had to be boiled in boy's urine. Li Muzhi remained oblivious to the twitching expressions on the faces of the three, estimating that the buns were nearly steamed. Come, let's get this pot heated up. Li Muzhi retrieved various seasonings from the system, holding a spatula in his hand. Time to start cooking. Chen Yinluo nodded, reluctantly igniting the rapeseed stalk and placing it in the stove. Following Li Muzhi's method of kindling the fire, Chen Yinluo prepared to arrange the firewood. Just burn that rapeseed stalk. Li Muzhi quickly stopped her. When frying tofu, the fire should be low. Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong watched the rapeseed stalk burn, feeling another wave of discomfort wash over them. None of them had ever heard of this divine herb before. Rapeseed stalk. The three silently repeated the name in their minds, trying to recall if they had seen it in any ancient texts. Li Muzhi ignored the three, pouring a small bowl of rapeseed oil into the pot. Now the fire can be a bit stronger. Although it pained her, Chen Yinluo had no choice but to comply. Continuously feeding the rapeseed stalk into the stove, the oil in the pot gradually heated up, and fine bubbles began to rise that Li Muzhi used the spatula to scoop the oil gathering at the center of the pot. Allowing it to flow down the sides, the oil temperature continued to rise, and the fragrance immediately permeated the air. Inhaling the aroma of the oil, the three felt their internal cultivation stir to life. Li Muzhi chuckled. These individuals truly had never seen the world. The aroma of rapeseed oil was most potent when it was freshly pressed. Just the scent alone made one yearn to drink a barrel. Alas, drinking oil was far too greasy. As the oil reached a temperature of about 70 to 80%, smoke began to rise from the pot. Chen Yinluo's expression shifted, sensing the spiritual energy in the pot becoming increasingly volatile. Yinluo, lower the fire a bit, Li Muzhi advised, cradling the tofu in his left palm while holding the kitchen knife in his right hand. With the knife standing upright in the center, he sliced through the tofu evenly, dividing it into two halves. The knife then crossed horizontally to make another precise cut, yielding 2 tofu slices, each half a centimeter thick. Be careful. Without needing Li Muzhi's reminder, Chen Yinluo had already stood up, distancing herself from the stove. That Li Muzhi chuckled, shaking his head. This reminded him of when he first learned to cook. In the beginning, he had always feared the hot oil splattering and had to use the pot lid as a shield. The kitchen had truly transformed into a battlefield. However, after spending considerable time cooking, he had become far more composed. The carefully sliced tofu was placed along the sides of the pot, and as the oil coated the bottom, the tofu glided through the oil in an elegant arc. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The tofu danced lightly in the hot oil, emitting rhythmic sounds in mere moments. All the tofu had adhered to the sides of the pot. Don't be afraid. Li Muzhi ladled the hot oil out of the pot, drizzling it along the edges. Quickly returned to the fire. Chen Yinluo tiptoed to peek at the activity in the iron pot before slowly moving back to the stove to add another rapeseed stalk. Li Muzhi observed that the first side was nearly done, skillfully flipping the tofu over. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. This side retained its tender state, and upon flipping, it immediately crackled in the hot oil. Chen Yinluo trembled slightly. Li Muzhi chuckled softly. Yinluo was indeed amusing. In the future, I'll teach you. You'll get used to it if there's nothing to fear. Chen Yinluo's heart leaped with joy. Was the senior about to impart to her the supreme Taoist methods? Thank you, senior. Chen Yinluo hurriedly bowed, realizing her address was incorrect, and quickly amended. Yinluo thanks you, Muzhi. Li Muzhi nodded slightly. Although it sounded somewhat peculiar, perhaps this was what they referred to as mutual respect, as if they were guests. As she was currently engaged in cooking, she proceeded to outline the preparation process of the dish. Later, as she learned to cook, it should be easier for her to grasp. Indeed, quite reasonable. Li Muzhi pondered for a moment and felt that her thoughts were sound. Ahem. Clearing her throat, she solemnly stated, I will now explain this to you, so pay close attention. Chen Yinluo was taken aback for a moment, then earnestly nodded, focusing intently on Li Muzhi. Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong exchanged glances. Was their senior about to impart the supreme teachings? Chapter 26. A Misguided Path in Cultivation. The holy maiden was, after all, a disciple accepted verbally by Senior Li. Thus it was only natural for her to receive his instruction. Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong hesitated. Should they excuse themselves? It would be a wise decision to discreetly step away, demonstrating self-awareness. However, given that Senior Li was finally willing to impart his supreme teachings, missing this rare opportunity would lead to lifelong regret. Furthermore, Senior Li had not indicated any desire for them to leave. After much contemplation, Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong decided to take a gamble. Ahem. Yi Xiuqi cleared his throat softly, discreetly poking Bai Nong with his finger and gesturing with his chin. Bai Nong shot him a glance, internally grumbling. Why should it be solely his responsibility to ask? Pouting, he returned the gesture to Yi Xiuqi. You ask. Yi Xiuqi raised an eyebrow, letting out a soft huff. Before finally speaking, Brother Li, would it be better for us to step aside? Bai Nong felt a surge of satisfaction. He knew this old fellow couldn't resist that why Yi Xiuqi shot a glare at Bai Nong, discreetly kicking him. Just as Bai Nong was about to retaliate, Li Muzhi's voice interjected. It's all right, you can learn as well. Both Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong were taken aback. They had anticipated a refusal from Senior Li. Yet he was so accommodating. Truly, he was selfless. Chenny Nua looked at Li Muzhi in astonishment. Profound teachings often shunned dissemination, yet their senior was entirely unguarded. Chenny Nua felt a wave of admiration. Indeed. He was a remarkable figure, with a broad vision and a heart for the world. How different his perspective was. This perhaps was what they called grandeur. With permission granted, Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong quickly stood on tiptoe, fearing they might miss any moment. Come closer. Li Muzhi glanced at the two and chuckled. Standing so far away, you won't see clearly. Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong nodded fervently, hastening a few steps forward. This dish is called mian huang. As Li Muzhi flipped the tofu, she explained, first pan-fry the tofu in hot oil until both sides are golden brown. Hearing her words, the three were momentarily stunned. Wasn't this supposed to be about supreme teachings? Why was she discussing cooking? Did the senior intend to convey the teachings through culinary art? Yes, indeed. The supreme methods must be profound and obscure. The senior likely feared that their low cultivation and lack of comprehension necessitated a more relatable analogy through cooking to reveal the underlying truths. Truly, the senior was astute, not only kind-hearted, but also considerate of their understanding. Tofu, when pan-fried to a golden hue, absorbs the sweet, sour, bitter, and spicy flavors more readily. For the moment, Chenny Nua and the others did not fully grasp the significance of her words and silently noted them. Li Muzhi removed the well-fried tofu from the pan, took a piece, and bit into it, having endured the frying, yet still maintaining its original state within. The trio observed that the tofu indeed retained its initial unfried condition inside. Once again, they noted Li Muzhi's words, eagerly anticipating further explanations. You can stop the pot for the steamed buns. Li Muzhi glanced at the pot for steaming buns and then pointed to the adjacent pot. Move the firewood over to this stove. Chenny Nua was momentarily taken aback, initially thinking this was also part of the supreme teachings, but then realized the error and promptly adjusted the firewood's position. Seeing the oil in the pot heat up, Li Muzhi began to prepare the sauce. Fresh millet peppers burst with fragrance, and after adding various seasonings, she poured in a bowl of broth simmered from deer bones. Once the water boiled, the tofu was added to the pot. Li Muzhi gently adjusted the tofu's position in the pot and continued, at this point. The golden parts of the tofu will absorb the various flavors of the broth. Then we will thicken the sauce. As she spoke, Li Muzhi ladled the tofu out of the pot. 2 plates of mian huang were placed on the counter, and Li Muzhi smiled with satisfaction. Did you understand? Chenny Nua and the others furrowed their brows, slowly shaking their heads that Li Muzhi chuckled softly. If they had mastered it in one go. That would indeed be strange that in this world. Cooking typically involved merely boiling meat in water with a bit of salt. The cooking method for such a simple dish was still quite challenging for them. Li Muzhi observed the three. It's all right. Reflect on it, and you'll comprehend it gradually. With that, Li Muzhi began to wash the pot, preparing for the next dish. She would start boiling ribs with potatoes in this pot, and once the buns were taken out, she could use another pot to stir-fry the shredded potatoes. Chenny Nua and the others fell into contemplation. What could the senior's words truly mean? After a short while, Chenny Nua suddenly spoke up. This tofu is akin to a person. Li Muzhi was taken aback, her face lighting up with joy as she looked at Chenny Nua. Indeed, you have grasped that layer. Li Milunit Jai's favorite dishwasher mian huang. The tofu, having endured the frying in the oil, still retained its original form within. Its exterior was battered, yet it absorbed the sweet, sour, bitter, and spicy flavors more readily. The inner tenderness intertwined with the various flavors would offer a perfect experience for the palate. This was akin to a person, even after facing tribulations in society. If one maintains an original heart, such a person is truly complete. Just as tofu should be fried to perfection, one must not forget their original intention in life. For the first time, Muzhi felt she had found a kindred spirit, her face brimming with happiness. Tofu must be fried just right. Otherwise, the texture will be abysmal and taste like chewing wax. Receiving Muzhi's affirmation, Chini Nuo felt a surge of joy. It seemed she was on the right path. Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong were equally astonished. Indeed, the holy maiden's understanding was unparalleled. Tofu was like a person. With Chini Nuo's words, Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong also found their direction. The rich, spirit-infused cooking oil resembled the essence of heaven and earth. Cultivators continuously practiced, allowing spiritual energy to enter their bodies, strengthening their physical forms. This was akin to tofu being fried to a firmer state. Seasonings represented various attributes. The higher one's cultivation, the more adept one became at utilizing those attributes. This was like tofu absorbing various flavors more effectively after frying. Truly, their senior was remarkable with such an analogy. Everything became vividly clear. What else did the senior say? To fry to perfection. Otherwise, the texture would be terrible and taste like chewing wax. This seemed to be the crux of the matter. Reflecting on this statement, Chini Nuo's expression shifted. Frying to perfection. Did the senior imply that reaching the highest realm of cultivation could actually be a detrimental state? Hiss! The three collectively inhaled sharply. For countless years, no one had entered the celestial realm in the entire realm of cultivation. Numerous cultivators had sought various methods, yet none had succeeded. Perhaps, fortune was never the key to entering the celestial realm. The absence of individuals entering the celestial realm was due to a misguided path in cultivation. Chapter 27. An exhilarating revelation. Chini Nuo and the others were profoundly shaken, their hearts struck by a powerful impact. For hundreds of thousands of years had all cultivators been pursuing the wrong path. The three stared blankly at Muzhi. What, then, was the correct method of cultivation? Hundreds of thousands of years had passed. And it was only in recent centuries that a truce with the demon realm had been achieved. The wars had devastated countless ancient texts. Seeking the secrets through the experiences of predecessors who ascended had become an impossibility. Their senior must be a messenger from the celestial realm, here to impart wisdom and resolve their doubts. Muzhi glanced at the three, feeling rather perplexed. Why were they all staring at her with their mouths agape? What are you looking at me for? Muzhi smiled faintly, reaching out to retrieve the steamed buns. Come, help me bring them over. The three hesitated, ultimately one of them taking the buns while the other two carried the air mian huang to the 8 immortals table. The iron pot was steaming, and the ribs with potatoes were already being prepared. Gurgle! The aroma wafting from the pot made Muzhi's stomach growl, stealing a glance at Chini Nuo and the others. They seemed to still be in a daze. What was wrong with these three? It was merely a slight connection between culinary philosophy and life philosophy. Why were they all wearing such contemplative expressions? Muzhi withdrew her gaze, lifting the pot lid and surreptitiously taking a piece of rib. As the saying goes, the chef eats well, and those close to the kitchen gain strength. Chefs always fill their stomachs in the kitchen. Just as Muzhi was about to shove the rib in her mouth, she suddenly heard Chini Nuo's voice behind her. Is it truly wrong? Muzhi panicked and quickly replied, What's stealing? This is called tasting. Turning back, she discovered that Chini Nuo didn't seem to be addressing her. Phew! Muzhi exhaled, grinning widely as she cautiously tore off a piece of meat from the rib. Hisso! The rib, freshly taken from the pot, was scalding, causing her to exhale. Just about right. Muzhi stirred it a few times, adjusted the seasoning, and plated it. A few quick dishes were prepared, and it was time to eat. The staple food was steamed buns, accompanied by a meat dish of ribs with potatoes and 3 vegetable dishes. Air mian huang, stir-fried shredded potatoes and blanched lettuce. There is also a pot of lettuce and deer bone soup. Although the meat and vegetables are somewhat scarce, the abundance of ribs compensates for it. rendering it not too disappointing. Li Muzhi held the dish and made his way to a corner of the eight immortals table, saying, "Don't be courteous, try my culinary skills." As he spoke, he took out a jar of corn liquor. Arriving in this otherworldly realm, it was his first time dining with so many people, and Li Muzhi felt quite elated. How could one dine without wine? Chen Inua slowly raised her head, her brows slightly furrowed. "Have you heard of Chen Xiang?" Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong also looked up eagerly at Li Muzhi. Chen Xiang was the last person to ascend to the celestial realm in hundreds of thousands of years. The Saintess seemed to be hinting at something. Li Muzhi was taken aback. Once a diligent youth poised to realize his dreams in the college entrance examination, he was well-versed in both astronomy and geography. Of course, he knew of Chen Xiang. "I know him," Li Muzhi replied, lifting the jar of liquor and pouring 4 bowls. "I just wonder if it's the same person." Chen Inua felt a surge of joy. Her ancestor from hundreds of thousands of years ago was indeed known to this senior. This senior must surely hail from the celestial realm. Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong were both profoundly shocked. What an honor it was to dine at the same table as an immortal. Li Muzhi quickly recalled the information about Chen Xiang and distributed the bowls of liquor to the 3 of them. "The Chen Xiang I know has a very famous poem." The 3 nodded in agreement. "Indeed, there was one. Before me, no ancient figures are seen. After me, no future ones appear. Contemplating the vastness of heaven and earth, I weep alone." Li Muzhi recited this excerpt from the Song of Ascending the Yuzhou platform, and the 3 wore expressions of conviction. The senior truly came from the celestial realm. Chen Inua, filled with excitement, hurriedly inquired, "Do you know what has become of my ancestor?" "Ancestor?" Li Muzhi was momentarily taken aback. Could one truly refer to an ancestor merely by sharing a surname across different times? Was it truly that they were family 500 years ago? "He is no longer alive." After a moment's calculation, Li Muzhi slowly replied, "He passed away over 1,000 years ago." Speaking of which, Chen Xiang was also from Sichuan, making them, in essence, fellow townsmen separated by over a millennium. Alone in a foreign land, one feels especially nostalgic during festive occasions. The sudden mention of Chen Xiang stirred memories of home within Li Muzhi, particularly in this setting where he was surrounded by strangers instead of his family and friends. That a tinge of sorrow welled up within him. Chen Inua was filled with dread. Her ancestor had already perished. Li Muzhi glanced at the 3 and wondered how the atmosphere had turned so somber during what was supposed to be a pleasant meal. "Come, let us drink." Li Muzhi raised his bowl, encouraging the 3. "Look forward. Everything will be all right. Everything will be all right." Indeed, the senior was here to illuminate the path ahead as a messenger from the celestial realm. Chen Inua and the others exchanged glances and mimicked Li Muzhi's gesture. Lifting their bowls, clink, the bowls met, and Li Muzhi drank it all in one go. "Ah," he exclaimed with satisfaction, looking at the 3. "Drink and enjoy the food." The 3 smiled awkwardly, daring only to take small sips. This liquor contained such profound spiritual energy. How could the senior have downed it in one gulp? As they tasted it, the rich aroma of the corn liquor surged into their minds. The 3 hurriedly began to circulate their internal energy to assimilate the liquor's spiritual power. Chen Inua, possessing the highest cultivation, refined it the fastest that Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong lagged behind, still feeling a bit dazed even after refining it. Li Muzhi was slightly taken aback. The liquor must have an alcohol content of around 50 degrees. Though they had not encountered high-proof liquor before, it shouldn't have been so easy to intoxicate them. Yet, surprisingly, Chen Inua showed no signs of inebriation, which astonished Li Muzhi. The 3 collected themselves, glancing at the table laden with dishes, feeling somewhat daunted. These dishes were also rich in spiritual energy. If they continued eating, their energy centers might burst. What was the senior planning? Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong exchanged glances, their eyes landing on the blanched lettuce. They had previously consumed it while feasting on roasted deer, primarily for its restorative properties, as its spiritual energy was the most gentle. "Let us eat that." Chen Inua, having grasped the secret, picked up a slice of lettuce with her chopsticks. Yes, she took a bite. The lingering spiritual energy of the liquor in her mouth dissolved, filling her entire being with comfort. Li Muzhi poured himself another bowl of liquor and looked at the 3. "Don't just eat the vegetables. Have some ribs." Li Muzhi waved the ribs in his hand. A bite of meat, a sip of wine, it's delightful. Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong's mouths twitched. The deer meat contained demonic energy, and the liquor's spiritual energy was so potent. The combination was indeed delightful, but it was perilous. It was almost a deadly delight. Chinua furrowed her brows slightly and picked up a piece of rib. Since Senior Li had said so, it must be fine. She chose to trust Li Muzhi. With one bite of the rib and a sip of liquor, her eyes widened in astonishment. The demonic energy of the deer meat was extraordinarily lingering, and the liquor's spiritual energy was overwhelming. However, when combined, they surprisingly harmonized. The gentle interplay of demonic and spiritual energy ceased to be a burden on her body and instead continuously cleansed her meridians. Chinua felt a surge of joy. Ancient texts had recorded that when two extreme energies reached a balance, unexpected effects would occur. The senior was imparting supreme teachings. Chapter 28. The Saintess drunk in the field. Chinua took the lead, and Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong cast aside their reservations. The pairing of food and liquor yielded unexpectedly beneficial effects. This manner of consumption made the spiritual energy feel gentle, gradually permeating their meridians. Though there seemed to be no immediate increase in cultivation, it would undoubtedly prove invaluable for their future training. After several bowls of liquor, Chinua and the others could hardly believe how much they had consumed. Yet, the entire world began to blur, and their bodies involuntarily swayed. That Li Muzhi looked at Chinua and the others, grinning foolishly. "You are drunk, you are drunk." Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong chuckled, swaying and ultimately collapsing onto the table in slumber. Chinua, refining her energy faster, was less intoxicated than Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong, but she too was nearing her limit. Li Muzhi, having drunk the most, shook his slightly dizzy head and said to Chinua, "Let me help you rest." Chinua, feeling lightheaded, suddenly realized that her body was being swept up in an embrace as a saintess. She had never been held so intimately by any man. With her head spinning and her body feeling soft, she found Li Muzhi's embrace unexpectedly comfortable. Chinua reached out her hands, gently wrapping them around Li Muzhi's neck, allowing him to hold her. The scent of her fragrance wafted into Li Muzhi's nostrils, subtle and lingering. Lowering his gaze slightly, he found her slightly inebriated eyes fixed intently on him. Li Muzhi smiled. A woman inebriated often possessed an allure that was distinct and captivating. Gently placing Chinua onto his bed, he covered her with a blanket. Beneath the bed, he had laid a thick layer of wheat stalks, making it quite soft to lie upon. In her drunken state, Chinua was soon overcome by sleep. Li Muzhi sat quietly at the bedside, glancing at Chuninua's slightly flushed cheeks, and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. The longer he gazed, the more he found her enchanting. Everyone else had succumbed to drunkenness, leaving only the craftsman busily hammering away at the house. Li Muzhi found himself lost in thought, feeling that this girl was more beautiful than any woman he had encountered in his previous life. But had he truly fallen for her? Slowly rising to his feet, he realized that what he felt now was merely an infatuation with her appearance. Love should not be based solely on outward beauty. The impulsion to marry previously must have been a mere enchantment by her beauty. Perhaps he should spend more time with her. Li Muzhi exhaled softly, bringing out the potatoes stewed with ribs and steamed buns that had yet to be touched. "Thank you all for your hard work. Let us eat before continuing." The craftsmen paused their labor, glancing at the food in Li Muzhi's hands. They had long since caught a whiff of the aroma, but without their employer's command, they felt reluctant to stop. They had nibbled on some dry rations brought from home before resuming their work. Upon hearing Li Muzhi's call, they hurriedly approached, curiously eyeing the food he held. Though puzzled, they could not resist the enticing aroma. Taking a bite, they were all full of praise. "Muzhi, I always saw you setting up stalls in the street, but never bought anything. I didn't expect it to be so delicious." Li Muzhi chuckled. "Then from now on, you all must support my business." "Of course, certainly." The craftsmen grinned, expressing their intent to promote his business. The foreman glanced at Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong, who were sprawled on the table in slumber, and lowered his voice. "Muzhi, how come you have such friends who are cultivators?" Li Muzhi shot him a glance and chuckled, shaking his head. "I don't know. It seems they enjoy my food quite a bit." As Li Muzhi chatted idly, he suddenly recalled the matter of children's urine. These craftsmen often helped with renovations in various households. They might know which families had more children. By the way, how many children are there in the town? The foreman looked at Li Muzhi in surprise, not understanding why he was asking this. Wang Ergo's family just had another one. They now have 3 in total. Li Muzhi nodded. He had heard old lady Zhang mention it. Other craftsmen chimed in, sharing what they knew. Some even divulged various scandals. The child of Song Mingzhi in the south of the city was actually Wang Baoku's offspring. Wang Baoku's child was, in fact, the offspring of Xie Donglai from across the street. And Xie Donglai's child was the child of Zhang Si. Li Muzhi was taken aback. How could the relationships among these people in the city be so convoluted? However, for him, it was merely a source of amusement. As long as the children could fill a pot with their urine, that was sufficient. Who cared about who was cuckolding whom? In the entire town, there were more than 100 children, so it seemed unnecessary to venture to the neighboring Qiandeng city to collect the urine of young boys. The craftsmen jovially consumed the buns and vegetables, leaving nothing behind, and then returned to their workstations. That Li Muzhi glanced at Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong, who were sprawled across the table, and chuckled softly. Apologies, my 2 elder brothers, but there is only one bed. After tidying up the kitchen, Li Muzhi felt the effects of the alcohol dissipate considerably. Come. He grasped the oxen's rope and led Wen Jing to the fields. Let us continue plowing. Wen Jing was overjoyed, for this meant the beginning of helping him cultivate again. Having just devoured a heap of celestial herbs, his master was now ready to assist him, which was truly touching. Li Muzhi picked up the farming tools from the ground, and Wen Jing lowered his head voluntarily. Hurry up. Old cow, I can hardly wait. Li Muzhi was taken aback. This big black ox was so cooperative. There are only exhausted cows, not overworked fields. Although the statement did not refer to plowing, it was still not entirely out of context here. Li Muzhi secured the farming tools and cast a helpless glance at Wen Jing. This big black ox, isn't he secretly a masochist, is it? Wen Jing shot a glance at Li Muzhi, feeling that the latter's gaze was somewhat peculiar, sending shivers down his spine. Moo! Wen Jing called out to Li Muzhi. Li Muzhi chuckled. This fellow must indeed be a masochist, that I haven't even begun plowing. Yet he urges me to get started. What kind of cow is this eager to work? Li Muzhi shook his head with a light laugh, as the branches gently tapped against Wen Jing's rear. Crack! Crack! With the branches striking down, Wen Jing eagerly pulled the plow forward. The ox plowed the fields while the chicks pecked at the feed. The creation of new delicacies for the food stall gradually came to the forefront. Far away, several dozen miles out, a horse-drawn carriage was in motion. With Manager Chen seated cross-legged in meditation, he had been kicked by Wen Jing, causing his cultivation to dissipate, but thankfully, his life was spared. After several days of cultivation, his powers had just begun to return to the early stages of the Golden Core. Having committed acts of embezzlement, he was now wanted by the court. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Was it such a crime to take a few useless trinkets from the palace and a handful of exquisite spirit stones from the treasury, to be sentenced to death for that? Wasn't it common to entertain visitors from other sects? I didn't take much. Over the years, merely a few exquisite spirit stones and a couple hundred high-quality spirit stones. Clearly, I was working for the court. Yet it turned out to be a thankless endeavor. Manager Chen glanced outside the carriage, snorting coldly. Once I find my master, I shall make that beast pay for it, and all those treasures will be brought back. Chapter 29. We are merely porters of other cultivators' treasures. The carriage swayed as it approached the foot of a mountain. The coachman pulled on the reins. Whoa! 2 chestnut horses gradually came to a halt. The coachman lightly tapped the carriage door frame. Sir, we've arrived. Manager Chen lifted a corner of the curtain to survey the outside. It appeared that the court officials had not set an ambush here. Slowly, he exited the carriage, leaping down and making his way up the mountain. Sir, the coachman called out hurriedly, jumping down after him. You haven't paid for the fare yet. Manager Chen turned back to glare at the coachman, shaking off his hand. What fare? If you don't leave, I swear I'll take your life. The coachman was thrown to the ground by Manager Chen and could only watch through tears as the latter ascended the mountain. Once Manager Chen was out of sight, the coachman wiped his tears and stood up. He pulled on the reins, and the 2 chestnut horses obediently turned the carriage around, sitting in the driver's seat. The coachman excitedly gazed at the mountain, muttering to himself, What is so great about cultivators? Giddy up! The coachman flicked the reins, wiping away his tears and snot. I'll report this. The carriage rattled, kicking up dust. While the coachman continued, truly shameless, claiming to be cultivators, tricking me to come all this way without even giving me 100 coins. Upon seeing the plaque of the Lockbone Monastery, Manager Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. Returning to the sect seemed to bolster his confidence that he took a deep breath, ready to unleash his frustration. Who dares to speak loudly to me? Halt! Who dares to intrude upon Lockbone Monastery? A disciple guarding the entrance shouted sternly, pointing his spear at Manager Chen. Do not make a fuss. It's me. Manager Chen pulled out the sects token from his storage space. I seek an audience with my master. The guarding disciple squinted, and upon recognizing him, sheathed his spear. Ah, it's Elder Chen. I thought you were some insignificant golden core brat. What did you say? Can't you speak properly? If you can't, then just be silent. That sounded like an insult to me. Manager Chen snorted coldly, striding toward his master's cave. Master, he knelt respectfully before the cave, speaking with reverence. Disciple Chen Dezhong seeks an audience. With a rustle, the entrance to the cave slowly opened, revealing a man clad in animal skins seated within. The man had bulging eyes reminiscent of a frog's and a slight hunch, his head leaning forward like a turtle peeking out. Wang Hua, the sect master of Lockbone Monastery, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, staring at Manager Chen. What brings you back to see your master? What fine treasures have you brought? Manager Chen looked embarrassed. None? Wang Hua's eyes widened, and his neck retracted. Then why have you returned? As he spoke, Wang Hua unleashed his cultivation to pressure Manager Chen. Master, Manager Chen quickly interjected. I have news of a celestial artifact. A celestial artifact? Wang Hua retracted his power and closed the cave door. Manager Chen sighed with relief, glad not to be expelled. Wang Hua's frog-like eyes darted around rapidly as he grasped Manager Chen's arm. Tell me more. Manager Chen cleared his throat, speaking in a hushed tone. Disciple discovered a celestial artifact. The golden silk rope in the southwest. Wang Hua's eyes lit up, widening in astonishment as if they might pop out at any moment. Is this true? Manager Chen nodded and continued. The fields are also sown with many spirit-rich celestial herbs. And there are celestial herbs? Wang Hua's heart leaped with joy as he paced the cave, rubbing his hands behind his back in excitement. Wait! Wang Hua halted, tilting his head to scrutinize Manager Chen. With so many treasures, they must belong to a high-ranking individual. Have you stirred up trouble? Wang Hua narrowed his eyes, the corners barely meeting. I was wondering why your cultivation is only at the golden core stage. Did you get caught stealing treasures? Manager Chen felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, hastily replying, What do you mean I? Wang Hua interrupted, his expression one of disappointment. Haven't I taught you how to steal? No, I mean, why haven't you properly utilized the skills I taught you? It's not that. Not that what? Wang Hua cut him off again, glancing around the cave to ensure no one was eavesdropping. Satisfied, he turned back. I shall have to demonstrate our sect's ultimate skill, stealthy acquisition. Manager Chen's heart soared. If the master takes action, we are bound to come away with something. Indeed. Wang Hua nodded with a smile, suddenly realizing something was amiss. What do you mean by that? Can cultivator affairs be called theft? Manager Chen chuckled awkwardly, gently patting his mouth. Yes. We are merely porters of other cultivators' treasures. Wang Hua nodded in agreement. Now that's more like it. Manager Chen's eyes sparkled as he eagerly asked, Master, when shall we set off? There's no rush. Wang Hua replied, hands clasped behind his back. We must first ascertain the situation and gather intelligence before taking action. Manager Chen nodded, asserting, I've already gathered intel before leaving. Wang Hua, satisfied, praised, as expected of my prized disciple, capable of navigating the palace, expanding business, far superior to your fellow disciples. Manager Chen grinned. The townsfolk say that the owner of those treasures is an ordinary person, incapable of cultivation. Only a beast that intruded upon the human territory possesses some cultivation. Wang Hua furrowed his brow. An ordinary person. Something feels off. How could an ordinary person possess celestial artifacts and herbs? As a porter of others' wealth, Wang Hua possessed a keen sense. This outing could either lead to illustrious achievements or a blunder. Manager Chen furtively glanced at his master, who was inherently cautious that if the risks were too great, he would abandon the venture. No, I must ensure my master takes action. Master, are you afraid? Manager Chen asked, gazing intently at Wang Hua as he slowly approached the cave entrance. Perhaps I should consult with other seniors instead. Wang Hua quickly blocked Manager Chen, snorting. Who says I'm afraid? I just find it strange. Manager Chen chuckled inwardly, sensing his master was taking the bait. Now was the time to offer praise and bolster his master's confidence. Master, you've been a porter for so many years without fail. Would you fear an ordinary person? Wang Hua's expression stiffened, his previously hunched back straightening slightly. Of course not. Exactly. Manager Chen seized the moment. You, at the Golden Core stage, have dared to transport treasures belonging to the nascent soul stage, and with the nascent soul stage, you directly move treasures of the void stage. If you ask me, now that you're at the empty void stage, even a celestial artifact is within your grasp. Wang Hua felt a wave of satisfaction. This flattery was delightful. Good. Let us set off immediately. Chapter 30. The wanted criminal Chen Dachang. In the midst of preparations for capturing the fugitive, Wang Hua summoned the disciples of the sect and imparted essential instructions. During my absence, you must not neglect your duties. Remain vigilant against fire and theft, and be particularly cautious of our rivals. Understood, Master, the disciples responded in unison. Just as Wang Hua was about to escort Manager Chen outside, a disciple rushed in, panic-stricken. It's bad news. Officials from the government have come knocking. A chill ran down Manager Chen's spine. Could they be here to apprehend me? Remain calm. Wang Hua asserted, his gaze fierce as he spoke slowly. We have not engaged in any business dealings lately. The officials have no grounds against us. The disciples of the Locking Bones sect nodded in agreement, visibly relieved. Invite the officials in. Manager Chen glanced around and noticed that no one seemed to pay him any heed, prompting him to cautiously retreat. Since the master stated that we have not been transporting any treasures, the government's visit must certainly be aimed at me. Chen Dachang, despite my careful efforts to blend in as an ordinary person, how did they catch up to me so swiftly? After Chen Dachang concealed himself, the disciples led the officials into the grand hall. Ah, it is you, Head Constable Wu, Wang Hua exclaimed, stepping forward and extending his hand from a distance. What brings you personally to our humble sect? Head Constable Wu cast a sidelong glance at Wang Hua, one hand on his hip and the other gripping the sword at his waist. Has anyone returned to your sect recently? Wang Hua's heart sank. The only recent returnee was Chen Dachang. It has barely been a few hours since his arrival, and now the head constable himself is here. IT seems to be related to those treasures. Wang Hua quickly scanned the spot where Chen Dachang had stood and realized he was no longer present. That scoundrel. No wonder he wanted to return and inform me. He must be harboring some hidden agenda. Nevertheless, for the sake of the treasures, I shall protect him for now. No, not at all. Wang Hua shook his head and turned to the other disciples. Have any of you been out recently? The master's inquiry was a clear attempt to shield Brother Chen. The disciples replied in unison, No. Head Constable Wu smirked, his gaze sharp as a blade directed at Wang Hua. Around the time of the afternoon, a carriage arrived at the foot of your Locking Bones sect. Wang Hua's heart raced. The timing aligns perfectly with Chen Dachang's return to the sect. Chen Dachang has committed serious acts of embezzlement within the palace, exploiting his position to extort from the leaders of the Kaishan sect and the Wanjian sect. He is now a wanted criminal of the court. Head Constable Wu narrowed his eyes, pressing further. The coachman described a figure that matches Chen Dachang precisely. Are you attempting to defy the court? Wang Hua took several steps back, his wide eyes darting nervously. The Kaishan sect and the Wanjian sect. Though both are located in the southwest, they are quite distant from each other. How could they suddenly converge? Ah, the Southwest Cultivation Exchange Conference. This means that the place where Chen Dachang discovered the treasure is right at the foot of the Kaishan sect. Wang Hua's heart leaped with joy. Even without Chen Dachang to lead me, I could still locate the celestial artifacts and herbs. It would be foolish to offend the court over a single disciple of him. Wang Hua cleared his throat and chuckled lightly. I have not heard of such a thing. He must have slipped back into the sect unnoticed. I shall conduct a search immediately." Head Constable Wu stood silently, and Wang Hua's figure swiftly vanished from the Grand Hall. After a brief moment, he reappeared, dragging Chen Dechang back into the hall, that a smile spread across Head Constable Wu's face. This month's achievements were assured. Chen Dechang was taken aback, utterly unprepared for his master to hand him over to the officials. "Master, silence!" Wang Hua interrupted him sharply, declaring with righteous indignation, "The Locking Bones sect is a respectable establishment. How could it harbor a petty thief like you?" Chen Dechang thought to himself, "What? Hasn't the sect always thrived on such underhanded dealings? When did it transform into a paragon of virtue? To betray me is one thing, but to trample on my dignity in the process. What is the meaning of this?" With a cold snort, Wang Hua turned to Head Constable Wu and said, "This wretched disciple returned to the sect without permission. It has nothing to do with us at the Locking Bones sect. I trust you will see the truth in this matter." Head Constable Wu nodded and retrieved a set of shackles from his storage space. Chen Dechang's expression shifted as he realized the gravity of his predicament, that if captured, it would be the end for him. If only he still possessed his cultivation, there might have been a slim chance of escape. But now, reduced to the golden core stage, he would stand no chance against the Head Constable's whip, which he unsheathed with a crack, swiftly lashing it towards Chen Dechang. The whip coiled around Chen Dechang's neck, and with a sharp tug, he was yanked back, crashing heavily to the ground. The sound of clanking echoed as the shackles were fastened around his neck. The gray-black manacles bound him, suppressing the golden core cultivation he had only recently regained. The capture of the wanted criminal Chen Dechang was complete. As Head Constable Wu took him into custody, Wang Hua let out a slow breath, reflecting, "I warned you long ago that transporting palace treasures would lead to trouble. Yet you refused to listen." A sigh lingered in the Grand Hall as Wang Hua's figure vanished at the foot of the mountain. To the foot of the Kaishan sect. "The celestial artifacts and herbs. Wait for me. I shall arrive shortly." The Locking Bone sect is located in the southeastern part of the cultivation realm, not far from the Kaishan sect, with his heart set on the celestial artifacts and herbs. Wang Hua hurried forth and arrived at Qianding City just as the hour of the pig approached. Gazing at the sky, he shed his beast-skin attire and donned a dark outfit. Disappearing into the night, at the foot of the Kaishan sect, Muzhi was in dismay. After drinking at noon, the three companions had yet to awaken. To make matters worse, they were all burning with fever, as if afflicted by some malady. Chenhua seemed slightly better, merely exhibiting mild feverish symptoms. Yet Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong felt as if they had just emerged from a steamer. Even a gentle touch would burn the skin. "Hiss, Muzhi." His expression grave, soaked a towel in the cold well water and placed it on the foreheads of the three. Could this be alcohol poisoning? Muzhi sighed. Logically, they hadn't consumed much. How could this happen? Fortunately, the towels helped dissipate the heat, and the high temperatures began to subside. When Jing glanced over, resumed eating his celestial herbs, and thought to himself how generous his master was to provide them with such potent treasures at noon. Now aiding in their breakthroughs, meanwhile, Wang Hua had arrived at the foot of the Kaishan sect, having roamed the vicinity. Suddenly, he sensed a surge of spiritual energy emanating from Muzhi's direction. "What a strong reaction," Wang Hua muttered, his expression darkening. "Is someone attempting to break through to the void realm?" "Wait!" Wang Hua focused more intently, his face paling. "Three individuals are breaking through, and one is in the mid-stage of the void realm dam. Didn't Chen Dechang claim to be an ordinary man?" Wang Hua felt a twinge of apprehension, yet considering his long journey, it would be unwise to leave without a glance. "I must investigate." Chapter 31. The three drunken souls awaken following the commotion of Chen Inuo and the others' breakthroughs. Wang Hua quickly made his way to Muzhi's abode. Beneath the night sky, he concealed his cultivation, and with the aid of his dark attire, he was nearly invisible to any average cultivator. Muzhi, entirely oblivious, remained unaware that a pair of eyes, as large as those of a bullfrog, were observing him from the shadows. When Jing, engrossed in munching on the stalks of vegetables, prepared to lay down and sleep. After toiling in the fields all day, devoid of his demonic power, he felt utterly exhausted. Yet he was quite pleased. A day of farming equated to years of cultivation, that the day's labor ended. The binding effects of the golden rope dissipated. allowing him to break through to the demonic emperor realm. His current strength was comparable to the initial stage of the human void realm. The benefits of following a formidable master were abundant. He could freely consume celestial herbs and receive aid in his cultivation. Huff! When Jing exhaled slowly, closed his eyes, and drifted into a contented slumber. Li Muzhi continued to fetch icy water from the well, and at last, Chen Yu's high temperature began to wane. Huff! Li Muzhi wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved. Ino's temperature had finally returned to normal. But the two older brothers still required cooling down. Wang Hua's round eyes scanned the surroundings, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Whose territory is this? He licked his lips. This venture was far too lucrative. The golden rope used to bind demonic beasts was fed with celestial herbs. The fields were abundant with spiritually rich celestial herbs, celestial fruits, celestial artifacts scattered about, not to mention ancient divine beasts hiss. Wang Hua inhaled sharply. My dear disciple, after decades away from the sect, you return bearing such immense fortune for your master. Excitement coursed through him as he rubbed his hands together, envisioning himself swimming in an ocean of top-tier spiritual stones. Calm down, calm down. Amidst his exhilaration, Wang Hua repeatedly reminded himself, with so many treasures, their owner must be formidable. While the artifacts are indeed valuable, preserving one's life is paramount, that if I lose my life, nothing else matters. Wang Hua raised his head slightly and glanced at Wenjing. The bull-like creature possessed considerable demonic power, yet it posed no threat as it remained tethered. Then, he cast his gaze towards Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong, who lay atop the 8 immortals table. Were these not the leaders of the Kaishan sect and the Wanjian sect? How could they possess such pure spiritual energy within them? Wang Hua furrowed his brows and cast a fleeting glance at the celestial herbs in the field. These two fellows have likely consumed the divine fruits from this land. It seems they are on the verge of a breakthrough. Li Muzhi lifted a bucket of water and exchanged the towels on the foreheads of Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong. Wang Hua stared at Li Muzhi for a long while, feeling an odd sensation within. This person, how could he possess no cultivation whatsoever? Wang Hua's round eyes spun in contemplation, recalling what his esteemed disciple Chindichang had said. The master here is an ordinary person. At the time, he had been skeptical, but now, witnessing the situation, it was indeed true, an ordinary person. Wang Hua quickly shook his head, dismissing that notion. How could he possibly be an ordinary person? If he were, how could these two old fellows, Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong, be here? Suddenly, an invisible aura of true energy emanated from Chen Yu's body. Wang Hua's heart skipped a beat. This is the aura of someone in the later stages of the void realm. Li Muzhi felt a gust of wind rise suddenly at his back and turned to glance. Chen Yu's body stirred slightly. Thank heavens! Li Muzhi exhaled in relief and hurried to the bedside. You've finally awakened. Chen Yu took several deep breaths, looking incredulously at her own cultivation. Thank you, Muzhi. She expressed her gratitude repeatedly, aware that the higher one ascends in cultivation, the greater the risks associated with breakthroughs. Many practitioners in the realm have met their demise during such attempts. Under the guidance of a senior, she had merely slept and achieved her breakthrough. Li Muzhi smiled gently, feeling that the care he had provided throughout the night had not been in vain. No need for thanks. Are you feeling better? Chen Yu nodded. To break through to the later stages of the void realm was not merely feeling better. She felt remarkably invigorated that as the two chatted, Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong simultaneously experienced their breakthroughs. Their true energy surging and dispersing around them, Li Muzhi was taken aback. Why had the wind risen again? The winds of this world are indeed peculiar, arriving swiftly and departing just as quickly. Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong exhaled with satisfaction. Slowly rising from the 8 immortals table, Li Muzhi felt a surge of joy. These two old brothers had finally awakened as well. Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong exchanged astonished glances. Upon awakening, they realized they had both broken through to the initial stage of the void realm. Their meridians were still infused with pure spiritual energy, and upon returning, it was only a matter of time before they refined it to advance to the mid-stage. Noticing Li Muzhi approaching, they hastily rose and respectfully bowed. Thank you, Brother Li. Li Muzhi waved his hand and smiled. No need for formality. It's good that you're both well. In the distance, Wang Hua crouched low. Good heavens. Why were Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong showing such deference to him? Their demeanor clearly indicated that they were juniors addressing a senior. This wayward disciple dared to deceive me into thinking he was an ordinary person. Had he not been captured by the martial captain, I would have skinned him alive upon my return. Chen Inua glanced at the blanket covering her, which was infused with Li Muzhi's scent. Remembering how she had been cradled in his arms at noon, a blush crept on her face. As a Saintess, she had never experienced such intimate contact with any man just one day. Not only had she been held by Senior Li, but she had also slept in his bed. Her heart raced like a fawn in the wild, and she quickly rolled out of bed. Wang Hua, hiding not far away, immediately recognized the woman emerging from the makeshift thatched hut. This woman looked strikingly familiar. The night's firelight was dim, but as Chen Inua stepped fully into view, Wang Hua's eyes widened in disbelief. This is the Saintess. Gulp! Wang Hua felt his heart nearly cease its beating as he rubbed his eyes vigorously. It truly was the Saintess. How could she possibly be here? Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong sensed Chen Inua's cultivation and offered their congratulations. The three of them had all advanced a level in their realms, which was indeed astonishing that if this could happen daily, cultivation would be far too effortless. Seeing that all three were well, Li Muzhi felt a wave of happiness, but he also realized that he could no longer allow them to drink strong liquor. Once intoxicated, they behaved as if under the influence, and if anything were to happen here, it would be troublesome. The night is growing late. How about I set up a makeshift bed for you to rest for the night? Just as Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong were about to decline. Having only returned to Kaishanzong a few days prior, they were taken aback by what Li Muzhi produced. This is what you call makeshift. Chapter 32. Sleeping together with a senior, Li Muzhi gathered stones from the construction site and placed the previous door plank atop them. He spread a thick layer of wheat straw over it to avoid discomfort during sleep. The Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong, dressed elegantly and displaying generous manners, clearly indicated their status as practitioners. Noticing their astonished expressions, Li Muzhi felt a twinge of embarrassment that it was only natural that they would look down upon such a rudimentary bed. However, as the host, it would be somewhat impolite to send them away at such a late hour. Li Muzhi truly had no other options. With the house not yet completed, this arrangement was all he could manage. Since the house isn't finished, we'll have to make do with this, he said apologetically. Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong felt a dryness in their throats and licked their lips. This is yet another variety of celestial herb, though the spiritual energy contained within it is not as rich as that of the rapeseed stalks. It is still a divine herb. Sleeping on this would allow them to absorb its spiritual energy through breathing. The senior has actually allowed us to sleep on celestial herbs. This is what you call makeshift. Brotherly, we shall sleep here. The two quickly climbed onto the door plank, burying their heads in the wheat straw. How blissful this is, to be able to sleep atop celestial herbs. Li Muzhi was momentarily taken aback. He anticipated their easygoing nature. As long as you don't mind. It's unfortunate that I only have one quilt at home. Otherwise, it could be a bit better. Not at all. We don't mind. Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong quickly chimed in. We could sleep here every day. Li Muzhi looked at them in astonishment. How could that be acceptable? If these two were to stay here and sleep every day, they would become two glaring lights. He still wanted to get to know Chen Inua better. Their presence would certainly hinder that. Not to mention, if they slept here, wouldn't he have to prepare breakfast for them in the morning? They neither paid nor helped with the farm work. This arrangement was a significant loss. Li Muzhi furrowed his brow slightly and shook his head. That won't do. Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong exchanged awkward smiles. It seemed such a request was indeed a bit excessive. Wang Hua watched from a distance, feeling a pang of envy. Why had they suddenly produced a large bundle of celestial herbs from the storage space? Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong were sleeping directly on top of them. Good heavens! The most romantic thing I can imagine is growing old slowly alongside exquisite spirit stones. Now, it seems my own status has diminished considerably. These two are floating on a sea of celestial herbs. Dreaming sweetly, Could it be that they might encounter a celestial being? Wang Wai's eyes sparkled with greed as he contemplated rushing forward to seize all the treasures. But alas, he was merely in the initial stage of the void realm. Not to mention the hidden cultivation of the young man and the Saintess. Even dealing with Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong would be quite troublesome. With a resigned sigh, Wang Hua quietly retreated. It would be wise to plan this carefully. Once Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong were settled, Li Muzhi took Qinua's hand and led her to the bedside. Qinhua felt a wave of nervousness. Could it be? The senior wouldn't want me to sleep with him, would he? Thump, 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 thump. Qinua's heart raced, her mind in a whirl. I am a Saintess. I cannot form a Tao partner for life. And I must maintain my purity, that if the senior insists on sharing a bed with me, should I refuse? Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong exchanged glances. That why Yi Xiuqi stole a glance and whispered, the Saintess's breathing is erratic. I think there might be something between Senior Li and her. Bai Nong shot Yi Xiuqi a glare, placing a finger to his lips. Are you trying to get us both killed? I haven't seen anything. Yi Xiuqi narrowed his eyes and smiled, quickly closing them. I haven't seen anything either. Li Muzhi brought Chun Inua to the bedside and released her arm. You can sleep here tonight. With that, he turned to leave. Chun Inua breathed a sigh of relief. So it wasn't he to sleep together after all. Looking around, she found no other place to rest. The only door plank had been claimed by Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong. Chun Inua felt a surge of nervousness. Perhaps it would be better to let Senior Li rest with her. The space on the bed was certainly enough for two. Muzhi. Chun Inua hesitated for a moment before calling out to Li Muzhi. He paused, turning back to her with a question in his eyes. What is it? Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong discreetly opened a small gap in their eyes before hastily closing them again, stifling their laughter. Senior Li's tactic of allure and retreat is truly masterful. The 100 Flavors restaurant is staffed entirely by female disciples, and the Saintess seldom interacts with males, even when she does. Those male practitioners are ever so respectful. Only the emperor can engage the Saintess in equal conversation, yet the nature of their relationship is strictly formal. Only Senior Li exists as a man whom the Saintess must look up to. When a woman of such lofty stature encounters a man she must admire, it is bound to lead to unforeseen circumstances. Moreover, Senior Li's demeanor is so affable, devoid of any arrogance, with his innate warmth. Coupled with his recent display of allure and retreat, the Saintess is surely within reach. If it were an ordinary monk, Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong might still worry that Bai Weizhai and the great Xia imperial family would pursue accountability. However, what of Senior Li's esteemed identity and profound cultivation? A veritable immortal, willing to take the Saintess as a partner in the Tao, such a matter transcends the realm of responsibility. Yet it seems that a Saintess has never before united with someone as a partner in the Tao. If this were to spread, it would indeed be a momentous event. Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong exchanged glances, their hearts brimming with secret delight, hastily covering each other's mouths and noses, fearing that laughter might escape. Chun Inua glanced at Li Muzhi, hesitantly suggesting, "Why don't you sleep on the bed?" Ultimately, Chun Inua lacked the courage to invite Senior Li to share her bed, for even if nothing were to occur, it would still not bode well if word got out. Li Muzhi waved his hand, chuckling softly. I will find a place to rest myself. You need not worry about me. Get some rest early. Yi Xiuqi was taken aback and couldn't help but send a thought to Bai Nong, as expected of the Saintess. She has managed to withstand Senior Li's subtle tactics. Bai Nong pouted in response, retorting, Nonsense. I believe Senior Li is simply more skilled. Yi Xiuqi, puzzled, inquired through thought, What makes you say that? The Saintess merely suggested that Senior Li take the bed. Not that they share it. Of course, he would be reluctant. Bai Nong huffed, confidence swelling as he continued. Senior Li intentionally offered the comfortable bed to the Saintess while he finds a corner to feign helplessness. This will thoroughly break down her defenses. Yi Xiuqi's eyes widened in realization, exclaiming, Brother Bai, you truly are a master of romance in the cultivation world. Bai Nong smirked, pride evident. Indeed, back in the day, my cultivation was still lacking, yet I won the affection of my junior sister with this very ploy. Yi Xiuqi shot a glance at Bai Nong and sent a thought. Then let us feign sleep. Bai Nong eyed Yi Xiuqi and agreed. Excellent idea. Chapter 33. The two watching the show Li Muzhi remained blissfully unaware of Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong's whispered exchanges regarding him, nor their anticipation of a spectacle. He merely felt it was unreasonable to deny the soul lady the BED for sharing it. The timing was not yet right. This world harbors traditional values, and cultivators are likely no different, that if his temperament clashed with Chen Yinua's, sharing a bed could tarnish her reputation. Thus, he chose to endure his discomfort for her sake. He could not allow his desires to overshadow her life. It was essential to spend more time with her, ensuring they could commit to one another for eternity before making such a decision. Li Muzhi retrieved a chair from the system, sat down, and gradually closed his eyes. This chair was meant for resting during idle moments of the stall, not for long slumbers. Nonetheless, enduring a single night was of little consequence. Meanwhile, Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong had entered a state of pretended slumber, secretly awaiting the unfolding drama. Chen Yinhua glanced at Li Muzhi, a pang of discomfort stirring within her. The senior had selflessly relinquished the best position to her, while he settled for a makeshift arrangement. Chen Yinhua hesitated to voice her thoughts, especially with Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong nearby, ultimately refraining from speaking. With a soft sigh, she slowly covered herself with the blanket. The fabric bore Li Muzhi's scent, mingled with a hint of her own delicate fragrance. The ground beneath was cushioned with thick celestial herbs, exuding a gentle aura of spiritual energy. That A.S. Chen inhaled the fragrance and felt the spiritual energy enveloping her. Relaxation washed over her. She recalled their initial meeting, a lingering sense of peculiarity nagging at her. Throughout their interactions, Senior Li had never explicitly stated his intention to accept her as a disciple, though there was an underlying implication. Chen gently bit her lip, a wave of anxiety washing over her. As a Saintess, she had been ingrained with the belief that she must not unite with anyone as a partner in the Tao. While she had felt flutters of attraction towards male cultivators in the past, she had always maintained a position of superiority over them. Yet with Senior Li, the dynamic felt entirely different, that he was approachable, devoid of arrogance and exceedingly considerate. Chenhua gradually closed her eyes, uncertainty gnawing at her. What if Senior Li truly harbored such intentions? What should she do? This question spiraled through her mind, and before she knew it, she had drifted off to sleep. After a day of laboring in the fields, coupled with the mental strain from the three of them, Li Muzhi succumbed to slumber the moment he settled into the chair. Oh, oh! The sound of their synchronized breathing gradually filled the air, as both Li Muzhi and Chen Yinhua slipped into their dreams. That Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong exchanged puzzled glances. What was happening? Wasn't there supposed to be a game of cat and mouse, with one party playing hard to get? Bai Nong furrowed his brow, muttering, "This isn't how it's supposed to be." Yi Xiuqi rolled his eyes, scoffing, "You talk a good game, yet such is the reality. Do you truly believe the Saintess would be as easily deceived as your junior sister?" Bai Nong pouted and shot Yi Xiuqi a glare. "Wasn't it you who suggested there was something amiss between the Saintess and Senior Li?" Yi Xiuqi offered a sheepish smile, peeking with one eye. "Do you think they might discover we're pretending to sleep and feel embarrassed?" Bai Nong nodded. "It's possible. Let us just sleep then." Yi Xiuqi was taken aback. They were going to sleep? No more waiting for the show? Suddenly realizing Bai Nong's intention, Yi Xiuqi understood. "I suppose there is nothing left to anticipate. That let's sleep." The two feigned slumber, their breathing gradually becoming steady, appearing as if they had indeed fallen asleep. In truth, neither Yi Xiuqi nor Bai Nong had truly slept. They had merely ceased their exchanges that an hour passed, and aside from Li Muzhi shifting positions in discomfort, the atmosphere remained still. Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong grew anxious. Why was there still no action? Another hour went by, and Yi Xiuqi finally could not hold back. "I say, old Bai, it seems we won't be witnessing any drama." Bai Nong remained unresponsive, prompting Yi Xiuqi to exclaim, "Old Bai, stop pretending." Yi Xiuqi sent a thought, but still received no reply. Could it be that this old fellow had truly fallen asleep? Yi Xiuqi hastily opened his eyes, only to find Bai Nong drooling, soundly asleep. This scoundrel! Yi Xiuqi said ignardly, furious that they had agreed to pretend to sleep while Bai Nong had simply dozed off. "Humph." Yi Xiuqi smirked, a mischievous glint in his eye. "Let us see how I can make you pay." Just then, Bai Nong, deep in slumber, felt the entire bed shift slightly. What was happening? He jolted awake, eyes wide. Upon opening them, he saw Yi Shuqi curled up, hand over his mouth, body shaking with suppressed laughter. Bai Nong blinked in confusion. What was going on? Gently, he patted Yi Shuqi, who stiffened, exclaiming, "I saw nothing." Bai Nong was startled, instinctively glancing towards Li Muzhi and Chen Yinhua. Could something have transpired just now? Had he known, he wouldn't he have fallen asleep? "It was me," Bai Nong quickly called out to Yi Shuqi, inquiring through thought. What just happened between Senior Li and the Saintess? Yi Shuqi let out a relieved breath, fear evident on his face. "I thought I had been caught peeking." Bai Nong's sleepiness vanished entirely as he shifted closer to Yi Shuqi. "Brother Yi, tell me." Yi Shuqi shook his head vigorously, pulling his arm from Bai Nong's grip. "No way. If I spill, the Saintess and Senior Li will not spare me." Bai Nong was consumed with curiosity. What had transpired? Yi Shuqi closed his eyes, contentedly preparing to sleep. Now it was Bai Nong's turn to be restless. Bai Nong glared at Yi Shuqi, his mind racing with questions as he stole glances at Li Muzhi and Chen Yinhua. What had truly occurred? The demeanor of Senior Li and the Saintess did not suggest anything untoward had happened. Could Yi Shuqi be playing a trick on him? Yet his earlier expression had seemed quite genuine. Bai Nong tossed and turned, the question gnawing at him, preventing sleep from claiming him. As dawn broke. Aha! Li Muzhi yawned widely, rising to stretch. The yellow beans he had collected were still available, perfect for grinding into soy milk in the morning. Hearing the commotion, Chen Yinhua slowly descended from the bed, curious to see what Li Muzhi was up to. "What is this?" Li Muzhi smiled slightly, pouring the yellow beans into the grinder. "This is called grinding," with a forceful motion of his right hand. He set the half-kilogram, 20-centimeter grinder into motion. Chen Yinhua felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from the grinding beans, as though they could reduce her to nothingness. Having known Li Muzhi for only a brief time, she was already growing accustomed to his extraordinary abilities. "Come, help me add the beans and water." Chen Yinhua nodded, mimicking Li Muzhi's earlier actions as she poured the yellow beans into the grinder. Yi Shuqi and Bai Nong, having had a restless night, felt fatigued. Bai Nong only managed to fall asleep as dawn approached, and upon waking, he found Li Muzhi and Chen Yinhua engaged in cheerful conversation while busying themselves. It appeared Yi Shuqi had not deceived him. Yi Shuqi too was taken aback. Had something truly transpired while he slept? The two seemed remarkably harmonious, reminiscent of a couple sharing a life together. Chapter 34. The correct path of cultivation. Yi Shuqi and Bai Nong each harbored their own thoughts. Bai Nong believed something must have occurred during his slumber, while Yi Shuqi felt the same about the latter part of the night. They exchanged skeptical glances, each huffing dismissively. Li Muzhi ground the soybeans. He noticed their weary expressions. "You both look as if you haven't fully woken up. You didn't sleep well last night, did you?" Yi Shuqi and Bai Nong exchanged an awkward smile. The implication in Senior Li's words was unmistakable. He clearly knew they had been pretending to sleep. "Ahem." Yi Shuqi and Bai Nong cleared their throats and quickly explained, "We slept quite well, and woke up at dawn." Li Muzhi nodded, a smile gracing his face. "That's wonderful. I was merely concerned that you might think I did not host you properly." A pang of unease struck Yi Shuqi and Bai Nong's hearts. Indeed, the elder was subtly warning them to keep last night's events under wraps. Bai Nong glanced at Yi Shuqi, silently conveying that he had seen nothing. Should the news leak, it would be attributed to the Yi family. With a slight smirk, Yi Shuqi thought to himself that he had indeed fallen asleep by the latter half of the night. Should the elder seek trouble, it would be Bai's affair. The two exchanged glances of quiet delight, gradually relaxing. Breakfast was not overly complicated. Soy milk accompanied by fried dough sticks. Watching Li Muzhi dip the fried dough into the soy milk, the three followed suit. Having learned from the previous day's experience, they no longer felt trepidation. Long as they imitated the elder's method of consumption, the energy-rich food was not nearly as daunting as they had imagined. The crispy fried dough, immersed in the soy milk, had its greasiness absorbed, while the dough itself softened, providing a pleasant texture in the mouth. The four gathered around the eight immortals' table, while in the distance, the Wong frog lay hidden on the hillside. After leaving the previous night, the Wong frog had not rested well. As dawn broke, it hurried back to the vicinity of Li Muzhi's abode. "I refuse to believe you. Remain here indefinitely." The Wong frog glared with its round, bulging eyes and let out a hearty yawn. As long as Chun Inua and the others were present, the Wong frog dared not approach carelessly. The Saintess might not recognize it, but Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong certainly did. If spotted by them, it would be troublesome. Taking a few deep breaths, the Wong frog continually reminded itself to remain calm. Yi Xiuqi raised his bowl and drank the soy milk in one go, suddenly recalling the analogy with tofu that Li Muzhi had mentioned the day before. From the elder's words, it seemed the current path of cultivation was flawed. Yi Xiuqi yearned to discern what the correct path should entail. Upon reflection, since the elder had not broached the subject directly, it was unclear whether he had other intentions or simply chose not to disclose it. Bai Nong cast a glance at Yi Xiuqi. An old friend of 1,000 years. Yi Xiuqi shifted slightly, and Bai Nong instinctively understood the nature of his impending inquiry, furrowing his brow, unsure whether to speak up or how to broach the topic. Chun Inua observed their expressions, quietly munching on the fried dough, remaining silent. Yi Xiuqi pondered for quite some time. Asking outright felt inappropriate, since the elder had used a dish to indicate issues with the path of cultivation. Perhaps he could also introduce the topic through cuisine. Resolutely, Yi Xiuqi discreetly glanced at Li Muzhi, hesitating momentarily. "Brotherly, there is a matter I wish to inquire about, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate to discuss." Li Muzhi set down his soy milk, glancing at Yi Xiuqi. "If you are questioning whether it is appropriate to discuss, it suggests you believe it is not. Therefore, I would advise against it." Yi Xiuqi felt a wave of embarrassment. Wasn't the elder typically amiable? Why had he suddenly become so cutting? Could it be that Li Muzhi possessed foresight and already knew what he intended to ask? Seeing the bewilderment on Yi Xiuqi's face, Li Muzhi burst into hearty laughter. "I was merely jesting. What is it you wish to ask?" Yi Xiuqi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and tentatively inquired. "About the tofu you mentioned yesterday." His voice dwindled to a whisper, ultimately failing to articulate his question clearly. Bai Nong felt his heart race. Should the elder be willing to offer guidance, it would be an immense opportunity. Chun Inua maintained a composed exterior, yet her gaze involuntarily drifted toward Li Muzhi, her heart already tumultuous with anticipation. The future of the entire cultivation realm could very well pivot on the elder's forthcoming words. Observing the eager expressions of the three, Li Muzhi smiled in satisfaction. It appeared that yesterday's culinary delights had captured their palates and appetites. Otherwise, why would they be so eager to learn? Cooking is a task that, while seemingly simple, can be exceedingly complex. Their enthusiasm was commendable. Thus, it would be prudent not to dampen their spirits, but rather to gradually reshape their perceptions of gastronomy. Li Muzhi nodded earnestly, beginning to organize his thoughts. Chun Inua and her companions grew anxious as they watched Li Muzhi's brows furrow. Yet they refrained from urging him. The elder was undoubtedly contemplating a grand strategy. Identifying the correct path of cultivation would surely have significant ramifications for the entire cultivation world. The elder's seclusion here must surely involve other, more pressing matters as well. Clarifying the direction of cultivation might be consequential. Truly, the elder was a figure of profound foresight, not something they could presume to fathom. Having prepared his remarks, Li Muzhi decided to draw comparisons between the culinary practices of the two worlds, granting them a preliminary understanding of gastronomy. "In truth, it is quite simple," Li Muzhi declared, his demeanor serious as he continued. "However, simplicity does not equate to coarseness or brutality." He recalled his arrival in this world when Granny Zhang had served him a bowl of exceptionally pungent meat soup. Had he not been famished, he would have surely vomited on the spot. Even in his hunger, that bowl of broth was nearly impossible to swallow. Li Muzhi grimaced, wrinkling his nose and shaking his head. "Your methods here are far too crude." The trio was taken aback, realizing that indeed, the method of cultivation was flawed. Observing their disconcerted expressions, Li Muzhi pondered whether he had overstated his point. Ahem. He cleared his throat, chuckling lightly. "Of course, I have always been near Kaishan sect. Perhaps others have also developed some techniques elsewhere." The cultivation realm was vast, and the territory governed by the great Xia royal family constituted but a fraction of it. The culinary practices near Kaishan sect were quite primitive, not necessarily reflective of other regions. Yet, Li Muzhi bore a sense of pride. For as a member of the Huaxiao nation, renowned for its culinary prowess, He believed none could rival him in this cultivation realm. Regardless of how others experiment, Li Muzhi scoffed lightly. They could never surpass me. Chun Inua and her companions were momentarily stunned by the elder's formidable confidence. Yet, given his prowess, such self-assurance was warranted. Chapter 35. Cooking, Cultivation. Li Muzhi's discourse stirred a tempest within the hearts of the three. However, amidst the conversation, he had yet to elucidate what the correct path of cultivation entailed. The trio gazed at Li Muzhi, their hearts brimming with urgency. Li Muzhi quickly reassured them. Do not rush. Matters of this nature cannot be hurried. They nodded in agreement, claiming not to be anxious. Yet their hearts remained restless. With a slight smile, Li Muzhi remarked, "Let us first discuss the differences between the two methods." The trio promptly focused their attention, eager for the crux of the matter. Regardless of whether it is your method or mine, the ultimate objective is the same: to cook the food thoroughly. Chun Inua and her companions nodded in acknowledgement, impressed by the elder's clever analogy. Indeed, irrespective of the cultivation method, the essence lay in defying fate and achieving great freedom. Seeing their nods, Li Muzhi assumed they grasped his explanation. Excellent, he nodded in satisfaction, smiling. Food inherently contains impurities that must be addressed from the outset. At this juncture, Li Muzhi recalled Granny Zhang's meat soup, which had been bereft of any effort to eliminate its sanguine scent. Throughout the cooking process, no scallions, ginger, or spices had been employed. Simply boiling in water had only served to intensify the bloody and meaty aromas. It was likely that the froth produced during cooking had gone unremoved. Shaking his head in distaste, Li Muzhi remarked, "In this regard, your methods are sorely lacking." The trio listened contemplatively. Mortals are laden with impurities. The qi refinement stage exists to purge these through breathing techniques. The elder's assertion that their methods were inadequate implied that issues had arisen from the very beginning of the qi refinement stage. Observing the furrowed brows of the trio, Li Muzhi considered that given the long-standing culinary practices in this world, they might find it challenging to change. This was a crucial point that needed to be emphasized, that if the raw materials were not adequately prepared, no amount of subsequent processing would yield delectable results. Do not dismiss this as trivial. Li Muzhi agjalat kabili. His expression grave as he regarded the three. One misstep could lead to a series of errors, making recovery exceedingly difficult. Chun Inua and her companions inhaled sharply, realizing this implied they had indeed strayed from the proper path. If they had not mastered the qi refinement stage, had they inadvertently proceeded to the void stage, did this mean they had lost all hope of ascending to the immortal realm? Li Muzhi paused, observing the pallor on their faces. Had he perhaps been too heavy-handed in his words? However, it seemed they had finally grasped the importance of proper handling of raw materials. No need to be anxious. Li Muzhi softened his tone slightly, continuing, "It is still not too late for you to amend your ways." Not too late. The trio felt a wave of relief wash over them, that as long as there was still hope for ascension to the immortal realm. The prospect of despair was averted. Moving forward, they would need to seek out more cleansing elixirs to purify the impurities within their bodies. Noticing the easing of their emotions, Li Muzhi also felt a sense of relief. He had almost dissuaded these three novices with his heavy rhetoric. It appeared that scaring them was not the best approach. Clearing his throat, Li Muzhi spoke slowly. "You see, you merely need to boil the food in clean water, adding perhaps a sprinkle of salt, rendering it as bland as an individual devoid of character. Observe my dishes. I incorporate various seasonings, giving them the essence of a person who has experienced the myriad facets of life." Li Muzhi was quite pleased with his words. Glancing at the trio, "We shall conclude our discussion here for today. Too much information might muddle your understanding. Once you comprehend this layer, the subsequent steps will be straightforward." Teaching others to cook for the first time, Li Muzhi was uncertain if his approach was correct. That Li Muzhi intended to first transform the traditional mindsets of the three individuals, helping them realize that food can possess a multitude of flavors. Subsequently, he would introduce them to the various functions of seasonings, gradually guiding them into the basics of culinary preparation, allowing them to become adept in no time. Upon hearing Li Muzhi's words, the three fell into deep contemplation. What did Senior Li mean by this? Li Muzhi glanced at them, silently gathering their bowls to the kitchen. There was still much farming to be done, and he had little time to engage in idle chatter with them. After washing a few bowls and scrubbing the pot, Li Muzhi noticed Yi Shouqi, and by Gnome frowning, that it was fine for Ano to stay here, as they were still in the phase of mutual understanding. However, with these two older brothers lingering, Wu and Ti, he had to take care of their meals at noon. His small food stall wouldn't be operational for a while, and with the new house being completed, he still needed to buy a bed for Ano. Various expenses would increase, so it was essential to save some money. Li Muzhi tidied up the dishes and wiped his hands dry. Ano, please help me feed the cows some rapeseed stalks. Chun, Ano nodded, snapping out of her reverie. Sure. Li Muzhi acknowledged her, pleased by her diligence. Yi Shouqi and by Gnome remained entangled in their thoughts regarding Li Muzhi's remarks, unable to decipher them for quite some time. Li Muzhi gently patted their shoulders and smiled. My dear brothers, I have many tasks to attend to, so I cannot accompany you any longer, implicitly suggesting that he had matters to attend to, and they could return home. Yi Shouqi and by Gnome nodded, recalling that today marked the final segment of the Southwest Cultivation Exchange Symposium. The last project was the comprehension of Tao. This comprehension was divided into 3 categories. The first type involved understanding the Tao through observing the traces left by predecessors, a category most cultivators were eager to participate in, as even without victory, they could gain insights from the Tao of their forebears, a sure win. The second type was the sharing of one's own Tao insights, which attracted the fewest participants, as sharing personal insights without gain was not particularly wise. The third type dealt with deciphering the obscure Tao insights left by predecessors, which posed the greatest challenge. Not all Tao could be grasped instantaneously. The purpose of this project at the symposium was to foster collective wisdom and continually delve into the Tao left by predecessors. Seeking common development within the cultivation realm, Yi Shouqi pondered for a moment. It seemed that their inability to comprehend the senior's words might lead them to bring this matter to the exchange, hoping to glean insights from others. However, this required the senior's consent. Ahem. Yi Shouqi stood and respectfully inquired, Li brother, may I share your culinary insights with others? Li Muzhi was momentarily taken aback. Did Yi Shouqi wish to run before he could walk? Yet, spreading such ideas was not a bad thing. After a moment's contemplation, Li Muzhi replied, how do you intend to convey this to others? If this information were to spread, it was essential to ensure accuracy. Yi Shouqi hesitated, as he had not formulated a clear way to articulate his thoughts. I seek your guidance, Li brother. Li Muzhi considered that sharing such information should be concise. The shorter the message, the lower the chance of error during transmission. You should say this. Li Muzhi looked up at the sky and slowly exhaled. The eater abides by the principles of nature, acting without force, taste 100 flavors, whether singular or multiple, transforming the mundane into the extraordinary. In the subsequent chapter regarding Wang Wa's opportunity, Li Muzhi summarized the fundamental principles of cooking. Food should be handled according to the characteristics of each ingredient. Wu Wei does not imply inaction. It is not akin to Granny Zhang who simply boils food in water. Instead, it embodies a natural approach, a state of being that does not resist the natural course of things. As a culinary creator, one must be familiar with a variety of flavors. Only by tasting myriad flavors can one discern which foods pair harmoniously with which tastes. After reflecting on his own words, Li Muzhi found no faults and turned to feed the chickens. Cluck, cluck. He poured the soybean dregs from the morning's soy milk grinding into the feeding trough, simultaneously checking on the health of the 13 chicks. Yi Shouqi and by Gnome replayed Li Muzhi's words in their minds. The senior's speech seemed to encapsulate the essence of supreme Tao. Li brother. Yi Shouqi and by Gnome bowed in gratitude. We shall take our leave now. Li Muzhi, holding the wooden basin for feeding the chickens, sighed in relief. All right, come visit again when you have time. The two nodded and headed towards the Kaishan sect. Li Muzhi glanced at them, relieved that he no longer needed to invite them for lunch. Wang Wa, hiding at a distance, perked up upon seeing Yi Shouqi and by Gnome leave. Finally, those two had departed. All my early rising and late nights have paid off. I can finally see the light at the end of the tunnel. Wang Wa scanned the surroundings of the wooden house. The human craftsman posed no threat. The only potential danger lay in that beast. Wang Wa's round eyes sparkled with excitement as he retrieved a half-foot-long slender wooden stick from his storage space. The stick was entirely black, its material indiscernible, resembling a concealed weapon. Wang Hua bit one end of the stick, channeling his inner qi. Whoosh! A stream of qi gently wafted from the stick towards Wen Jing. Sniff, sniff. Wen Jing, blissfully munching on the rapeseed stalks, suddenly felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, his mind growing hazy. Could it be that he had eaten too much celestial herb? So sleepy, Wen Jing swayed and collapsed onto the ground. Falling into a deep slumber, Wang Hua chuckled to himself. This old Dulling is colorless and tasteless. Even those 2 levels above me would fall victim to it. This beast has just ascended to the Demon Emperor level. It doesn't stand a chance. Wang Hua, feeling triumphant, turned his gaze toward the laboring craftsmen, who, under the influence of the soul-dulling qi, found their movements slowing considerably, soon succumbing to a deep sleep. The treasures are finally all mine. Wang Hua felt a surge of excitement as he swiftly approached the house. Chapter 37. The call of the Chongming bird after using his mesmerizing energy to incapacitate everyone. Wang Hua cautiously surveyed the surroundings. The most crucial lesson from Shun and Mo Menghuan is a cautious approach ensures longevity. As the founder, Wang Hua naturally kept this wisdom close to heart. Once he confirmed that there were no traps or formations, he stealthily approached the house. TSK, TSK Tisk, Wang Hua exclaimed in wonder, his demeanor akin to Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden. His eyes darting excitedly between the celestial artifacts and the crops in the fields. So many treasures. He rubbed his hands together, his round, bulging eyes gleaming with anticipation. The principle of Shun Mo Menghuan dictates prioritizing the selection of the most valuable items with the least danger. Among the numerous treasures here, the most valuable undoubtedly is the celestial artifact, the golden rope. In battles of equal rank, the quality of techniques and treasures determines the likelihood of victory. When the disparity between techniques and treasures is significant, even slaying those of a higher realm becomes feasible. With the celestial artifact in hand, Wang Hua felt that, despite being at the early stage of the Void Realm, he could contend with experts at the late stage of the Tribulation Realm. At that moment, across the entire cultivation continent, as long as he avoided provoking those ancient monsters, he could easily transport anyone's treasures at will. Wang Hua felt a surge of delight in his heart as he hastened to Wen Jing's side. The golden rope had already been looped through the bull's nose, forming a knot. Wang Hua was quite confident in his mesmerizing energy and harbored no fears that Wen Jing would awaken while he untied the rope. Such a simple knot. Wang Hua chuckled, slowly reaching for the golden rope. The celestial artifact is mine. However, as soon as his hand brushed against the golden rope, his expression changed drastically. The moment his right hand made contact with the golden rope. All of his cultivation was swiftly drawn away. Wang Hua hurriedly attempted to withdraw his hand. Damn it! He felt a surge of anxiety. No matter how he struggled, his right hand remained trapped. And within 3 breaths, all his cultivation was drained. Once his inner power was depleted, Wang Hua's right hand finally jerked back. The sudden release of force caused him to lose his balance, rolling on the ground several times before he came to a stop. Covered in dirt and dust. Huff, huff! Wang Hua glanced at his right hand in terror, a wave of dread washing over him. Luckily, he had only been drained of his cultivation. Had this continued, he might have lost even his flesh and blood. What a formidable, celestial artifact! The golden rope. A celestial artifact had only existed in ancient texts. The descriptions in these texts were scarce, but the general consensus was that it could suppress cultivation, serving as a binding artifact. Wang Hua gasped for breath. This was not merely a binding artifact. This was a life-threatening treasure. The fact that this artifact could autonomously defend itself and drain an early-stage void cultivator of all their power in mere moments was alarming, that if the artifact's master were to use it. Wang Hua feared he would be reduced to nothing in an instant. A chill ran down his spine. With no cultivation left in his dantian, even the thought of retreating to claim some celestial herbs from the fields was futile. Damn it! Wang Hua swallowed hard. Surrounded by celestial artifacts and herbs, yet he could take nothing. The feeling was truly unbearable. As he surveyed his surroundings, he spotted a stack of wheat straw piled against the door. What is this? It actually contains quite a bit of spiritual energy. Wang Hua's round eyes narrowed slightly. Although it was not much, it was better than leaving empty-handed. As the saying goes, a thief never returns empty-handed. No, a porter never returns without spoils. Wang Hua reached down to grab a handful of wheat straw, but just as he was about to leave, a rooster in the coop suddenly crowed loudly. Cock-a-doodle-doo. The sound echoed through the air, causing Wang Hua's mind to spin. Blood surged to his head, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The ancient divine beast, the Chongming bird. Wang Hua gritted his teeth, enduring the discomfort while tightly clutching the handful of wheat straw. He would not return empty-handed. It was a matter of professional integrity, a rule not to be broken. Staggering, he hurried away. The call of the Chongming bird was said to dispel all formations and illusions. The mesmerizing energy he wielded belonged to the category of illusions. The Chongming bird's cry would soon awaken any beast ensnared by the mesmerizing energy. Now, with no cultivation left, he had no chance to escape. Li Muzhi had just covered the bamboo seeds with sandy soil when he suddenly heard the roosters crow. Already crowing, he straightened up and glanced toward his home. What a loud voice! Chun Nua's expression changed, having read numerous ancient texts about the Chongming bird. This was her first time hearing its true call. The elder did not seem surprised. Li Muzhi retrieved a bucket of water from the system and called out to Chun Nua, "Come, let us fetch some water to irrigate the crops." Chun Nua complied. Obediently following behind him, Li Muzhi felt elated. With the rooster crowing, it wouldn't be long before the hens began laying eggs. However, the speed at which these chickens were growing was indeed astonishing. In just over a week, they were nearly fully grown, resembling those feed-fed broilers. Yet, considering they were system-produced eggs, it was only logical for them to grow rapidly. By the way, Li Muzhi turned to Chun Nua and smiled. "You haven't eaten chicken before, have you?" Chun Nua was taken aback. "Eat? That was an ancient divine beast. Who would dare eat it?" She awkwardly shook her head. Realizing Chun Nua's odd expression, Li Muzhi suddenly understood that he had just been thinking about using the chicken for cooking. And for a moment, he had forgotten. Could it be that in this world, they also used the term to refer to male anatomy? Oh, how embarrassing. Cough, cough. Li Muzhi cleared his throat and quickly said, "I haven't seen one here yet. But once those chickens grow up, we'll get one to eat." Chun Nua's eyes widened. "In a way. Are we really going to eat it?" Li Muzhi pondered aloud. "Now that we have some ingredients, I wonder what dishes we can make. Spicy chicken slices. Lemon chicken, potato stew with chicken, beggar's chicken." As he spoke, Li Muzhi felt his mouth watering. There were indeed many dishes he could prepare, and he suddenly felt that the chickens he was raising might not be enough. Sustainable development was essential. First, he needed to ensure there were eggs to hatch into chicks. Chickens lay eggs, eggs hatch into chickens. An endless cycle that would allow him to enjoy all the culinary delights related to chicken. Chun Nua, following behind Li Muzhi, was left in a state of shock. The ancient divine beast was being treated with such casualness. Chapter 38. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? The riverbank was not far from the bamboo planting site. When Li Muzhi initially chose the location, he considered the irrigation issue. Unfortunately, the terrain here was not flat enough. Otherwise, it would have been convenient to create a rice paddy, but he was still contemplating how to fill the freshly tilled field in front of the house with water. Chun imitated Li Muzhi, pouring water from the bucket onto the freshly planted soil. Observing Li Muzhi's beaming smile, Chun Nua still found it hard to accept that he wanted to eat an ancient divine beast. Should she ask the elder? Having spent a short time together, she felt that Li Muzhi was easy to talk to. Whenever she had questions, he would patiently answer. Eating an ancient divine beast seemed far too extravagant. "Muzhi," Chun Nua gently sprinkled water on the soil, whispering, "Are you really going to eat those ancient divine beasts?" Ancient divine beasts? Li Muzhi was taken aback, puzzled. What ancient divine beasts? Chun Nua blinked her eyes and quickly replied, "The ones you mentioned, chickens." Li Muzhi suddenly understood, bursting into laughter. "You call chickens ancient divine beasts?" Chun Nua pouted. What was so funny about that? If chickens are ancient divine beasts, then divine beasts would be everywhere. Li Muzhi shook his head gently, remarking, "Chickens are primarily meant for consumption." Chun Nua was left speechless. Did the elder mean that such ancient divine beasts were plentiful in the celestial realm? Moreover, they were merely used for food. Gulp! Chun Inua swallowed hard. What kind of terrifying existence was the celestial realm? Li Muji chuckled, noticing that she was swallowing again. Speaking of chickens, he glanced at Chun Inua with a teasing smile. Do you think the chicken came first or the egg? Without hesitation, Chun Inua nodded, immediately responding, the chicken came first. Li Muji was momentarily taken aback. He had only intended to tease her. How had she become so certain? Oh, can you explain why? Chun Inua smiled slightly and replied, out of necessity. Li Muji felt a pang in his chest. Chun Inua was startled and quickly asked, what's wrong? Li Muji looked at her. Realizing she seemed unaware of the true meaning behind her words that in this world, skilled women were not referred to as ji, a derogatory term, but rather as yao, courtesans. Cough, cough. Li Muji coughed intensely, looking at Chun Inua incredulously. Where did you hear that? Chun Inua, curious, examined Li Muji, unsure of his strong reaction. It was written in ancient texts. I don't know what it means. Observing Chun Inua's innocent expression, Li Muji felt an overwhelming curiosity regarding the ancient text she mentioned. What sort of bizarre ancient manuscript could possibly contain such content? This was clearly a quip from a past life, and in this world, no one would refer to skilled women as chickens. Thus, such a jest could not have originated here. Could it be that there are other time travelers like himself? Li Muji furrowed his brow slightly and promptly inquired, who authored the ancient texts? Chun Inua shook her head, her brow slightly furrowed. I don't know. Most lack an author, and some are simply attributed to the anonymous. However, even my master has no idea who the anonymous author is. Li Muji felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. It is rather amusing. Back when he was studying, he genuinely believed that anonymous was a person's name, that it was only later that he discovered it was used to denote the absence of an author's name. The ancient texts chronicle many events from the primordial era. Yet what has been passed down is incomplete. Chun Inua sighed, continuing, among them is recorded the tale of the ancient divine beasts. Instantly, Li Muji's interest in the ancient text Chun Inua spoke of intensified. He would certainly like the opportunity to examine them. After planting the bamboo, Li Muji and Chun Inua returned home. When Jing felt as though he had merely taken a short nap, only to be abruptly awakened by the crowing of the Mingming bird. He had been sleeping soundly, yet the sudden awakening left him somewhat displeased. However, given that the source was an ancient divine beast, he could only swallow his grievances. The craftsmen continued their work, seemingly unaffected by recent events. Chun Inua quickly sensed something amiss and hurried to the spot where the king frog had bled. This was the aura of a practitioner from the early void realm. A glance confirmed that a significant portion of the immortal herbs on the door panel was missing. Someone had been here. Chun Inua glanced back at Li Muji. How was it that her senior seemed entirely oblivious? No, such trivial matters likely went unnoticed by him, observing the bloodstains on the ground. It was evident that this void realm practitioner had sustained severe injuries. Previously, she had heard Yi Shochi mention that the Yuan-ing period demon beasts were directly annihilated by the chaotic spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Considering the earlier cry of the Mingming bird, this void realm practitioner was undoubtedly in grave peril. No wonder her senior dared to leave so many celestial artifacts and herbs here without setting up any formations nearby. There was no need for him to take action personally. These treasures alone were sufficient to deter thieves. The immortal herbs strewn across the floorboards must have been utterly worthless in Li Muji's eyes. Thus, even if a portion was taken, he would hardly care. She wondered which petty thief from the void realm had the audacity to pilfer from Li Muji. Humph. Chun Inua scoffed quietly. Let me catch you. I shall ensure you regret your actions. Li Muji, completely unaware of these matters, was preoccupied with what to prepare for lunch. There were leftovers from yesterday, which complicated things. Throwing them away felt wasteful. After all, this food was cultivated by him through great effort. With his face to the soil and back to the sky, he had painstakingly grown this grain. He could not bear to discard it. Moreover, there was still a substantial amount of deer meat left from yesterday. This was a nourishing delicacy. It would strengthen a man's vitality and enhance a woman's beauty. Although he had yet to need to bolster his waist, preparing in advance would yield no losses. However, it felt somewhat inappropriate to only treat Chinino, a young lady who had only just arrived, with leftovers. Li Muzhi felt a conflict within, glancing at the remaining food and murmuring, "Why not make noodles instead?" Utilizing the leftovers for noodle sauce would resolve the surplus, while avoiding the impression of serving solely leftovers. With so many craftsmen around, noodles would indeed be more convenient. With this thought in mind, Li Muzhi set to work kneading the dough. Meanwhile, the king frog, clutching a stalk of wheat, hid within an uninhabited forest. Oh. The king frog slowly exhaled, casting its round eyes around. "Fortunately, no one is pursuing me." Having acquired these immortal herbs, the king frog felt a slight relief in its heart. With its cultivation depleted, it could use the herbs to restore itself. The king frog examined the stalk of wheat in its hands, its round eyes sparkling with excitement as it gingerly picked one up. "Why is this a bit sticky and damp?" The king frog was unaware that the stalks it had taken were those upon which Bai Nong had slept the previous night. The dampness was merely the drool Bai Nong had left behind in slumber. The king frog wrinkled its brow. Perhaps this was the essence of the immortal herbs. Slowly, the king frog closed its eyes, elegantly placing the stalk of wheat in its mouth. Chapter 39. Granny Zhang attracts trouble upon entering its mouth. A surge of spiritual energy emanated from the wheat stalk. The king frog exclaimed, "Wow! Truly, it is immortal herbs?" The king frog withdrew the stalk from its mouth, marveling at its brilliance. The immortal herbs were indeed remarkable, yet it felt somewhat peculiar in taste, and no matter, as long as it aided in cultivation. Perhaps that was simply the nature of the herbs. The king frog again placed the stalk in its mouth, practicing its cultivation method. With the assistance of the spiritual energy from the wheat stalk, it quickly restored 1/3 of its depleted cultivation. The king frog slowly opened its eyes, satisfaction evident as it gazed at the remaining stalks. That it would be wasteful to use all of these for its own cultivation. Selling them at an auction house for premium spirit stones and treasures would be far more lucrative. Moreover, keeping the acquired treasures on its person remained a perilous endeavor. The king frog regarded the wheat stalks in its hands, its round eyes gleaming with excitement. At this moment, what it held was no longer mere immortal herbs, but rather glimmering premium spirit stones and treasures. Where should I go to dispose of these? It pondered. Perhaps the black market is the best option. Having made up its mind, the king frog stored the wheat stalks in its spatial pouch. According to the 3 no principles of smooth touch and exchange, when transporting others' belongings, one must adhere to 3 rules. First, never convert stolen treasures nearby to prevent the owner from tracing back. Second, never convert them within the sect's vicinity to avoid suspicion from outsiders. Third, never disclose the source of the treasures for the same reason as the first rule. The king frog silently recited these rules in its mind, determining its destination to be the eastern region of the cultivation continent. The eastern shores of the East Sea brimmed with black markets. The underground auction houses and ghost markets were rumored to be backed by the Penghai Pavilion. Aside from the imperial city, the eastern shores of the cultivation continent were renowned for their bustling activity. As the king frog flew away, it contemplated how to set its price. Meanwhile, Li Muzhi had finished cooking the noodles and called the craftsman to dinner. As he turned around, he noticed the diminished stalks of wheat on the door panel and frowned slightly. Why had some of the stalks suddenly vanished? Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on it. Since the oilseed stalks for the big black cow had almost been consumed, he might as well use these wheat stalks to feed the cow. Wen Jing shot a glance at the stalks, somewhat disdainful. Though they were also immortal herbs, they had been slept on by those 2 humans. Most importantly, they were covered in by Nong's drool. That it was far more pleasant to eat the previous oilseed stalks. Wen Jing used its front foot to push the wheat stalks aside and called out to Li Muzhi. Li Muzhi turned to Wen Jing, frowning slightly. "You won't eat this?" Wen Jing snorted a few times, nodding vigorously. "There's drool on it. I want to eat that." "Fine then, I'll just burn it," Li Muzhi muttered, tossing the wheat stalks beside the stove. Chinino glanced over, her heart no longer stirred by the sight. Using immortal herbs for firewood, while ancient divine beasts were to be cooked for future meals. Having seen so much, Chinino felt somewhat numb. Yet she still couldn't comprehend her senior's reasoning. Just like the bowl of noodles in her hand, she had never encountered such food before. This dish bore a resemblance to the steamed buns she had seen yesterday. Both consisted of a pile of white powdery substances, mixed with water and kneaded into a lump. Yet the outcomes were entirely different, that in the midst of unchanging elements, a slight alteration could yield stark contrasts. Chen Inua stared blankly at the noodles in her hand, lifting them with chopsticks. Her senior's knife skills were truly remarkable. Each strand was of precise width and thickness. Li Muzhi had boiled a large pot, which the craftsman quickly finished dividing. The construction of the house had reached its final stages, and it was expected they could move in by night. Li Muzhi felt a surge of joy, yet a hint of worry lingered in his heart. His home contained only one bed and a set of bedding. He would need to go out in the afternoon to purchase a complete set. With 20 taels of silver, there would hardly be much left. Li Muzhi sighed softly. Expenses were necessary. After lunch, Li Muzhi bid farewell to Chen Inua and made his way into the city. There were several carpenters concentrated in the western part of the city, that he should have brought Chen Inua along to buy a bed, but considering his limited funds, he feared that if she spotted an expensive bed, he would be unable to afford it, which would be rather awkward. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided to go alone. Chen Inua raised no objections. She also had time to send a message to her master. After all, her senior had previously mentioned that it was inappropriate for her master to come, and he would personally visit the byway restaurant when time permitted, that if her master and the matriarch could not restrain themselves and came here. It would likely infuriate her senior. Upon entering the city, Li Muzhi first visited Granny Zhang's home, that he had been preoccupied with nurturing rice seedlings, plowing fields, and tending to chicks, and had not had the chance to check on Granny Zhang. He gently knocked on her door, waiting for a considerable time without any response. Is she not at home? Li Muzhi wondered, puzzled, as Granny Zhang had mobility issues and rarely ventured outside. It is likely that due to my absence in recent days, Granny Zhang has felt rather dull and decided to pay visits to her neighbors. Li Muzhi retraced his steps back to the street and made his way directly towards the western part of the city. Intending to return and check on things after purchasing some items, upon arriving in the west, he could distinctly smell the scent of sawdust from a distance. Several carpenters had congregated together in a row of shops. Li Muzhi found it perplexing that they did not operate separately, as their proximity seemed to incite competition. Before even entering the shop, he overheard two elderly women engaged in casual conversation inside. Oh dear! Granny Zhang from the south side has gotten herself in quite a predicament this time. Indeed. Who could argue otherwise? Li Muzhi furrowed his brow. Granny Zhang from the south? No wonder she did not respond when he knocked earlier. What could have happened to her during his absence? Typically, Granny Zhang would venture out to sell a few ingredients, but more often than not, she would remain at home. How could she possibly have gotten into trouble? Anxious, Li Muzhi hurriedly stepped inside. The carpenter in the shop was snapping a chalk line and looked up upon seeing Li Muzhi. What can I assist you with, esteemed guest? The two chatting elderly women glanced at Li Muzhi before resuming their previous topic. If it weren't for her, that girl wouldn't have died. Exactly. She was such a wonderful young lady. Li Muzhi was momentarily taken aback. How could this matter involve a loss of life? Ladies, Li Muzhi interrupted them, quickly inquiring, what incident are you discussing? The two old women scrutinized him from head to toe, and seeing his keen interest, they eagerly began to share. Old Master Song's daughter, Dalian, jumped into the river yesterday. Li Muzhi was taken aback. Was this not the very bride Granny Zhang intended to speak of? She jumped into the river? Indeed. The two elderly women nodded, lamenting, only 16 years old. If it weren't for Granny Zhang acting as a matchmaker, it wouldn't have come to this. Acting as a matchmaker. So, this was somehow related to me. Could it be that because I refused to marry her, she took such drastic measures? This seemed rather unreasonable. Old Master Song has only this one daughter. Granny Zhang will likely have to compensate. Li Muzhi frowned and turned to leave. This situation appeared rather suspicious, and it seemed to have some connection to him. He needed to investigate further. Chapter 40. Investigating the Clearwater River. Li Muzhi followed the route he had taken with Granny Zhang previously and headed straight to Old Master Song's residence. Upon reaching the alley's entrance, he noticed Joss paper fluttering down the street. Li Muzhi's expression turned grave. It appeared that a serious incident had indeed occurred at the entrance of Old Master Song's home. A mourning banner hung at a height of 3 zhang and 6 feet, and inside, a monk was chanting scriptures. Faintly, he could hear the sounds of weeping from within, filled with profound sorrow. The front door stood ajar, likely to allow the spirit of Dalian to return home, and no one was guarding the entrance. So Li Muzhi lifted his robe and stepped inside. Upon entering, he navigated around a decorative screen, and in the courtyard, a high altar was erected. In the center, a monk recited the scriptures, and a coffin lay prominently displayed, surrounded by a grieving family. Li Muzhi's gaze immediately fell upon Granny Zhang, kneeling before the spirit tablet, seemingly having been there for quite some time. Given her frail condition, prolonged kneeling could prove detrimental. Li Muzhi hurriedly approached to assist her, asking, "Granny Zhang, what on earth has happened?" His entrance caught the attention of others in the courtyard. Old Master Song, tears in his eyes and rage etched on his face, approached and pointed an accusatory finger at Li Muzhi. "I was just about to find you. You are the one who has caused my daughter's death." Li Muzhi frowned. How could this be? After leaving Old Master Song's house that day, he had not even entered the city, so how could Dalian's demise be attributed to him? He thought to himself that perhaps Old Master Song was simply overwhelmed with grief and had become confused in his anguish. "Uncle Song, I am completely unaware of what transpired. How can you accuse me of causing Dalian's death?" Old Master Song's wife suddenly cried out, pulling at Li Muzhi's clothing. "You have killed my daughter. How will we live on as a couple now? You must compensate us." Li Muzhi felt discomfort as she tugged at him, pulling his garment back with a slight motion. "Oh!" Old Master Song's wife fell back dramatically, wailing, "He pushed me. I am a woman. How can he be so shameless?" Old Master Song, infuriated, advanced to strike Li Muzhi, but bystanders quickly intervened to prevent the altercation. With the commotion, the monk sighed, unable to continue his chanting. Li Muzhi furrowed his brow, straightening his clothing. The woman on the ground continued to roll about, refusing to relent. "What a shrew!" Li Muzhi steadied Granny Zhang and urgently asked, "Granny, what exactly happened?" Granny Zhang sighed and frowned. "I only learned about it this morning. Dalian, upon hearing that you would not marry her, was so filled with shame that she took her own life by jumping into the river yesterday." Li Muzhi was even more puzzled. He had not even met this Dalian girl, so how could she possibly have taken such drastic action because of him? There was something amiss here. "Granny." Li Muzhi glanced at Old Master Song's family and whispered, "Have you seen Dalian's body?" Granny Zhang shook her head, wiping her tears. "By the time I arrived, she had already been placed in the coffin." Li Muzhi observed Old Master Song's family closely. Although they had been crying loudly outside, their faces showed little evidence of prolonged weeping. As he scrutinized them, he noticed their eyes flickering with uncertainty. Indeed, something was amiss. "Granny, do not be too hard on yourself." Li Muzhi comforted Granny Zhang, speaking softly. "I sense that this matter is questionable." Granny Zhang lifted her head, looking at Li Muzhi in confusion. "Granny, have they been demanding money from you?" Granny Zhang nodded, letting out a sigh. "After all, I was the one who tied the red thread. It is only right." Upon hearing Granny Zhang's words, Li Muzhi felt he was gaining a clearer understanding. "Old Master Song." Li Muzhi stood up, speaking without reservation. "I wish to know who has announced the death and who prepared the coffin." Old Master Song was momentarily taken aback, and then cried out, "What do you mean by that? You have caused my daughter's death, and that is not enough for you." The woman on the ground got up, reaching for Li Muzhi's clothing once again. "You owe me my daughter. I depended on her for my old age." Li Muzhi's expression darkened, and he pushed Old Master Song's wife aside. "Oh, you struck me," Li Muzhi coldly observed, fixing his gaze on Old Master Song. "If you claim I caused Dalian's death, then go report it to the authorities. If the evidence is conclusive, I will naturally confess. However, if Dalian's demise was due to other reasons, then you are merely extorting money from Granny Zhang." Old Master Song's heart sank, and the woman on the ground momentarily halted her cries. Taken aback, Li Muzhi turned to the woman, sneering, "Your hysterics are futile. Seeking money? I would rather give it to the beggars on the street. At least they would express their gratitude." Li Muzhi then turned to Granny Zhang and said, "Come, Granny Zhang, I will carry you home." Granny Zhang trembled, slowly climbing onto Li Muji's back and letting out a sigh of relief. "Thank you for your kindness." "Not at all. It is what Muzhi ought to do." With Granny Zhang on his back, Li Muji took a few steps outside and turned back. "You would do well to return Granny Zhang's money personally. Otherwise, I will report this to the authorities." With that, Li Muji carried Granny Zhang away from old Master Song's house. Upon exiting the front door, he followed the courtyard wall until he reached a narrow alleyway suitable for one person. As he passed by, he suddenly caught sight of someone peering over the wall. Li Muji halted, peering closely, and saw a young man, approximately 17 or 18 years old. The young man, upon noticing Li Muji, quickly released his grip on the wall and fled in a hurry. "Who is that?" Granny Zhang pondered for a moment before responding. "He seems to be Xiao Lu." Li Muji glanced in the direction the young man had run off to, and then turned back, continuing to carry Granny Zhang home. Granny Zhang had spent the morning at old Master Song's house, kneeling in front of the spirit tablet for an extended period, and Li Muji promptly assisted her in massaging her feet. The circulation improved, and Granny Zhang felt much better, expressing her gratitude profusely that Li Muji engaged in conversation with Granny Zhang, learning that old Master Song had taken all of Granny Zhang's valuables. "This cannot stand." Li Muji rose, indignant. "This is clearly an attempt at extortion." It was unconscionable that old Master Song would target the funds of a solitary elderly woman. He must be taught a lesson. After ensuring Granny Zhang was settled, Li Muji made his way toward the government office. Just as he arrived at the office, he heard a constable shout, "Not good! Someone has jumped into the river again." Li Muji was taken aback and quickly approached. "Constable, who has jumped into the river?" The constable brushed past Li Muji, hastening forward. "It is Xiao Lu from the north side." Li Muji was stunned. Xiao Lu? He had just seen him moments ago. How could he have jumped into the river? Gasp! Li Muji inhaled sharply. Xiao Lu had been lively and full of life one moment, and the next he had perished. Could it be that there was some connection between him and Dalian? Li Muji swiftly followed, truly seeking to investigate the Clearwater River. Chapter 41. A Christian priest who resembles a monk. Li Muji chased after the constable, arriving at the riverbank, panting heavily. Xiao Lu's body had already been retrieved, still adorned with some aquatic plants. The constables examined the remains, shaking their heads that Li Muji observed from a distance. A young man who had been so vibrant just moments ago was now lifeless. "Alas!" Li Muji sighed. The constables carried Xiao Lu's body, murmuring, "This is truly uncanny. Just yesterday, Dalian jumped into this very river. Could it be that the vengeful spirit is seeking retribution?" "Do not speak nonsense." As Li Muji listened, the tale grew increasingly reminiscent of investigating the Clearwater River. The two families lived in close proximity, and observing Xiao Luer skillfully scaling the wall suggested a level of proficiency that hinted at the possibility of a deeper connection. Choosing the same spot to leap into the river was undeniably indicative of a tragic love pact. Li Muji swiftly followed suit, and one of the constables cast a glance in his direction, remarking, "Aren't you the vendor from the south of the city? What are you aimlessly wandering about for?" Li Muji forced an awkward smile and replied, "Isn't it rather peculiar? Why would a well-adjusted girl suddenly contemplate such a drastic action?" The constable shook his head with a sigh. "Indeed. I noticed that the girl bore scars, likely a consequence of punishment from her family." Li Muji's brow furrowed slightly, sensing the gravity of the situation. Could it have been from a whip? The constable looked taken aback and inquired, "How did you know?" "Just a hunch." The constables carried Xiao Luer's lifeless body and soon arrived at her home. The residence of Song Laosan was merely a narrow alley away from Xiao Luer's, clearly indicating a more impoverished state of affairs. Upon learning of her son's demise, Xiao Luer's mother was inconsolable. Overwhelmed with grief, that Li Muji sighed deeply and began to take his leave. Just as he exited the alley, two figures darted by. Li Muji frowned. Those two seemed to be Song Laosan and his wife. With Xiao Luer deceased, why were they skulking about instead of facing the situation openly? Their furtiveness betrayed their guilt. Li Muji stepped into Song Laosan's home, but the courtyard appeared deserted. The monk on the platform glanced at Li Muji, a smile gracing his face. Curiously, Li Muji asked the monk, "What do you mean by smiling at me?" "Ba." The monk rose and bowed, saying, "Esteemed benefactor, the matter unfolds precisely as you surmise." Li Muzhi was taken aback. It seemed the monk was aware of his intent to confront Song Laosan. "What shall I call you?" "Master, I dare not claim such a title." The monk bowed once more and continued, "I am Chan Yuan, a cardinal of the Three Pure Ones." Li Muzhi was momentarily stunned. Calling himself a poverty-stricken Taoist, yet by name and appearance. He did not seem to fit that mold, that if he were a monk, how could he also claim to be a cardinal? What sect did this man truly belong to? Li Muzhi forced a smile and quietly asked, "How did you know what I was thinking?" Chan Yuan smiled slightly. "The Buddha said, the path that can be spoken of is not the eternal path." "Amen." Li Muzhi pouted. Was that truly a Buddha saying? He decided to disregard this monk with a Christian twist. Engaging in conversation with such a character could very well lead to madness. "Benefactor, may we meet again by fate." Chan Yuan bowed slightly, adding, "I must now journey to the west to pay homage to my Lord Almighty." Li Muzhi twitched at the corners of his mouth and hurriedly bid farewell. Surely, this could not be a reincarnation of Tang Sung, misborn into the wrong circumstances. His thoughts seemed tangled. Once the monk departed, Li Muzhi looked around. Song Laosan's family had barred their door tightly. A clear sign of guilt. Sighing, he glanced at the coffin in the courtyard. "Though I never knew you, having such parents is truly unfortunate. May you find a better rebirth in your next life." Turning back to Song Laosan's residence, he shouted, "Song Laosan, I shall count to 3. If you do not emerge to return the belongings of old Lady Zhang, I shall commence my song." 1. Hiding in the inner courtyard, Song Laosan and his wife hesitated, contemplating whether to venture outside. Song Laosan frowned, grumbling, "Look at the mess your foolish idea has landed us in." The woman pinched him and retorted fiercely, "What are you afraid of? I want to see what he has to sing about." 2. Li Muzhi called out twice, yet the inner courtyard remained silent. 3. Upon completing his count, Li Muzhi shook his head and began to sing, exploring the Clearwater River. However, here, the river was not called Clearwater River, but rather Moby River. Adjusting a few lyrics, he sang in the original tune. "Peach leaves sharp and pointed, willow leaves obscuring the sky. I end this esteemed position. I implore you to heed my words to at this moment." It unfolds in the northern city. In the midst of the great stone alley, there resides Song Laosan. Speaking of Song Laosan, the couple has spent a lifetime in rags, and they birthed a daughter of exquisite beauty. Li Muzhi sang through the courtyard of Song Laosan's home, causing the couple's hearts to tremble. How could this young man possibly know such intimate details? Xiao Lua had climbed the wall at the second watch, engaged in a passionate exchange with the Lien at the third, and had been embroiled in chaos in her bed at the fourth. How could Li Muzhi know such intricate details? Song Laosan felt a surge of anxiety, once again lamenting, "You see, I told you he was involved with the Saintess. Now everyone knows." The woman, too, felt flustered. "What do you propose we do?" Song Laosan furrowed his brow, biting his lip in determination. "Return old Lady Zhang's belongings." The woman's expression shifted, pouting. "That won't do. Those are valuable treasures." Song Laosan sighed in frustration and walked straight toward the cabinet. The woman quickly positioned herself to block the cabinet, glaring fiercely. "Song Laosan, do you dare?" Song Laosan shoved her aside and reached for old Lady Zhang's possessions, intent on leaving. "If you return them, our lives will become unbearable." Song Laosan paused, glancing back at the woman on the ground. "I believe Li Muzhi speaks the truth. You are nothing but a shrew." The woman's eyes widened in disbelief. "Song Laosan, how dare you speak to me like that? You built your fortune with my father's help. Spare me the mention of your father. Since marrying into your family, I have hardly had a moment of peace." Song Laosan trembled slightly, having never dared utter such words before. "Your father looked down upon me. Now that he has passed, you continue to suppress me, that I have long wished to escape this life." The woman sank to the ground, kicking her feet in frustration. "I won't live anymore. If you wish to end it, then jump into the river." Song Laosan exhaled slowly, lamenting, "Xiao Luer was a fine child. You insisted on a dowry, and now look what has happened. Your daughter has been driven to her death." The woman began to throw a tantrum. hurling nearby objects at Song Laosan. Unlike before, he did not appease her, but left her with a parting remark. If you no longer wish to endure this, then divorce me that I shall seek a woman who can bear me a son. As Song Laosan exited, Li Muzhi was genuinely inclined to stroll through the streets while singing. Song Laosan quickly called out, "Cousin Muzhi, wait." Li Muzhi chuckled lightly. "What? Have you come to your senses?" Song Laosan awkwardly smiled and handed Li Muzhi the bundle, stating, "It's all here." Li Muzhi inspected it. Indeed, it was quite heavy, cumbersome to carry. With a thought, he stored the bundle in his system space. Song Laosan felt a jolt of surprise. Wasn't it said that Li Muzhi, like them, lacked spiritual roots and could not cultivate? Just now, hiss. Song Laosan gasped, and no wonder he could associate with the sect leader and the Saintess. It turned out he was also an extraordinary individual. Chapter 42. Absolutely not to use first. Senior Li Muzhi had reclaimed old Lady Zhang's belongings and chose not to linger. After all, Dalian had little to do with him, and he had never even met her. He simply felt sorrow for the plight of these two young souls. Even elopement would have been preferable. Sighing, Li Muzhi made his way towards old Lady Zhang's home. Duong duong. As he walked, the sound of the resounding bell from the Kaishan sect echoed through the air once more. The Southwest Cultivation Exchange Conference was about to commence its final competition. The first event involved observing the traces of past Taoist practices and comprehending their principles. Such resources were typically provided by the royal family of the Great Xia, and participants would vie to decipher the same Taoist traces, with the quickest comprehension emerging victorious. There were 10 traces in total, with each subsequent one significantly increasing in difficulty. Ultimately, the individual who grasped all the Taoist traces the fastest would be crowned the final victor. A multitude of cultivators gathered in the square, awaiting the challenge of the first Taoist trace. The Yi Xiuqi observed Gui Yunpeng among the crowd of cultivators, a smile of anticipation gracing his face. This direct disciple, with merely a glance at the heavenly silkworm potato crafted by Senior Li, was able to glean the intent behind in terms of comprehension of Taoist principles. Gui Yunpeng was among the very best. With his mastery of the supreme realm of the king, overlord sword art, Gui Yunpeng had secured a wealth of top-grade spirit stones for the Kaishan sect. The Yi Xiuqi calculated that if they could achieve a commendable ranking in Taoist comprehension, the Kaishan sect would reclaim its position at the forefront in this exchange conference. Bai Nong stood nearby, casting a glance at Yi Xiuqi. "Brother Yi, it seems this time it's once again a contest between the two of us." Yi Xiuqi scoffed lightly, chuckling. "What contest between us? My Kaishan sect is ahead by 10 top-grade spirit stones." Bai Nong, unwilling to concede, looked towards the square. "So what if it's just 10? This round will level the score in the second round. I shall surpass you, and in the third round, we will achieve a crushing victory. You really know how to boast." Yi Xiuqi teased, grinning. "I foresee a crushing victory in the first round, an absolute triumph in the second. And we won't even need to participate in the third." Bai Nong raised an eyebrow, sensing the underlying barbs in his words. "Yi, your tone seems a tad condescending." Yi Xiuqi feigned confusion, glancing around. "Who speaks such words here?" Bai Nong frowned, his voice low. "Yi you." In an instant, the aura within Bai Nong surged, and Yi Xiuqi, not to be outdone, unleashed his own power. The other sect leaders looked on in shock. Had these two not always been at the late stage of the Void Realm? When had they managed to break through to the initial stage of the Void? Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong were momentarily taken aback. Typically, whenever they engaged in their usual quarrels, those around them would instinctively intervene to mediate. However, this time, an unusual silence prevailed. They exchanged a glance, subtly nodded in agreement, and simultaneously retracted their cultivation. Friendship first, competition second. They both chuckled awkwardly, redirecting their focus to the arena. The first Dao mark revealed a sword scar, left behind by a formidable figure from the late Dongshu period, a millennium. Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong glanced at it and effortlessly comprehended the underlying principles. They shook their heads in unison, while the inscription bore a hint of sword intent. It was not particularly profound. Not only Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong, but numerous foundation-building cultivators in the square swiftly grasped its essence. Many of them deciphered the Tao principles within, and upon surveying the scene, They noted that Gui Yunpeng and Lu Jian had already reached the fourth stage, Dawai Shouqi, and by known regarded their disciples with expressions of satisfaction. The heads of other sects wore looks of resignation, realizing that in comparison to such major sects, they were merely there to fill the ranks and uphold appearances. Nonetheless, the opportunity for their disciples to gain insight into the Tao was a significant advantage, playing a crucial role in enhancing their sect strength. Following a misstep by Chief Chun, the Daxia royal family appointed a new head of the Ministry of Rites that as the final Tao mark was unveiled. The new head spoke with reverence. This last character was written by His Majesty himself. A hush fell over the sect leaders. The emperor had personally intervened. This indicated a Tao comprehension stemming from the mid-transcendence realm. While Tao comprehension sometimes transcended cultivation levels, a higher cultivation often afforded broader perspectives that to some extent, a higher cultivation did facilitate a deeper understanding of the Tao. The emperor inscribed the character for heaven, leaving several sect leaders of merely late Yuanian cultivation scratching their heads. Unable to grasp its intricacies, Dawai Shouqi and Bai Nong exchanged glances, both grimacing slightly. The character heaven bore little resemblance to the sign hanging before Senior Li's stall. The emperor's calligraphy carried an air of authority and Tao rhythm. Yet Senior Li's character for heaven rendered their internal cultivation utterly unresponsive at a mere glance. The sense of helplessness was akin to the weight of the entire sky pressing down upon them. A prolonged gaze could surely spell disaster. Had they not previously encountered Senior Li's sign, Yi Shouqi and Bai Nong might have been genuinely impressed. Alas, they exchanged knowing smiles. Both were seasoned individuals by now. And the emperor's character simply did not measure up. Once you've seen the vast ocean, no river can suffice. Except for Mount Wu, all clouds are but a mirage. The smaller sect leaders felt overwhelmed, while the less experienced cultivators in the square found it increasingly difficult to surmount the final Tao comprehension. However, most cultivators remained stuck at the seventh Tao mark, unable to progress. Only Gui Yunpeng and Lu Jian seemed to be making headway against the formidable character of heaven. Yi Shouqi gazed at Lu Jian in surprise and remarked, "Your disciple is quite impressive." Bai Nong raised an eyebrow, astonished that Yi Shouqi was actually praising him. "This is rare. The sun must be rising in the west tomorrow." "Not at all." Bai Nong smiled modestly, saying, "I merely provided him with Senior Li's Tian, Kintudo. I haven't taught him anything." Yi Shouqi checked it, replying, "No wonder. I was puzzled as to when you acquired the skill to mentor disciples. It turns out it was all Senior Li's doing." Bai Nong frowned, realizing Yi Shouqi was trying to downplay his contribution. "You certainly have a knack for this." Speaking of Senior Li, Bai Nong shot Yi Shouqi a sidelong glance and retorted, "Gui Yunpeng comprehended the pinnacle of the Wangba sword technique solely because of Tian Kintudo. Don't shamelessly claim credit for it." Yi Shouqi fell momentarily silent. Caught off guard, he had initially been concerned about appearances, not expecting Bai Nong to seize upon this opportunity. While the two engaged in their verbal sparring, the rankings were determined in the square. Lu Jian emerged victorious, claiming first place. Bai Nong turned to Yi Shouqi and said with a grin, "We're tied now." Yi Shouqi exhaled slowly, rising to leave. Bai Nong quickly grasped his arm, asking, "Where are you going?" "Surely, you're not planning to inform your disciple about Senior Li's Tao comprehension in hopes of turning the tide in the second round?" Yi Shouqi huffed lightly, chuckling, "Don't think I'm unaware. You spoke to Lu Jian before the first round began." Bai Nong smiled awkwardly. They exchanged glances and ultimately reached a consensus. "We absolutely will not be the first to invoke Senior Li." Chapter 43. Insights from the Grilled Gluten. The second round of Tao comprehension was typically rather mundane. The participating disciples inscribed their insights into jade slips, which were then submitted for blind evaluation by 10 judges from the Daxia royal family. Over the years, the submissions had mostly been lackluster, with few truly astonishing insights. The results of the first round were swiftly tallied and announced. After dismissing the highest and lowest scores, Gui Yunpeng emerged victorious. Lu Jian followed closely behind, while Luo Yunk and Ruan Han claimed third and fourth places. Respectively, Yi Shouqi stroked his beard and remarked, "White brother, it appears your sect has only Lu Jian worth mentioning." 3 of the top 4 were from the Kaishan sect, astonishing everyone present. It seems this year's premier sect is undoubtedly Kaishan. Indeed, I can hardly believe Ruan Han, with her meager foundation-building 8th transition, could possess such comprehension. In defense, she managed to introduce bubbles into the water flow. I can't fathom how she conceived that. Hearing the surrounding praise and admiration, Bainong scoffed. Didn't we agree not to be the first to use Senior Li's insights? You are not keeping your promise. Yi Shochi blew on his beard and shot him an exasperated glance. Be careful. I could accuse you of slander. I haven't taught her any of this. Bainong raised an eyebrow, sarcastically retorting, still pretending, this is clearly derived from Senior Li's grilled gluten. Yi Shochi frowned slightly, pondering that he was also puzzled. Ruan Han practiced water-based techniques and was not under his tutelage. So he was unaware of her situation, that he merely assumed Ruan Han had made her own breakthrough. Upon Bainong's insinuation, he recalled that Ruan Han had encountered Senior Li alongside Luo Yuk. Before departing, Senior Li had given her a skewer of grilled gluten. That skewer lacked the finesse of Tian Cantu Do's sword techniques and appeared rather crude. Yet, with a bite, the gluten revealed a delightful chewiness and elasticity. This texture and resilience stemmed from numerous tiny air pockets within the gluten. When bitten, those bubbles acted as a cushion, absorbing the force of the teeth. Truly, Senior Li was remarkable. At the time, Yi Shochi had only observed the crude sword technique. Thinking it nothing significant, little did he realize, it was merely a feint. Senior Li had concealed the true Tao comprehension within the grilled gluten. Ruan Han, being meticulous by nature, was able to circumvent the illusion set by Senior Li and uncover the hidden profundities. When employing a water wall for defense, integrating numerous bubbles within it mirrored the principle found in the interior of the grilled gluten. Yi Shochi privately marveled at Senior Li's ingenuity. Not only were his insights profound, but he also tailored his teachings to the individual, recognizing Ruan Han's meticulous nature and thus imparting this layer of Tao opportunity to her. Yi Shochi glanced at Bainong and chuckled. I just remembered, she did have a brief encounter with Senior Li, who gifted her a skewer of grilled gluten. Bainong let out a scoff, clearly feeling a sense of inequity. What does that count for? Ha ha ha. Yi Shochi laughed heartily, stroking his beard. This counts as non-deliberate use of Senior Li's insights. Forgive me. Forgive me. I don't care. Bainong shot Yi Shochi a side-eye, indignantly stating, non-deliberate still counts as usage. Our prior agreement is null and void. Yi Shochi squinted his eyes, grinning triumphantly. If it's void, then it's void. First place is firmly secured by my Kaishan sect. No one can change that. Bainong felt a pang of anxiety. Currently, 3 of the top 4 spots were occupied by Kaishan sect, making him feel at a disadvantage. As they conversed, the second match of the second round commenced. This round involved demonstrating the Tao insights, applying them in practice to compare their effectiveness. Regardless of how impressive the Tao comprehension sounded, its practical application was paramount. Speaking about it without action held no weight. The true test of a cultivator lay in real-world effectiveness. In this second match, contestants were allowed to utilize insights from the first round and could also showcase new insights. The demonstration began with the lowest-ranked participant, implementing a process of elimination that if the last place belonged to an offensive Tao and the second to last to a defensive Tao, the stronger of the two would prevail. If both were offensive, they would clash directly to see whose was superior. If both were defensive, participants from the Daxia royal family would present an equal strength attack, with a higher defense emerging victorious. To ensure fairness, high-level cultivators were required to suppress their cultivation to match that of lower-level participants. As the second match commenced, both the Tao demonstrations and the competition appeared rather unremarkable. Many spectators found themselves yawning in boredom. It was not until a young swordsman took the stage that the crowd's attention was captured, as he demonstrated astonishing speed, able to unleash hundreds of sword strikes in a single breath. Progressing through the ranks, he surged from 30th to 6th place. Hailing from a minor sect, his Tao comprehension was in the realm of martial arts. Speed is invincible. The 5th place was claimed by a burly, simple-minded man who, like Ruan Han, employed a defensive Tao comprehension rooted in earth attributes. His insight was countless weaknesses can transform into fearless strength. As the two individuals prepared themselves, The burly man ranked fifth clapped his palms against the ground, causing layers of earthen walls to rise majestically from the earth. The white Ishochi nodded appreciatively, remarking, "Utilizing such earthen shields in the Foundation establishment's 9th transformation is indeed rather fragile. It is clever of him to compensate with sheer numbers." A sect leader standing behind Yishochi felt a surge of joy and hurriedly exclaimed, "To receive the commendation of Sect Master Yi is indeed a stroke of fortune for this old man." Yishochi shot him a glance, thinking, "I'm praising your disciple. What relevance does that have to you?" Fast Man snorted coldly, suppressing his cultivation to the Foundation establishment's 9th transformation, swiftly thrusting his sword. Boom! The speed of Fast Man's blade was extraordinary, rendering the burly man's earthen shield utterly ineffective. Clang! The sword's tip bore down, a glimmer of cold light already at the burly man's throat. Bai Nong smiled slightly, murmuring, "Each of his strikes targets nearly the same spot, employing a point to break a surface. A truly astute approach." Yi Shochi nodded. Although the spectators could not discern the subtlety, they were not entirely oblivious to it. Fast Man's next opponent was Ruan Han. One could only wonder if her defenses would hold. This disciple had not been taught the insights of Senior Li's methods by Yi Shochi and was thus left to her own devices. Bai Nong glanced at Yi Shochi, understanding well that this fellow had indeed neglected to employ Senior Li's teachings first. How reckless! Had he not breached the agreement, perhaps there would have been a chance. Ruan Han ascended the stage, her delicate hands weaving through the air, stirring her water attribute true energy into a tempest. The fluctuations of her Foundation establishment's 8th transformation true energy were not particularly formidable, failing to astound the audience. Splash! Water gushed forth from Ruan Han's palms, and in mere moments, a water sphere enveloped her. Observing her state, someone immediately recognized, "Isn't that the water sphere shield technique of the Kaishan sect?" Others in the audience shook their heads, pouting, "What kind of insight is this? It's merely a defensive technique with true energy attribute transformation." Bai Nong sighed, murmuring, "No wonder these folks have stagnated. They lack vision. This child has skillfully integrated her philosophical insights with her existing techniques. What a remarkable talent!" Yi Shochi felt a sense of pride as his disciple received praise. Indeed, it brought him great joy. Ruan Han paid no heed to the remarks of others, focusing instead on controlling the air to enter the water sphere, completing her philosophical insight. Fast Man horizontally positioned his treasured sword, his eyes narrowing slightly. Sword come. Chapter 44. The ultimate essence of grilled gluten. Fast Man suppressed his cultivation to the Foundation establishment's 8th transformation, raising his gaze as he swiftly thrust his sword. Buzz! Buzz! The swift blade struck against Ruan Han's water shield, producing a series of light chimes that I asked before. Fast Man aimed for a singular point, seeking to penetrate the surface. However, after a few strikes, he sensed that things were not going well. The blade struck the water shield, its force evidently dispersed, accompanied by a counterforce rebounding back. Once the sword was drawn, there was no retreat. Waves of water rippled from Ruan Han's shield, yet it remained unbroken. Yi Shochi sighed with relief. The outcome was becoming increasingly apparent. Buzz, buzz! With each successive attack, the trembling of the sword intensified, and by the end, Fast Man could barely maintain his grip. Snap! Under the clash of Fast Man's cultivation and the rebound from the water shield, the sword shattered. As a swordsman, the breaking of his sword felt akin to death itself. There was no denying it. Fast Man had been defeated. Ruan Han emerged victorious, and Luo Yunk conceded immediately. The two shared a close bond. And during their training, Luo Yunk had personally felt that he could not breach his junior sister's defenses. Since they were all from the same sect, there was no need to waste energy. The audience erupted into a clamor. Although it adhered to the rules, there lingered a sense of underhandedness. Bai Nong had been watching Fast Man descend from the stage, lamenting, "What a pity, were it not for Senior Li." This technique of his, swift and unbreakable, coupled with the principle of penetrating the surface, could have secured a better ranking. Yi Shochi glanced at Bai Nong, chuckling. "By the looks of it, you seem to be plotting to poach him." Bai Nong's sword-like brows arched as he retorted, "You should be more concerned about your disciple. Her next opponent is Lu Jian, Upon finishing his words, Bai Nong cast a glance at Lu Jian on stage, signaling him with his eyes. Lu Jian understood immediately, offering a slight smile in return. Yi Shouqi looked at Bai Nong, puffing out his cheeks. You really did impart Senior Li's philosophical insights to him, didn't you? Bai Nong grinned, his eyes gleaming with pride. Ruan Han utilized Senior Li's insights. So naturally, I would as well. The only one who can defeat Senior Li is Senior Li himself. Yi Shouqi fell silent. That was indeed a valid point, though not personally engaging from observing the previous matches. Ruan Han's application of the water sphere shield technique at the Foundation establishment's 8th transformation was sufficient to withstand a full-force strike from an early Golden Core practitioner. She could even survive a full-force blow from a late Golden Core practitioner. Such an extraordinary ability, without invoking any of Senior Li's other insights, Ruan Han could likely secure the top spot in philosophical understanding. Yi Shouqi gradually returned to his seat, reflecting on the matter. What appeared to be a contest of philosophical insights between the two sects was, in fact, a battle between the former Senior Li and himself. Yi Shouqi smiled faintly. This was rather intriguing. Lu Jian, wielding a heavenly tier sword, stood atop the platform, slowly extending his right hand. Please. Yi Shouqi, unable to remain seated, exclaimed. Bai, you have gone too far. You actually lent him your prize sword? Bai Nong shrugged, laughing. The rules do not prohibit it. Of course. I can lend him my prize sword. Yi Shouqi puffed up in indignation. On the stage, Ruan Han was already prepared. With a flick of his left thumb, Lu Jian drew forth his great sword, gripping the hilt with his right hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the sword light flickered, the sword aura transformed into threads, taking on a wave-like form reminiscent of a heavenly silkworm potato. Yi Shouqi's eyes narrowed in surprise. He was forming the sword aura into a similarly arched wave. At a glance, the sword aura appeared soft and feeble, yet upon striking Ruan Han's water sphere shield, it erupted with tremendous force. Ripples surged upon the surface of Ruan Han's water shield, as the sword aura, maintaining the same curvature, attacked from various angles, disrupting the shield's capacity to dissipate force. Softness intertwined with strength. Yi Shouqi discerned the philosophical insight within the sword aura at a glance. Senior Li's heavenly silkworm potato, while externally appearing somewhat soft from the explosions, retained a most delightful crispness within. Initially, the seemingly weak exterior sword aura gently parted the waters of the sphere shield, followed by a powerful sword aura surging inward. The shape of the sword aura mirrored that of the heavenly silkworm potato, with the same curvature continuously undulating. Even if the bubbles within the water sphere shield enhanced its ability to absorb force, they struggled to withstand the assault. The water sphere shield was on the verge of breaking. Yi Shouqi sighed heavily. Even without employing the heavenly tier great sword, simply relying on the insights gleaned from the heavenly silkworm potato was sufficient to breach the defenses. It was a just defeat. Bai Nong chuckled triumphantly, poking at Yi Shouqi. I reckon in 10 more breaths, your disciple will be defeated. Yi Shouqi snorted derisively, retorting, What are you so pleased about? I lost to Senior Li. Not to you. Bai Nong laughed heartily, declaring, You're anxious. Senior Li treats all fairly. If your disciple loses, it only signifies that your understanding and teaching abilities are inferior to mine. Yi Shouqi puffed his cheeks, defiantly stating, This disciple, I have not taught at all. Do you think you can use that to pressure me? Not a chance. Bai Nong pouted, chuckling, Then Gui Yunpeng must be your protege. Once Lu Jian eliminates Ruan Han. The next, before Bai Nong could finish, a wave of gas erupted from the audience below. Yi Shouqi and Bai Nong halted their banter, their gazes fixed upon the stage. Lu Jian's sword aura had been entirely deflected, and Ruan Han's water sphere shield remained unbroken. Yi Shouqi and Bai Nong, who had assumed the outcome was already determined, were taken aback. What just happened? Upon closer inspection, the water sphere surrounding Ruan Han seemed unchanged, still in its previous state. Yi Shouqi and Bai Nong exchanged bewildered glances, unable to fathom what had transpired. Lu Jian furrowed his brow, glancing at the great sword in his hand. It seems I can only resort to this move. Upon speaking, Lu Jian turned to Gui Yunpeng, saying, Watch closely. This technique was originally meant for you. Gui Yunping pouted, recalling that Lu Jian had indeed been defeated by him on the platform before. What a grudge he held. Lu Jian infused his true energy into the great sword, slashing down, unleashing hundreds of wave-like sword auras. Gui Yunping's expression changed dramatically. The hundreds of sword auras were spaced apart by only a grain of sand, resembling an enormous serrated sword descending. Thud! Gui Yunping's heart sank. Was this truly intended for him? Was this fellow aiming to kill him? Although this technique was executed using the Foundation Establishment's 8th transformation, its momentum remained terrifying. Would Ruan Han be able to withstand this strike? Encased within her water sphere shield, Ruan Han felt a wave of trepidation. Spin! With a thought, Ruan Han commanded the water sphere shield to rotate swiftly. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted. Sword auras flew chaotically from the high platform, and water splashed everywhere. Moments later, calm returned to the arena. Lu Jian's pupils widened in shock as he exclaimed, This is impossible? The water sphere shield had shrunk considerably, yet it remained intact. Bai Nong's mouth dropped open, slowly stating, I didn't anticipate. There was still a spinning move. The rotation of the water sphere shield mitigated most of the sword aura's damage, while the remaining sword aura was weakened by the rebound force, rendering it incapable of breaching the defenses. Yi Xiuqi and Bai Nong were both left astonished. The grilled gluten on the skewer also twisted in a spiral as it cooked that it turned out. This was the ultimate essence of grilled gluten. Lu Jian's technique, derived from the heavenly silkworm potato, too, had the capacity to battle beyond its rank. Unfortunately, it encountered Senior Li's spinning method of grilled gluten. Senior Li's prowess in this regard was truly formidable. Achoo! Li Muzhi let out a sneeze, murmuring to himself, Why am I sneezing so much today? Could it be that Inoa is missing me? He rubbed his plump nose with his fingers and walked home with the carpenter. After helping Granny Zhang reclaim her belongings, she insisted on giving him some money, which he planned to use to purchase a bed and bedding. Feeling quite pleased, Li Muzhi walked with a light heart. Humming, spin leap, with my eyes closed. Chapter 45. Encountering Chanyuan again, Ruan Han's victory left everyone in a state of disbelief. With such formidable defensive capabilities, she could survive not just against opponents of the same level, but even those several realms higher. With Lu Jian's defeat, only Gui Yunpeng remained. Both were disciples of the Kaishan sect, rendering any competition for first or second place unnecessary. Ruan Han voluntarily conceded, granting her senior brother a face-saving gesture. Gui Yunpeng smiled awkwardly. Although he had secured first place, he harbored no confidence in breaching Ruan Han's defenses, though Yi Xiuqi smiled with satisfaction. Poking Bai Nong, see? I didn't even train her, yet your personally tutored disciple pales in comparison. Bai Nong found himself at a loss for a retort, letting out a cold snort and falling silent. Thus concluded all the exchange events of the Southwest Cultivation Forum. The Kaishan sect emerged victorious, earning the ultimate reward, a pseudo-immortal artifact, and 3 heavenly treasures. Standing on the high platform, Yi Xiuqi held the pseudo-immortal artifact and delivered a speech. I express my gratitude to the Daxia royal family, to all the friends from the Southwest, and to the diligent disciples of the Kaishan sect. After concluding his acceptance speech, the Southwest Cultivation Forum officially came to a close. As night fell, Yi Xiuqi arranged for the various sect members to rest, silently grateful to Li Muzhi. The ease with which the Kaishan sect triumphed in this cultivation exchange was largely due to the contributions of Senior Li. Gui Yunpeng had won the personal first place in practical combat at the Golden Core stage through his understanding of the Wang Ba sword technique and played a vital role in team combat. His insights into the Tao were further solidified by the teachings of Senior Li. Now that all matters have been settled, Yi Xiuqi yearned to express his gratitude to Senior Li. However, considering that Senior Li and the Saintess had rare moments of solitude, he decided against it. Estimating that the house had been repaired by now, Yi Xiuqi thought, if there truly were issues between Senior Li and the Saintess, the two of them alone in a room tonight. He chuckled to himself, hastily seeking out Bai Nong. Having reached this conclusion, he feared that Bai Nong might disrupt Senior Li's intimate moment with the Saintess, which would be quite unfortunate upon returning home. Li Muzhi felt a wave of frustration. Chen Yinal was present, but there was an additional figure at the door. A monk, the very red-robed priest who had been reciting scriptures at Old Song's house. Umitba, Chan Yuan chanted, drawing a cross in the air with his hand. Benefactor, we meet again. Truly a fateful encounter. Min. Li Muzhi rolled his eyes. What fate? He had merely tracked down my residence to wait here, indifferent to Chan Yuan. He beckoned the carpenter to bring in the bed and set it up. Inua. Li Muzhi called for Chun Inua, extracting wheat straw from the system space to spread across the bed. You'll be sleeping here from now on. Chun Inua felt warmth in her heart. Senior had gone out specifically to buy her a bed. Even using so much celestial grass beneath it, he truly treated her well. Li Muzhi glanced outside and quietly asked, when did that monk arrive? Chun Inua shook her head, replying slowly, I went out briefly, and when I returned, he was already outside. She cast a curious glance at Chan Yuan. His cultivation level was at the late stage of tribulation transcendence. Yet, among all human cultivators at this stage, she had never encountered anyone like him. Moreover, the way he looked at her suggested he did not recognize her. Did I? Chun Inua am, after all, a Saintess. It would be one thing not to be recognized by those of lower cultivation, but how could someone at the late stage of tribulation transcendence not know me? A Saintess, Li Muzhi observed Chun Inua, initially hoping to enjoy a peaceful evening with her without the presence of Lao Yi and Bai Lao. Yet, the sudden appearance of a red-robed priest resembling a monk complicated matters. Judging by his demeanor, he seemed unwilling to leave. Fortunately, he had not entered the house to linger. Li Muzhi sighed. Having this fellow loitering around was not ideal. He needed to send him away promptly. Stepping outside, Li Muzhi looked at Chan Yuan and inquired, aren't you supposed to be heading to the Western Paradise to pay your respects? Chan Yuan smiled gently and nodded. The poor monk does not speak falsehoods. That is indeed the case. Li Muzhi Pota. As a monk, he should not indulge in falsehoods. Then why don't you hurry along? Do you want me to escort you to the Western Paradise? Hearing him speak, it almost sounded like he was asking to be sent to his death. Chan Yuan smiled slightly, replying, indeed, the poor monk requires the benefactor to escort me to the Western Paradise. Li Muzhi was taken aback. Surely this fellow did not realize that the Western Paradise he mentioned implied sending him to his demise. The poor monk is aware. Chan Yuan chuckled softly. It is precisely as you think. Li Muzhi stared at Chan Yuan in astonishment. Previously at Old Song's house, he had managed to guess Li Muzhi's inner thoughts. Now, merely thinking it, and he seemed to know again. What exactly was this fellow? Li Muzhi scrutinized Chan Yuan closely and said, since you can read my thoughts, then you should leave. Chan Yuan shook his head and smiled. The poor monk had a dream. I require a faithful person to escort me to the Western Paradise. Li Muzhi sighed, waving his hand. Be on your way. I have no enmity with you. Why would I want to kill you? Chun Inua, standing behind Li Muzhi, felt a jolt. The implication of Li Muzhi's words suggested that killing this late-stage tribulation transcendence individual would be as easy as taking candy from a child. Chan Yuan smiled slightly, stating, if you do not kill the poor monk, I shall remain here awaiting. Li Muzhi pouted, promptly closing the doors and windows. If you enjoy waiting there, then wait. Having no way to reason with him, Li Muzhi decided to steer clear. Chun Inua furrowed her brow, pondering for a long while. Suddenly, her expression changed dramatically. This person, Chapter 46. How audacious you are. Chun Inua turned around, sitting in a chair with her brow furrowed. Li Muzhi glanced at her and lit the candles within the room, saying, Inua, don't mind him, that if he dares to act recklessly, I will deal with him. Chun Inua slowly exhaled, urgently whispering, this person is suspicious. We must not kill him. Li Muzhi looked outside, chuckling lightly. Killing? I have no interest. With that, he turned and entered the kitchen to prepare dinner. The new house had been completed, and the kitchen stove was brand new. Li Muzhi had intentionally bought some wild beast meat in the city, planning to cook it with potatoes for dinner. Inua, come and help with the fire. Li Muzhi called out, prompting Chun Inua to retract her gaze from outside. She recalled her master mentioning a wicked technique. Once a cultivator began practicing it, there was no turning back. This technique could not attack others, defend against attacks, nor could it cultivate through the natural energies of the world that at first glance, it seemed utterly useless. What was particularly strange was that the purpose of cultivating this technique was to incite others to kill. Chen Yinhuo remembered feeling deeply disdainful the first time she heard about this technique. It seemed like a joke. However, her master's subsequent words startled her that if someone were to kill a practitioner of this technique, the killer would forcibly have their soul taken over, disregarding any level of cultivation or Tao. Each time the practitioner was killed, they would gain strength and inherit the memories of the slain. The higher the killer's cultivation, the greater the enhancement for the practitioner, that if killed by an immortal, the practitioner could ascend to immortality. After becoming an immortal, the technique would undergo a qualitative transformation, becoming immensely powerful. The technique was known as "Who Will Kill Me?" and it was extremely domineering. It was said that the creator of this technique was an unknown cultivator from hundreds of thousands of years ago. This individual had been a lowly practitioner, enduring humiliation, and thus developed "Who Will Kill Me?" Upon completing the technique, he sought out those who had once bullied him. After being killed, he would seize their bodies, spend their wealth and treasures, enjoy their wives and daughters, and brutally retaliate against their family and friends. Back then, no one knew the true horror of this technique. His heinous actions led to a crackdown by the royal family and the cultivation world. Time and again, he was killed, only to seize the bodies of others and continue his misdeeds. Eventually, someone uncovered the principle behind it, capturing him and leaving him to starve in a dungeon. Chen Yinhuo exhaled deeply, adding more firewood to the stove. After that, this technique fell into obscurity. This person named Chen Yuan must have learned it from somewhere. He clearly had his eyes set on Senior Li's artifacts and celestial herbs, hoping to incite Senior Li to kill him and seize his body. Concern washed over Chen Yinhuo, relieved that Senior Li did not harbor any murderous intent. While the technique, "Who Will Kill Me?" seemed exceedingly domineering, it was not difficult to guard against. The technique could not attack. Even with the cultivation of the late tribulation transcendent stage, there was no need to worry about harm, that as long as one did not kill him. Everything would be well. Li Muzhi hummed a tune, chopping the wild beast bones he had brought back with a cleaver, utterly oblivious to Chen Yuan still standing outside, listening to the sounds coming from within. Chen Yuan sensed the aura of the celestial artifact. Chen Yuan smiled slightly, glancing at the celestial herbs in the field, his eyes filled with satisfaction. This person must be an immortal. Once he kills me, all of this will belong to me. As when Jing chewed on a rapeseed stalk, he cast a glance at Chen Yuan, who he found quite irksome, causing a wave of displeasure to wash over him. Chen Yuan, with a slight smile, remarked, "Good little cow. Eat a bit more so you can follow me in the future." Wen Jing exhaled heavily through his nose. This fellow spoke as if he were his master, with a goofy grin that was utterly infuriating to behold. "Moo!" Wen Jing bellowed, raising his front legs and standing on his hind ones. Suddenly, with a forceful thrust of his lower body, a stream of faintly yellow liquid, reeking of an unpleasant odor, erupted forth. Chen Yuan was taken aback. But it was too late to evade. In an instant, he was drenched. When Jing grinned, boasting, "I've been eating too much celestial grass lately. My urine seems a bit yellow, as my master would say. It's a sign of internal heat." Chen Yuan furrowed his brow, shaking off the liquid. When Jing flicked his tongue around a rapeseed stalk, leisurely chewing. Although Chen Yuan's techniques could not be utilized for offense or defense, they were quite effective for drying clothes. As he circulated his internal energy, heat began to rise, causing the urine on his garments to evaporate. What was already a foul odor intensified further under his influence. Li Muzhi, busy blanching beast meat in a pot, was suddenly assailed by a pungent stench. He frowned, leaning closer to the pot to sniff. That is not the smell from the pot. Glancing outside, he opened the door to investigate. Beneath the night sky, he spotted Chen Yuan enveloped in thick steam. Quickly, he covered his nose with his elbow, looking at Chen Yuan with disdain. "You reek." With that, he promptly closed the door. Inside, the smell was merely faint. But outside, the stench had become overwhelmingly strong. Li Muzhi grimaced, inwardly lamenting the peculiar red-robed priest who resembled a monk. How absurd to demand a ride to the afterlife. Refusal only resulted in such offensive antics. Not worth provoking. Chen Yuan felt equally vexed. Without using his techniques to dry the urine, he felt uncomfortable. Now, enveloped in this nauseating stench, he was utterly miserable. Huff, huff. When Jing continued to exhale heavily, the potency of his own urine's odor was becoming unbearable. He couldn't help but wonder, how could his urine be so foul? This must be the result of that fellow adding something to it. Truly disgusting. I must rid myself of this foul stench. When Jing turned, pushing off the ground with his hind legs. Smack! Chen Yuan's vision was completely obscured by the evaporating stench when he suddenly felt something sticky adhere to him. That it was slimy. Coating his face and chest, more of it continued to rain down. Chen Yuan's expression shifted in shock as he instinctively reached out to touch it. It felt warm to the touch. Upon closer inspection, he hastily brushed it away from his face. This is cow dung? When Jing reveled in the chaos, releasing a hefty pile from his rear, sending mud flying, which was then propelled onto Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan's attempts to clear his face were no match for Wen Jing's relentless bombardment, and before long, he was completely smeared in mud-laden dung. Filled with embarrassment and anger, Chen Yuan could only flee. You wait. I shall return. Wen Jing chuckled triumphantly, lowering his tail and resuming his chewing of the rapeseed stalk, muttering, replenishing my ammunition. I'll be ready for the next battle. Chapter 47. I want more lemons inside. Li Muzhi was stir-frying the blanched beast meat, the sizzling sounds concealing the ruckus outside. After Chen Yuan's departure, silence returned, and the foul odor gradually dissipated. The sautéed beast meat was firm and fragrant even without any seasonings. Li Muzhi inhaled the enticing aroma, his mood lifting instantly. Feeling quite at ease, as the oil heated, he added dried chilies, ginger, garlic, and Sichuan pepper to the pan, letting the spices release their fragrance before tossing in the beast meat. Crack! He sliced a lemon in half, squeezing its juice into the pan to eliminate any gamey smell. Adding a splash of dark soy sauce for color, the aroma wafted up enticingly. Next, Li Muzhi tossed in diced potatoes, gave them a quick stir. Then added water and covered the pot. Chen Yuan, eyeing the remaining half of the lemon with curiosity, had never realized that this fruit, growing on the oxen-tethering trees, was such a treasure until today. Observing her fascination, Li Muzhi chuckled quietly to himself. She likely had no idea of its potency, making it the perfect opportunity for some fun, that he picked up a knife, cut a slice of lemon, and handed it to Chen Yuan. Here, try this. Chen Yuan cautiously accepted the lemon slice from his hand. Li Muzhi stifled a laugh, instructing, "This is called lemon. Pop it all in your mouth and chew." Nodding earnestly, Chen Yuan did as instructed, placing the lemon slice in her mouth. Li Muzhi eagerly watched, anticipating her expression as the sourness hit her. As the lemon touched her tongue, her face contorted, eyes widening, features twisting in an involuntary grimace. The flow of her internal energy tightened, forcing out impurities with alarming speed. With saliva pooling in her mouth, Chen Yuan quickly clamped her lips shut, searching for a place to spit. Li Muzhi burst into laughter, quickly offering her a wooden bucket from the kitchen. She expelled the saliva, exhaling with relief. Li Muzhi, with a sense of triumph, grinned. You must be feeling better now. His fondness for Chen Yuan grew, despite her discomfort. She sought a container rather than spitting directly at a polite girl. Indeed, beautiful on the outside and virtuous within, such a girl would make a wonderful wife. Unaware of Li Muzhi's burgeoning intentions, Chen Yuan took the wooden bucket and quickly spat out the lemon slice. Having only chewed it briefly, it had already begun to cleanse her internal energy of impurities, rendering it ineffective. Chen Yuan was astonished. She had believed her cultivation technique to be superior, ensuring her internal energy was quite pure. Yet this single slice of lemon could extract impurities from within her. No wonder Senior Li had mentioned that their methods were rather rudimentary. However, the taste of the lemon was indeed challenging to endure. Li Muzhi chuckled. Lemons are marvelous, albeit quite sour and astringent. Chen Yuan glanced at the lemon in his hand, finally understanding that the sensation she experienced was indeed sourness and astringency. Nevertheless, if lemons could cleanse the impurities from her internal energy, she could tolerate the unpleasant flavor. Tentatively, she asked Li Muzhi, "I would like more if that's possible." Li Muzhi was taken aback, staring at her in disbelief. More? Was she truly becoming addicted? Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm for the lemon. Glancing at the lemon in his hand, he extended it toward her. Qinua's heart leaped with joy. This half-lemon would help her eliminate a significant amount of impurities. Accepting it with both hands, she took a small bite. Instantly, a wave of intense sourness flooded her mouth. Muzhi's brow twitched, his eyelids fluttering. This girl truly had no fear. Merely watching her made him salivate. Qinua grimaced, but as she felt the impurities within her being expelled, she persevered through the sourness. "Hiss!" Muzhi gasped, startled by her audacious behavior. Truly a fierce individual, she dared to chew. She took small bites, chewing rapidly before spitting out the resulting saliva. Muzhi watched in astonishment as she polished off half the lemon. Goodness, he marveled. This girl had an extraordinary tolerance for sourness. As the saying goes, sour sons and spicy daughters. With her penchant for acidity, their future children would likely be boys. That Muzhi nodded, grinning, already conjuring up names for their future son. Qinua sighed with satisfaction. Aside from her mouth, she felt a wave of relief throughout her body. The half-lemon had already expelled a significant portion of internal impurities, estimating that a complete cleansing would require much more effort. She turned to Muzhi. "Muzhi, I want more, may I?" Muzhi was startled. This girl wanted more? Could one truly become addicted to lemons? No. He quickly waved his hands, refusing. "You can't treat this as a meal. Too much will spoil your teeth." Qinua froze, pressing her tongue against her teeth, only to realize with dismay that they felt loose. Gulp! Her heart sank. Just as Senior Li had warned, her teeth were indeed becoming loose. Grateful for his intervention, she realized that if she continued, she might lose them all. Muzhi regarded her with a smile. "Don't worry. Rinse your mouth with water, and it will be fine shortly." Qinua nodded, promptly following his advice. After rinsing, she still felt her teeth shifting when she bit down. Uncertain, she rinsed again that if her teeth fell out, she would be quite unsightly. More rinsing would be necessary. Mu gazed at Qinua with a sense of amusement bubbling within him. In the past, after indulging too much in those sour citrus fruits, he often felt as though his teeth could no longer muster the strength to eat anything, that he shared her fear of losing all his teeth. Choosing not to disturb her, he reached out to lift the lid of the pot and stirred the vegetables within. As the dish still required some time to finish cooking, Mu kneaded the flour, shaping the dough into flatbreads and placing them around the edge of the iron pot. The main staple for dinner, pot-edge flatbreads. The high temperature of the iron pot would cook the flatbreads while also allowing them to absorb the flavors of the vegetables, making them quite delectable. Once the flatbreads were ready, the vegetables were nearly done as well. Mu adjusted the seasoning, signaling that it was time to eat. During this interval, Qinua had rinsed her mouth countless times. Fortunately, the discomfort in her teeth had significantly improved. Yet as she opened her mouth to eat, the familiar feeling of weakness in her teeth returned. Mu burst into laughter, looking at Qinua. "So what do you think? Do you still want more?" Qinua glanced at him, pouted her lips. "I still want some." Chapter 48. Absorbing water after dinner. Mu lay on his bed, still grappling with confusion that he never expected Qinua to have such an affinity for lemons. He had never encountered anyone in his past life who enjoyed eating lemons raw. However, since she relished them, he thought it best to let her indulge. There were plenty of lemons on the tree. Mu turned to his side, slowly closing his eyes. The night passed in silence. The next morning, the rooster crowed, "Cock-a-doodle-doo." In the coop that Mu, bleary-eyed, opened his eyes, yawned, and stretched. Another beautiful day. The rice seedlings had grown substantially, and today he needed to consider diverting river water into the fields to begin transplanting. This task had long been a thorn in Mu's side. The river was situated about 50 to 60 meters lower than his land, and channeling the river water into the fields posed quite the intellectual challenge that in his previous life, he could have easily resolved this with a pump. There was no need for such laborious efforts. Indeed, technology is the primary productive force. Nevertheless, Mu had once been an ambitious youth poised to realize his dreams in the examination hall. Well-versed in astronomy and geography, that he had been contemplating feasible solutions for days. Frowning, Mu stepped outside, only to find the ground in disarray. What on earth was this? His new house was covered in cow dung, which had already dried overnight. Gulp! Mu swallowed hard, following the trail of cow dung to find Wenjing grinning widely. with traces of hooves scattered about. Wen Jing looked expectantly at Li Mu, having cleverly chased away that monk last night, certain that he would be rewarded. He wondered what kind of celestial herbs he might receive. Li Mu glanced around, casually picking up a nearby branch. Wen Jing's expression changed, his eyes widening in alarm. What was the master about to do? Shouldn't he be rewarding him? Crack! Li Mu struck Wen Jing with the branch, producing a sharp sound. You've left so much cow dung all over my new house. You must be bored and looking for trouble. Though the branch did not hurt, Wen Jing felt a sense of injustice. I clearly helped you get rid of that monk. It was all for you. Why are you punishing me? This is unfair. After a few strikes, Li Mu tossed the branch aside, at a teethless point. Further punishment would be pointless. He found a sturdy stick and began to poke at the dung on the wall, scrubbing it down carefully with clean water. After half an hour of diligent effort, he finally restored the house to its former glory. Standing in front of his dwelling, Li Mu suddenly realized that he was standing precisely where the monk had been last night. He turned to glance at Wen Jing. A sinking feeling in his heart. Oh no, I misjudged the cow. Wen Jing's eyes were filled with grievance, glistening with unshed tears that a wave of guilt washed over Li Mu, and he sighed, retreating to the kitchen to prepare a mixture of flour and chopped fresh vegetables. Although the flour supply was dwindling, he had previously exchanged 10 portions for wheat seeds. The remaining flour should last until the new wheat was harvested, and he must remember to save some seeds for planting. He could not be foolish enough to grind all the wheat into flour again. Seeing the glimmer in Wen Jing's eyes as Li Mu brought over the cow feed, he suddenly brightened. Li Mu set down the wooden basin filled with feed and gently patted Wen Jing's head. I'm sorry, I misjudged you earlier, but do be careful next time. Don't mess up the house. Wen Jing nodded eagerly. Diving into his meal, Li Mu chuckled, instructing Chinua to feed the chickens before heading to the riverside. Gazing at the gently flowing river, Li Mu began to recall the knowledge he had acquired. Back in the countryside, he had seen adults use a rubber hose to siphon water from a well 5 or 6 meters deep. When not in use, they would simply plug it with a wooden stopper. When water was needed, they would remove the stopper, and the water would flow forth. This method required no machinery, solely relying on atmospheric pressure. That a smile crept across Li Mu's face as he resolved to use this method to draw water from the river into the fields. Unfortunately, there were no ready-made rubber hoses here. He would have to head to town, making his way to the local slaughterhouse. In this place, the locals only valued the meat and some internal organs, discarding the intestines, which would serve perfectly as makeshift rubber hoses. Upon entering the slaughterhouse, he was greeted by a pungent odor. Li Mu wrinkled his nose as he collected the discarded intestines scattered on the ground. The workers at the slaughterhouse looked on in astonishment. What was this person doing with those filthy things? How disgusting! Li Mu pursed his lips, determined to continue gathering the intestines. After collecting about a dozen sets, he hurriedly fled the slaughterhouse, feeling the weight of their bewildered stares. The intestines themselves were not heavy. Most of the weight came from the excrement within the riverside. He washed them clean and then hastily found sticks about the thickness of his thumb, chopping them into roughly 10-centimeter lengths. The intestines were soft, and they tended to stick together, making them unsuitable for direct use as hoses. These 10-centimeter sticks would serve to prop the intestines open after hollowing out their centers, allowing the water to flow through. The natural seal of the intestines would ensure that all the air was expelled. Together, they formed a rudimentary water pipe. Li Mu chuckled to himself, thinking he was quite clever. Although the method seemed a bit clumsy, it was the best solution available. If only bamboo were available, then he wouldn't have to toil so laboriously. Chinua watched nearby, unsure of Li Mu's intentions. However, seeing his serious demeanor, she refrained from approaching, not wanting to disrupt his concentration. Quietly, she stood by his side, occasionally taking small bites of a lemon. As time passed, the ground around Li Mu was littered with sticks, in which shavings had piled up like a small hill. Standing up, Li Mu stretched thoroughly. After sitting for an entire afternoon, his back ached. He glanced at the scattered sticks and estimated that he had completed the first segment of the siphoning task. With daylight still remaining, he decided to test his creation. If this method proved ineffective, all his efforts would be in vain. Li Mu gathered a bundle of hollow sticks and made his way to the riverbank, where the thickness of the sticks was just right to support the intestines. This step was crucial. If he punctured the intestines, all would be lost. After more than half an hour, he successfully completed a water pipe approximately 10 meters long. Li Mu dug a small pit by the riverbank, allowing the water to flow more slowly, which would also help settle the sediment. One end of the pipe was weighted down with a stone. He remembered that the elders would first fill the suction end with water before dropping it into the well. Following this recollection, Li Mu filled the pipe with river water, then swiftly plunged it into the river. Quickly grasping the other end, he inhaled sharply, and soon enough, the river water began to flow through. Whoosh! The river water streamed out, and Li Mu spat out the river sand from his mouth, grinning widely. It worked. However, this method could only draw water up to about 5 or 6 meters. Anything higher would not be feasible. Li Mu had no choice but to dig a pit about 5 meters above the river and repeat the process to siphon more water. After several repetitions, he finally succeeded in getting the water into the fields that a satisfied smile spread across his face. He could begin transplanting tomorrow. Meanwhile, the wheat stalks carried by Wang Hua had already reached the shores of the East Sea. Chapter 49. Wang Hua seeks Sister Yao. Upon arriving at the East Sea, Wang Hua decided to first find an inn. This place was rife with both fish and dragons, and one needed to be exceedingly cautious if they possessed any treasures. Murder and robbery were all too common along the East Sea. Wang Hua was well aware of the dangers and treaded carefully. Upon entering the inn, he found it bustling with patrons, his round. Bulging eyes scanned the room before he approached the front desk. "Innkeeper, I need a room." The innkeeper, head down, busily worked the abacus with one hand while jotting notes in the ledger with the other. Not bothering to look up, "We're fully booked. You should try another inn." Wang Hua pouted and sighed. "I've inquired everywhere along the way, and they're all full. Why are there so many people?" The innkeeper, closing the ledger, noted, "They say that the Penghai Pavilion has discovered an ancient cave beneath the sea, filled with treasures that an auction will begin tomorrow." Wang Hua's round eyes sparkled with excitement. And no wonder there were so many people. Watching the gathering of cultivators, Wang Hua felt an overwhelming urge to seize the moment. This was the perfect opportunity to assist others in transporting their treasures. The innkeeper glanced at Wang Hua and cautioned, "Be wary, my friend. This place may be teeming with thieves. Keep a close eye on your belongings." A chill ran through Wang Hua's heart, and he nodded awkwardly in response. The innkeeper, putting away his ledger and abacus, muttered, "Those petty thieves are the most detestable, and they dare to call themselves mere porters of others' treasures. How utterly revolting." Wang Hua twitched at the corners of his mouth, feeling as if he were being unjustly accused. As if the innkeeper was ready to point a finger at him in accusation. To avoid revealing his identity, Wang Hua could only nod in agreement and express his gratitude. "Thank you for the reminder. Innkeeper, I shall be vigilant in safeguarding my finances." With that, Wang Hua left, his mood considerably dampened, intending to seek lodging at another inn. Just as he stepped out, a voice called out, "Hey, big-eyed thief!" Without needing to turn around, Wang Hua recognized the voice and quickened his pace. After walking a dozen meters, he felt a hand clap on his shoulder. "I say, big-eyed thief, why are you running away?" Wang Hua halted, and the speaker approached him. With his round, bulging eyes, he sighed, "Long-handed monster, how many times must I ask you not to call me by that nickname in public?" The long-handed monster lowered his hands to his knees. "Yet you still call me long-handed monster. You should address me by my name, Yuan Chang." Wang Hua pouted, impatience creeping into his voice. "I have no time to waste with you. I need to find an inn." Yuan Chang did not hinder Wang Hua, but chuckled softly. "No need to search. They are all fully booked. However, I can offer you a place to stay with me." Wang Hua scoffed, not bothering to turn back. "I would sooner sleep on the streets than stay with you, long-handed monster." This long-handed monster was even more ruthless than me when it came to lifting goods. If I shared a night with him, I would surely wake up with nothing left. Given that he had a substantial bundle of celestial herbs on him, it was imperative he did not linger with Yuan Chang. Wang Hua strolled around, finding every inn completely booked, leaving him with no place to rest. "Now do you believe me?" Yuan Chang's voice suddenly emerged beside him as he exited yet another inn. "What do you say? Why not share a room with me?" Wang Hua's eyes widened in horror, nearly popping out of their sockets. "You truly are insufferable. Stop following me. I have no interest." Yuan Chang, grinning broadly, squinted at Wang Hua's retreating figure. Why the resistance? Surely you must have something valuable hidden on you? With this thought, Yuan Chong promptly trailed after him. Wang Hua walked ahead, glancing sideways. This long-handed monster was truly like an unyielding adhesive, utterly vexing. Having visited the Eastern Sea several times, Wang Hua was somewhat familiar with the streets and discreetly turned into a secluded alley. With all inns in the city fully occupied, this alley was his last resort for the night. However, the cost was exorbitantly higher, 5 or 6 times the usual rate. Yuan Chong stood at the alley's entrance, his brow furrowed. So this big-eyed thief would rather come here than stay with me? He must indeed possess something valuable. The dimly lit alley was lined with modest houses that a few people wandered through, moving slowly as they observed the buildings on either side. The houses were small, each with 2 doors, but only one door was slightly ajar. Inside the half-open door, women dressed in simple garments could be seen. Flickering candlelight from the gauzy lanterns cast a warm glow, illuminating the delicate, pale skin of the women as their sheer garments swayed with the breeze. Wang Hua exhaled slowly, his round eyes surveying the women as he walked. Since he had decided to spend the night here, he might as well choose wisely. A standard would charge merely 100 low-grade spirit stones for a comfortable night, but here the prices soared. Wang Hua felt a pang of regret and sighed. Well, once I sell these celestial herbs, this amount will be inconsequential. He continued down the alley, observing that many doors had already been shut, with faint sounds of breathing emanating from within. Some doors creaked open slightly, and after a few moments a man emerged, disappearing into the alley. As Wang Hua reached the middle of the alley, his gaze met that of a woman inside a nearby room. She nodded and beckoned him over. Wang Hua scrutinized the woman before glancing around, then strode directly into the room. The woman promptly stood, widening the door to allow him entry. Skillfully, she secured the door and lifted the gauzy lantern. Whispering, "Come inside, it will be 150 low-grade spirit stones." Wang Hua examined the woman and smiled slightly. "I intend to stay the night." She nodded, placing the lantern on the bedside table. "For the night. A maximum of 7 visits will cost you 10 medium-grade spirit stones." Wang Hua's lips twitched. He had anticipated a steep price, but not this exorbitant. Having come this far, he resigned himself to fate, producing 10 medium-grade spirit stones and handing them over. After collecting the spirit stones, the woman turned and placed them into a small box, then moved aside a painting on the wall to reveal a small passage. As she deposited the box, it vanished down the passage in the blink of an eye. Wang Hua observed this, then averted his gaze. These women of the night were either low-ranked cultivators unable to advance or ordinary women. The true manipulators behind them were higher-ranked cultivators, and these women exchanged their services for survival. Such practices defied the regulations of the cultivation world and had always been suppressed and prohibited by the authorities. Yet those pulling the strings had their ways, with the authorities turning a blind eye as long as they operated discreetly and adhered to the designated hours. Upon receiving the spirit stones, the woman began to disrobe. Wang Hua, understanding the unspoken agreement, also began to remove his clothing. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Startled, the woman hastily donned her clothes again. Wang Hua felt a wave of frustration. He had just handed over the spirit stones and barely begun to undress. What was happening? The two remained silent, listening intently to the commotion outside. "Big-eyed thief!" Yuan Chang's voice resonated from beyond the door. "Hurry up. Once you're done, come back to the inn." Wang Hua frowned, grinding his teeth in annoyance. This insufferable man was truly irksome. "Get lost," he shouted in response. Unfazed by Wang Hua's outburst, Yuan Chang only chuckled. "I reckon you'll be done in less than half a stick of incense. I'll wait for you outside." Wang Hua let out a heavy sigh, his irritation growing. The woman glanced at him, her brows furrowing slightly. "You're not here to cause trouble, are you?" Wang Hua's bulging eyes widened, and he quickly replied, "Why on earth would I waste 10 medium-grade spirit stones to cause a ruckus?" The woman pondered for a moment, peering outside, then turned and pressed a hidden mechanism in the wall. Wang Hua's expression shifted, and he exclaimed, "I truly am not here to cause trouble. It's that long-handed monster outside." After activating the mechanism, a figure entered the room. Wang Hua sensed the presence of a mid-level Void Realm cultivator. The forces backing this alley were indeed formidable, employing a mid-level void realm expert as a bouncer. Upon scanning the area, he noticed that Yuan Chang's aura had vanished. Wang Hua cursed under his breath. Realizing that this scoundrel was deliberately setting him up, the mid-level void realm cultivator entered, crossing his arms and glaring at Wang Hua. "You are not welcome here." Wang Hua, feeling cornered, could only pout. "I haven't even had the chance to act. Return my spirit stones." Neither party responded. Clearly unwilling to refund the spirit stones, after a brief contemplation, Wang Hua decided against escalating the situation. The guards here were all mid-level void realm, and there were likely stronger figures lurking in the background. With his own strength only at the early stage of the void realm, and his cultivation focused not on combat, engaging in a fight would yield no benefits. Sighing, Wang Hua stepped out of the small room. Standing at the alley's entrance, he felt a wave of discomfort that it was truly infuriating to hold back in a moment of anger, only to feel increasingly aggrieved. Taking a step back felt like a loss. It was all due to the cultivation world's inability to ascend to the immortal realm, leaving the high-ranking cultivators with too much idle time, leading them to meddle in such industries. The previous environment had been far better, with everyone focused on improving their cultivation, that if someone desired something, they would simply seize it based on their own abilities. Now, under the unified rule of the Great Xia dynasty, everything had gradually become regulated, with all forms of theft, robbery, and murder being punished. That it was pure idleness, a way to waste their lives away. Wang Hua spat on the ground, surveying the row of houses lining the alley. "I, Wang Hua, will not rest until I find an opportunity to cart away all your spirit stones, after which I shall wash my hands of this." "That is quite ambitious," a voice called from behind. Yuan Chang approached Wang Hua leisurely. "It seems I have overestimated you. It has only been a few moments, hasn't it?" Wang Hua glared at Yuan Chang in a fit of rage. Seizing him by the collar, "Long-handed monster, you owe me for my losses." Yuan Chang chuckled, gently prying Wang Hua's hands away. "Don't be so stingy. Let us collaborate on something, and afterward, you can enjoy the company of all the women in this alley for years." Wang Hua's bulging eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Such a grand undertaking. What are you proposing?" Yuan Chang glanced around cautiously and whispered, "Follow me back to the inn." Wang Hua eyed Yuan Chang suspiciously, but ultimately decided to accompany him back to the inn. Yuan Chang chose a room in a more secluded area. Due to their professional habits, neither of them intended to light a lamp. Leaning against the wall, Wang Hua quietly inquired, "Speak up, what is the deal?" "Not long ago, I made a visit to Panghai Pavilion and heard some intriguing news." Wang Hua remained silent, awaiting further elaboration. Yuan Chang inched closer to Wang Hua, lowering his voice. "The ancestor of Bai Weizhai has emerged from seclusion." Wang Hua furrowed his brow. The reclusive ancestor had been in isolation for several centuries, rumored to have refrained from leaving until comprehending the opportunity for ascension. Could it be, after countless millennia, someone was finally destined for immortality? As Wang Hua pondered this, Yuan Chang had already positioned himself beside him. "Keep your distance." Wang Hua pushed Yuan Chang away, expressing his disdain. "What is the necessity for two grown men to be so close?" Yuan Chang chuckled and replied, "Don't overthink it. I'm merely wary of eavesdroppers." Wang Hua pouted, reluctantly allowing Yuan Chang to draw nearer. The ancestor of Panghai Pavilion believed she had perceived an opportunity, only to discover upon investigation that a Saintess had uncovered an immortal. A Saintess uncovering an immortal? Wang Hua's thoughts immediately drifted to the southwestern direction, at the foot of Kaishan's sect. It turned out that the ancestor's emergence was due to this matter. That young man truly was an immortal, with celestial artifacts, divine herbs, and ancient mythical beasts at his disposal. It would be strange if he were not an immortal. A wave of disappointment washed over Wang Hua. He had anticipated Yuan Chang would divulge some significant business dealings. While he was still gathering information, he had already scouted the area and procured some divine herbs. Subsequently, the dim light from outside caused Yuan Chang to feel astonished. He had initially thought that revealing the Saintess's discovery of the immortal would astonish Wang Hua. But to his surprise, Wang Hua wore an expression of disdain. "This fellow must be feigning indifference, attempting to extract more information from me without cost." Yuan Chang chuckled softly, unwilling to easily share his findings. "I have ascertained the general location of this immortal. considering our camaraderie. How about 10 mid-grade spirit stones for the information? Wang Hua remained unmoved, his disdain deepening that he already knew the location of the immortal's residence. Yuan Chang frowned, realizing that this big-eyed thief had quite the composure. Big-eyed thief. It seems you are somewhat condescending. Wang Hua, with his round, bulging eyes, glanced at Yuan Chang and scoffed. Humph. General location. Is it? I just came from the immortal's abode. I'll tell you the location for 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Yuan Chang's expression shifted in surprise, followed by a skeptical glance at Wang Hua. You truly possess the audacity to spout nonsense. I acquired this information through Penghai Pavilion. Where did you learn it? Wang Hua chuckled softly, choosing silence. If he were to disclose his disciple Chen Dachang's affairs, this long-handed creature would undoubtedly trace the source. Yuan Chang scrutinized Wang Hua, pondering privately that this big-eyed thief had previously hidden upon seeing me. Evidently harboring some treasure, he feared I might pilfer. If he truly had come from the immortal's domain, in line with his habit of not returning empty-handed, he must have secured something of value. It seemed plausible that this fellow had indeed come from the immortal's vicinity. Yuan Chang steeled himself and retrieved 100 mid-grade spirit stones from his storage. I believe you this time. Wang Hua beamed as he accepted Yuan Chang's spirit stones, whispering, southwest direction, at the foot of Kaishan sect. Chapter 51. The fruits of divine herbs having received 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Wang Hua felt a wave of relief wash over him. After deducting the 10 mid-grade spirit stones he had been swindled out of in the alley with the brothel lady, he had netted a profit of 90 stones. This transaction was beyond Wang Hua's expectations. Yet he could not let the incident of being cheated out of 10 stones fade away so easily. Given the chance, he would certainly seek retribution. He had only entered briefly, and before he had even fully disrobed, he had inexplicably lost 10 mid-grade spirit stones that was increasingly infuriating. Wang Hua mentally jotted down this grievance and turned to look at Yuan Chang. Sharing this information with Yuan Chang was not necessarily a bad idea, that he had attempted it alone, and the celestial artifact was not something he could manage by himself. That heavy-feathered bird could easily counter his spirit-entrapping essence, making it unlikely for him to reap any benefits on his next visit. With Yuan Chang, this long-handed creature, perhaps there would be a chance. Yuan Chang silently repeated Wang Hua's words. The southwestern direction aligned with the information he had gathered. The information provided by the big-eyed thief seemed reliable, making this 100 mid-grade spirit stones a worthwhile investment. Brother Wang, Yuan Chang said with a fawning expression, inquiring amiably, you never return empty-handed. I wonder what treasures you procured from the immortal? Wang Hua grinned with pride, extending his hand. Want to see? 1 mid-grade spirit stone. Yuan Chang smacked his lips, frowning. Big-eyed thief you, Wang Hua's round eyes narrowed as he glared at Yuan Chang, coldly replying, what did you call me? Yuan Chang forced a smile, hastily correcting himself. Brother Wang, we are now in a partnership. It is only right that we share information. Wang Hua chuckled lightly, shaking his head and clicking his tongue. What you know, I know. What you don't know, I know too, my dear brother. Keep your pride in check. Yuan Chang let out a long breath, speaking somberly. Big-eyed thief, I find your lack of respect rather disconcerting. Wang Hua chuckled again, standing up. I harbor no disrespect. I merely do not respect you. Yuan Chang snorted. If you refuse to look, then I shall seek the location myself. Wang Hua began to walk slowly towards the door, laughing. Then go ahead. Do you think it's so easy to transport an immortal's belongings? Watch your own life. Gulp! Yuan Chang felt a chill run down his spine. Immortal artifacts were indeed valuable, but the dangers involved were evident. Transporting another's treasures had always been a venture fraught with high rewards and high risks. Wang Hua, the big-eyed thief, had so readily disclosed the exact location for merely 100 mid-grade spirit stones. This indicated the dangers involved were considerable. Even if he knew the specific location, it would likely be challenging to acquire any treasures. With this thought in mind, Yuan Chang quickly called out to Wang Hua, who was about to leave. Brother Wang, don't go. Let us discuss this, shall we? Wang Hua felt a surge of delight. He had anticipated that this fellow would call him back. Standing at the door, he feigned impatience. Discuss what? Seeing you so miserly. I doubt there's much to negotiate. Yuan Chong awkwardly smiled, hastily pulling Wang Hua back. Brother, I was wrong. Name your price. Wang Hua's round eyes narrowed slightly, with a smile. Now you're talking. One must spend to gain. Yuan Chang's lips twitched. Realizing this big-eyed thief intended to make an exorbitant demand, Wang Hua chuckled, gently patting Yuan Chang's shoulder. Rest assured, as brothers, we can surely reach an understanding. First, take a look at this. As he spoke, Wang Hua scanned the surroundings cautiously and instructed Yuan Chang to light the candles. The room gradually brightened, and Wang Hua carefully retrieved a small wheat stalk from his storage space. Yuan Chang immediately sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy, staring blankly at the small wheat stalk. What is this? I have transported treasures for thousands of years and have never seen anything like it. Wang Hua cast a disdainful glance at Yuan Chang, who seemed utterly naive. This is what I procured from the immortal. Yuan Chang swallowed, licking his lips. Brother Wang, may I touch it? Wang Hua shot him a sidelong glance, grunting. Touch it? You think I would let you handle something only to have it end up in your storage space? Yuan Chang chuckled sheepishly. Retracting his hand to observe closely, as he examined it, Yuan Chang's brow furrowed slightly. Brother Wang, although this divine herb still possesses spiritual energy fluctuations, it is evidently missing the most crucial component. Wang Hua paused, inspecting it carefully, and soon noticed that the top of the wheat stalk was filled with empty husks. Noticing Wang Hua had identified the issue, Yuan Chang remarked, Clearly, there should be some kind of fruit atop it. That is the most vital part. Wang Hua nodded, recalling that when he had acquired it, the divine herb had appeared this way. The fruit must still be in the possession of that immortal. Yuan Chang lowered his head slightly, squinting his eyes. Speaking of which, I believe I have seen the fruit of this divine herb before. Wang Hua's round eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Yuan Chang, then skeptically glanced at him. You have never even seen the divine herb. How could you have seen the fruit? Yuan Chang smiled faintly, saying, I have frequented Penghai Pavilion for an extended period. Not long ago, they unearthed treasures from the depths of the sea, among which was a type of minute fruit. As he spoke, Yuan Chang took the wheat stalk from Wang Hua's hand, judging by its size and shape. It could very well be. Wang Hua's round eyes glimmered with intrigue, chuckling. You are reputed to be my equal in the art of transporting goods. Surely you did not return empty-handed? Need I even say it? Yuan Chang grinned with pride, retrieving a single wheat seed from his storage space. A total of 103 seeds were found. I transported one of them. Wang Hua lunged forward, his round eyes fixated on the wheat seed in Yuan Chang's hand. It appears to lack any spiritual energy fluctuations. Yuan Chang examined the wheat seed in his hand, chuckling. Perhaps it lost its spiritual energy after being submerged in the sea for an extended period. Quickly, let us see if it can be restored. Yuan Chang nodded, carefully inserting the wheat seed into the empty husk of the wheat stalk. Both men felt their breaths momentarily halt, their eyes not daring to blink, as the wheat seed embedded itself perfectly, without any hint of dissonance. Astonishment filled their eyes, reflecting the shock they saw mirrored in each other. Yuan Chang gazed at the wheat stalk in his hands, murmuring, It is said that the underwater cave was left by ancient immortals. This seed and divine herb fit together perfectly, indicating that there truly is an immortal beneath Kaishan's sect. Wang Hua licked his lips. As the seeds of the immortal grass appeared in the Penghai Pavilion, the immortal grass might fetch a handsome price. Yuan Chang cast a glance at Wang Hua, retracting the wheat stalk along with it. Wang Hua frowned slightly. Indeed, one could not trust this long-handed creature with their belongings. Yuan Chang forced a smile and said, Come now, Brother Wang, don't be so stingy. We can split the treasures from the immortals later. 50-50. Wang Hua's expression soured, yet his heart swelled with joy. This fool must think I possess only this single piece of immortal grass. Wang Hua pretended to ponder for a long while before reluctantly agreeing, Fine. 50-50. And we shall set off tomorrow afternoon. Yuan Chang nodded eagerly, unable to contain his excitement at the prospect of transporting the treasures of the immortals. Chapter 52. Selling immortal grass the following morning. Yuan Chang rose from his bed, stretching extravagantly, that as soon as he opened his eyes, he found Wang Hua staring at him with round, bulging eyes. Oh! Yuan Chang exclaimed, startled. He sighed. I say, Big-eyed thief, have you really been watching me all night? Wang Hua, keeping his gaze fixed on Yuan Chang, stifled a yawn and replied, "Who knows if you might suddenly decide to transport away my treasures?" Yuan Chang chuckled, rolling out of bed. "We are partners now. I won't lay a finger on your belongings. Besides, you can't possibly stay awake for days on end, can you?" Wang Hua blinked. Having not closed his eyes all night, his eyes indeed felt a bit sore. Yet compared to the loss of his treasures, what were a few sleepless nights? Yuan Chang's most formidable trick was named "Once asleep, all is lost." Once a cultivator fell asleep, Yuan Chang could extend his hands within 100 meters to infiltrate another storage space. Disregarding barriers, spatial constructs, and formations, effortlessly pilfering the possessions of the slumbering individual, that if you sleep, your belongings vanish. As someone accustomed to transporting the possessions of others, Wang Hua felt an insatiable itch whenever someone nearby dozed off. It was an occupational hazard beyond remedy. Though they were in a cooperative relationship now, this fellow would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to rummage through his storage space while he slept, with 315 stalks of immortal grass still in his possession. He absolutely could not let this long-handed creature make off with them while he dozed. Yuan Chang pushed open the window and glanced at the bustling street below. "The auction begins shortly. Let us move our goods first, then head to the Kaishan sect in the afternoon." Wang Hua yawned and retreated to bed. "You go on ahead. I need to rest a bit. Let us meet at the west of the city by the appointed hour." With that, Wang Hua lay back down, though his round eyes remained wide open. Yuan Chang grimaced. Seeing someone with their eyes open while seemingly asleep looked rather eerie. Creak. Yuan Chang opened the door and departed from the inn. Wang Hua lay in bed. Waiting for a moment before rolling off, he retrieved a black robe from his storage space, enveloping himself entirely. The auction, hosted by the Penghai Pavilion, was set to commence at the third quarter of the hour of the rabbit. Seizing the opportunity before the auction began, Wang Hua navigated through the crowd and made his way directly to the backstage. The auction attendant was a young maiden, who glanced at Wang Hua with surprise before smiling and inquiring, "Do you wish to auction or sell?" "Friend." Those who came to the auction were not always of reputable character. The maiden had encountered many peculiar individuals and adhered to the rule of saying little, merely conducting business, unless it was something from the royal palace. They generally accepted everything. Wang Hua altered his voice using his cultivation, rendering it hoarse. "Selling. Please fetch someone in charge." The maiden paused, contemplating for a moment, before slowly responding, "Please wait a moment." She turned and entered the inner room, while Wang Hua's fingers fidgeted anxiously within the confines of his robe. After a brief interval, the maiden returned. "The master requests you to enter the inner room for a detailed discussion." Wang Hua ceased his nervous tapping, rising slowly to follow the maiden into the inner room. Inside sat an elderly man, perusing a thick dossier. The maiden gestured for Wang Hua to have a seat, then bowed respectfully to the elder. "Master, the guest has arrived." The elder coughed twice without lifting his gaze. You may leave now." The maiden complied, exiting the inner room, leaving only the elder and Wang Hua in a sudden silence. Wang Hua discreetly sensed the elder's cultivation level, but could discern nothing. Cough. Cough. The elder abruptly cleared his throat, exhaling deeply. "What do you wish to sell?" Wang Hua did not immediately produce the immortal grass, instead stating slowly, "I have heard that the Penghai Pavilion has obtained 103 seeds of the immortal grass. Is that true?" The elder raised his eyelids to glance at Wang Hua. Though he appeared frail, his gaze was sharp as a blade. Wang Hua's heart jolted. This old man was no ordinary figure. The elder smiled slightly and said, "It seems there is some truth to that. If you are not here to sell, then you may leave." Wang Hua swallowed hard, responding, "I possess that kind of seed. I wonder what price the Penghai Pavilion would offer." The elder's hand momentarily halted, then resumed its pace. "We must see it first to determine the worth." Wang Hua pouted. This fellow wouldn't release his hawk until he saw the rabbit, truly a cunning old fox. He retrieved a stalk of wheat from his storage space and placed it before the elder. The elder squinted his eyes, merely glancing at it before averting his gaze. The spiritual energy contained is minimal, at most. "It is worth a mid-grade spirit stone." Wang Hua's lips twitched. The spiritual energy in this stalk of immortal grass was equivalent to 100 mid-grade spirit stones, Yet this old man offered only one. What a rip-off! Wanghua reclaimed the stalk, chuckling softly. Although this immortal grass lacks spiritual energy when paired with the seeds, Wanghua left his statement unfinished, leaving room for the elder's imagination. After all, he had returned the seeds of the immortal grass last night without incident. Wanghua merely aimed to elevate the price of the immortal grass in his possession. At the very least, 100 mid-grade spirit stones would suffice. The elder pondered for a moment before slowly stating, "Then I will offer you 50 mid-grade spirit stones." Wanghua was taken aback, hastily exclaiming, "100 stones! Agreed, it's a deal." Wanghua declared his price, and the elder readily acquiesced. Wanghua felt he had been outsmarted. This old fellow was truly cunning, but 100 stones would have to suffice. The elder smiled faintly, summoning the maiden from outside. "Please pay this guest 100 mid-grade spirit stones." "Wait!" The elder glanced at Wanghua, slowly adding, "No backing out now." "Of course not." Wanghua chuckled, retrieving all the immortal grass from his storage space. "Here. There are 315 stalks in total." The elder's eyes narrowed in surprise as he regarded Wanghua, instructing the maiden, "Pay him 100 mid-grade spirit stones per stalk." The maiden nodded, confirming the quantity of goods and spirit stones, thus completing the transaction. After securing the spirit stones, Wanghua departed from the auction house. The elder examined the wheat stalk in his hand and instructed, "Follow him and report back on any developments." The maiden nodded and exited the inner room. The elder took the wheat stalk, and suddenly, a grain of wheat seed appeared in his right hand. The seed could be embedded into the stalk, not perfectly fitting, but indeed forming a unity. The elder stored the wheat seed and chuckled softly. As expected, nothing out of the ordinary. The spiritual energy contained within the wheat stalk was rapidly absorbed by the elder, who exhaled slowly. These immortal grasses have only been stored for a few years. Could it be from that individual in the southwest? Chapter 53. The righteous path of Senior Li Wanghua exited the auction house and returned to the inn to await Yuanchang. With ample time remaining before the appointed hour, Wanghua reclined, feeling quite pleased. Although the sale was modest, it was still a conversion of someone else's possessions, so it could be considered a gain. Wanghua slowly exhaled, and in less than half a stick of incense's time, he suddenly sensed several formidable auras. "Hurry!" Yuan Chang's voice abruptly echoed in the guest room. Wanghua was startled, unsure of what transpired, and could only hastily follow him in fleeing. The two employed their escape techniques, quickly exiting the city as a transporter of others' treasures. Escape skills were of utmost importance. With full exertion, they managed to shake off their pursuers. Panting heavily, Wanghua fixed his round eyes on Yuan Chang. Did it go awry? Yuan Chang, also breathless and hunched over, his hands nearly touching the ground, replied, "Damn it, I almost got my hands on a heavenly grade treasure." Wanghua shot Yuan Chang a disapproving glance. This fellow truly had a knack for attracting trouble. Leaving them no time to rest. Realizing it was not safe to linger, they decided to head straight toward the Kaishan sect. After their departure, the young maiden from the auction appeared at the very spot where they had just been. Disappearing in the blink of an eye, as the saying goes, it's not the thief you fear, but the one who keeps an eye on you. Li Muzhi remained oblivious to the fact that he was simultaneously being targeted by two thieves. As he prepared to transplant seedlings for rice cultivation. Rising early, Li Muzhi made another trip to the beast slaughterhouse. The butchers were unperturbed. After all, the intestines of those beasts were of no use. And Li Muzhi's collection lightened their workload. With previous experience, Li Muzhi had successfully drawn river water, which fell several dozen meters, through dozens of puddles into the fields. Watching the stream, as thick as a thumb, flow gently into the fields, Li Muzhi let out a long sigh of relief, filled with a sense of accomplishment. The only drawback was that the flow was rather meager. Chini Nua, holding a bitten lemon, curiously observed Li Muzhi. What was Senior Li up to? If he needed water, he could instantly fill the fields with his cultivation. Why go through such trouble? Umitba, as Choninua was engulfed in a fog of confusion. A sudden voice from the side broke through her reverie. Truly remarkable, benefactor. To harness the principles of the heavenly way, enabling water to flow from lower to higher ground. Amen. She cast a sidelong glance at Chan Yuan, but chose to disregard him. However, his words drew her attention. Indeed, Elder Li had not exerted any of his cultivation, and the river's water flowed naturally through the conduit fashioned from the intestines of beasts. This was all the power of the heavenly way. At once, Chininoa felt an overwhelming sense of foolishness for her previous thoughts. The elderess approach was not one of ignorance, but rather of harmonizing with the laws of nature. With a sharp bite, she sank her teeth into a lemon, vigorously chewing. Hearing the noise from her direction, Li Muzhi looked up, only to be greeted by a throbbing headache. What is this monk doing here again? Huff! Wen Jing, chewing on a rapeseed stalk, exhaled heavily. With his belly full, he was ready to cater to any command from his master, whether it be a watery or a dry request, or even something foul and pungent. He could fulfill it all. Wen Jing glanced at Li Muzhi, his front legs twitching with impatience. Thud! Chun Yuan's heart skipped a beat as he cautiously eyed Wen Jing, slowly shifting his stance to place Chun Yinua between them. Li Muzhi smirked. It seemed Chun Yuan had been thoroughly bested by the big black bull the previous night and was now suffering from psychological trauma. The monk appeared slightly dazed, but aside from his mumblings, he posed no significant threat that Li Muzhi, uninterested, resumed his task of crafting the water conduit. Currently, with only one conduit irrigating the fields, the volume of water flowing paled in comparison to what seeped down. The sole solution lay in increasing the number of conduits to compensate for the insufficient outflow. Chun Yuan glanced at the small knife in Li Muzhi's hand, his face lighting up with delight. This knife was also a celestial artifact. Once he eliminates me, all of this will belong to him. Chininoa shot a wary glance at Chun Yuan, her brows knitting together. This man had indeed cultivated some nefarious technique. Discarding the now tasteless lemon, she felt her teeth growing loose and reluctantly stored the remnants in her spatial pouch. Observing Li Muzhi bore holes into wooden sticks without the use of his cultivation, a sudden epiphany struck her. Elder Li seemed to never wield his powers. Could this be the true path of cultivation? The true practitioner follows the laws of nature, acting without action. The elder's earlier words resonated with this understanding. By adhering to the principles of nature, Elder Li refrained from using his powers, fully aligned with the forces of the universe. Acting without action did not imply inaction, but rather a harmonious engagement with the natural order. Throughout her life, she had been told to defy fate and break free from the shackles of the cosmos. Yet Elder Li's method stood in stark contrast, adhering to the heavenly way and transforming its power for his own use. Astonished, Chinia gazed at Li Muzhi, realizing that he truly was an extraordinary figure. How profound! She was filled with admiration and resolved to refrain from using her powers, choosing instead to learn from Elder Li and attune herself to the heavenly way. With this thought, Chininoa ceased the circulation of her cultivation and approached Li Muzhi, saying, "Muzhi, let me assist you." Li Muzhi paused his work, elated by her offer. Surely, Inua must have perceived his labor, prompting her to volunteer to share the workload. What a considerate gesture. Chun Inua smiled gently, believing that Elder Li was pleased to see her grasp the essence of his teachings, hence his joy. "Could you chop these sticks into 3-inch lengths for me?" As he spoke, Li Muzhi retrieved the hatchet from his system space and handed it to Chun Inua, cautioning, "Be careful now." Hiss! Chun Inua inhaled sharply. Was this yet another celestial artifact? Extending her hand to accept the hatchet, she instinctively felt the urge to channel her powers. However, recalling her recent realizations, she quickly suppressed that impulse and grasped the hatchet firmly. Upon holding the hatchet, Chinino was taken aback, aside from its weight. It bore no extraordinary sensation. Confusion washed over her. Could it truly be just an ordinary hatchet? Had she misjudged its nature? Curiously, she examined the hatchet in her hand, activating her cultivation. Buzz! As her powers surged forth, the hatchet felt as heavy as a mountain. Clang! It fell to the ground with a soft thud. Li Muzhi quickly halted his actions, grasping her hand to inspect it closely. "Are you hurt?" Chun Inua shook her head. "No." Li Muzhi sighed, reclaiming the hatchet. "You should observe a bit longer. Mastering these skills takes time." A wave of disappointment swept over Chun Inua. She had hoped to please Elder Li, but instead had faltered. Nevertheless, she confirmed one truth. Elder Li's methods were indeed the righteous path. Chapter 54. The rooster steps on the egg. Li Muzhi glanced at Chun Inua, feeling a pang of guilt. It was clear she hailed from a wealthy family, and such labor was foreign to her. His tone had perhaps been a tad harsh, leaving her somewhat disheartened. Sighing, he gently remarked, "Come, allow me to teach you." A spark of joy lit up Chun-Yu's face as she eagerly nodded. Keenly observing Muzhi felt a sense of relief. The girl's character was commendable, as she had transformed from displeasure to delight with his softening approach. With his left hand securing the stick, Muzhi raised the hatchet in his right and struck down forcefully. Clang! A gentle sound resonated as the stick cleanly severed at the 3-inch mark, the cut smooth and even. At the start, keep your hands further away, aim carefully, and let the hatchet fall straight down. With that, Muzhi presented the hatchet and stick to Chun-Yu. She nodded, slowly accepting both tools. This time, she refrained from channeling her powers. Without the use of her cultivation, the celestial artifact felt unremarkable in her grasp. Mimicking Muzhi's technique, she swung the hatchet down. The blade failed to sever the stick entirely, only embedding itself a third of the way through the thumb-sized wood. Muzhi chuckled lightly, encouraging, "Take your time, apply a bit more strength, and be decisive with your swing." Chun-Yu nodded, extracting the hatchet and striking down once more. Clang! The sound echoed, and finally, the stick was cleaved in two. A smile graced Chun-Yu's face, a sense of accomplishment swelling within her. She had initially thought the task would be simple, yet the reality proved to be quite the opposite. Elderly's sticks were uniformly 3 inches long, each cut impeccably smoothed in contrast. Her attempts had shown considerable variance, with uneven angles that Muzhi observed and chuckled. "Take your time. There's no rush." Chun-Yu nodded. Continuing her practice, Muzhi glanced over before returning to his task of boring holes into the sticks with the small knife. Not far off, Chun-Yu's eyes were fixated on the hatchet in Chun-Yu's hands. His mouth slightly agape, a broad smile plastered across his face. What a splendid celestial artifact. He must act quickly to eliminate me. When Jing shot a glance at Chun-Yu, his lips curling into a grin, spotting an opening. Whoosh! When Jing suddenly lifted his front leg, exerting force from his lower body as a stream of yellow liquid shot forth. Chun-Yu, lost in thoughts of what would transpire after Muzhi dealt with him, suddenly sensed something flying towards him and swiftly turned his head. In that moment, the yellow liquid from Jing's rear struck him right in the mouth. Gulp! Chun-Yu froze, instinctively swallowing. "Ah!" he shrieked, his mouth overwhelmed with a foul taste. Muzhi glanced up, his face contorting in disgust. Just witnessing it was enough to make his stomach churn. When Jing, reveling in his success, grinned broadly. Flashing his pristine white teeth, he had dubbed this maneuver, "How stinky you are," inspired by his master's words from the previous night. Chun-Yu gagged, saliva spilling from his mouth as the warm yellow liquid rushed to his stomach, leaving a rancid sensation from his mouth to his gut, rendering him nearly mute. Scanning his surroundings, Chun-Yu spotted the well. Just as he took a few steps forward, the rooster in the coop cawed loudly. Chun-Yu felt a jolt of panic, his blood boiling. Monsters, he thought, his complexion paling as he swiftly retreated, vanishing without a trace. When Jing chuckled with pride, turning back to the rooster coop, letting out a low moo. The Grandmaster's actions were indeed extraordinary. The rooster flapped its wings and leaped onto the back of a hen, which squatted low, clucking incessantly. After securing one, the rooster hopped onto another hen's back one by one. It stepped on each hen. When Jing stared in disbelief, truly, the Grandmaster was remarkable, accomplishing in one go what others could not. Afterward, the rooster raised its head and crowed loudly to the sky. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Muzhi glanced at the eggs provided by the system. The chicks had only recently hatched yet were already capable of stepping on eggs. It seemed the time had come to place the nests inside. With the chicks hatching, sustainable development could be realized. Chickens lay eggs, and eggs hatch into chickens. This way, both eggs and meat could be supplied. Muzhi stood up, retrieving 12 chicken nests from the system and setting them in the coop. Chun-Yu observed the nests, her expression shifting. These were woven from the celestial bamboo of the South Sea, lined with leaves from the Qing tree. What an extravagant endeavor! The ancient divine tree had long since been extinct, yet elderly possessed such an abundance of Qing leaves. Chun-Yu stared at Muzhi, astonished, The celestial being's efforts were indeed unparalleled, and it was clear these items had been meticulously prepared in advance. After the hatching was complete, Senior Lee promptly retrieved the tools for rearing. Now that the chickens had grown, he immediately produced the nesting boxes. Everything was anticipated and prepared. Senior Lee's descent into the mortal realm left one wondering about his true intentions. Chen Yinhua curiously glanced at Li Muzhi and let out a resigned sigh. The thoughts of an immortal are surely beyond my feeble comprehension. Senior Lee did not seem to be a malevolent person. Merely being by his side was already a tremendous opportunity for me. The greater scheme is beyond my participation. After Li Muzhi set up the nesting boxes and secured the chicken coop, he smiled and said, "Yinhua, it won't be long before we have eggs to eat." Chen Yinhua's mouth twitched. Why was Senior Lee always so preoccupied with food? However, she had never tasted the eggs of ancient divine beasts. The last time she heard Senior Lee mention not only eating the eggs of ancient divine beasts, but also the beasts themselves. It had truly startled her. Yet upon hearing Senior Lee's words again, she couldn't help but curiously glance at the ancient divine beast in the chicken coop. This, the flavor of the ancient divine beast. Should be quite exquisite, right? Chapter 55. The hen's cooperative egg-laying. Chen Yinhua watched the hens in the coop, saliva unconsciously pooling in her mouth. The hens, feeling the tension, clucked excitedly towards her. Chen Yinhua pressed her lips together, quickly averting her gaze, silently muttering, "It's not that I want to eat you. It's entirely Senior Lee's idea. No grievances without a cause." Li Muzhi, oblivious to her thoughts, continued to drill holes in the wooden stick. After a light lunch, he resumed his work. After a day of labor, the water flow in the field showed some improvement. That Li Muzhi stood up to stretch and glanced around. Thankfully, Chen Yuan had not returned. Li Muzhi chuckled. It seemed the great black bull had finally learned its lesson after 2 reprimands. "Well done," he gently patted Wen Jing's back, smiling. "You, great black bull, are quite clever." Wen Jing shook his head, exhaling through his nostrils. "What great black bull? Didn't we agree I was to be called the Bull Demon King?" Li Muzhi paused, recalling that this creature disliked being referred to as the Great Black Bull. "Ha ha ha!" Li Muzhi picked up a rapeseed stalk and laughed. "Right. Not the Great Black Bull. You are indeed the Bull Demon King." Only then did Wen Jing squint his eyes in satisfaction, gently rubbing against Li Muzhi. That Li Muzhi mused. "Bull Demon King, perhaps we should find a monkey to call Sun Wukong." Wen Jing froze. Sun Wukong. Wasn't that the name of that dead monkey from the Monkey Clan? Thud! Wen Jing's heart sank. The master actually knew the name of that dead monkey. That it's over. I have indeed become a pawn in the hands of a great figure. Li Muzhi muttered to himself and turned to head back inside. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the chicken coop. Cluck, 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 cluck. Li Muzhi's face lit up with joy, quickly turning his gaze toward the coop. 12 hens had laid eggs, clucking incessantly. They can lay eggs so soon? And all at once. Li Muzhi hurried into the coop for a closer look. Each of the 12 nesting boxes contained a small, delicate egg. It was not surprising that the first eggs were relatively small. Li Muzhi licked his lips. Tonight, he could make 2 bowls of egg noodles. However, he had always heard from the elders that one should not take all the eggs from the nesting boxes, or the hens would cease to lay. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to take 2. That after all, there were still 10 nesting boxes with eggs. If they didn't lay here, they would surely find another place. This morning, the rooster had just completed its duty, so logically, these 12 eggs should not be fertilized and would only serve as food. Chen Yinhua warily glanced at the hens in the coop, recalling the rumors that hens would protect their eggs. Senior Lee was actually reaching to take an egg. However, to her surprise, the hens did not resist at all, merely chirping excitedly nearby, as if proudly proclaiming, "I laid an egg! I laid an egg!" Li Muzhi fetched 2 eggs and exited the coop. The 2 eggs, slightly larger than walnuts, felt pleasantly warm in his hand. The Li Muzhi raised the eggs and smiled at Chen Yinhua. Hee. "You've never had these before, right? Tonight, we're having egg noodles." Thud! Chen Yinhua's heart skipped a beat, nervous sweat trickling from the corner of her mouth. "Ba." Chen Yuan's voice echoed once more. "I have returned, please, benefactor. Send me quickly to the west." "Amen." Li Muzhi frowned. How was it that he hadn't seen this fellow? Yet in the blink of an eye, this monk and the grand priest had returned. Li Muzhi was too lazy to acknowledge him and walked into the house, calling out to Chen Yinhua, who was still outside. "Yinhua, come in and close the door." Chen Yinhua glanced at Chen Yuan and hurried inside after Li Muzhi. Thud! She forcefully pushed the two doors, which echoed loudly. Li Muzhi felt a tremor in his heart and shook his head. "There's no need to close the door with such force. Just shut it gently." As he spoke, he secured the latch. "Did you learn?" Chen Yinhua nodded, thinking, did Senior Li really take me for a fool? I already knew how to do this. Could it be there was some profound principle hidden within? Chen Yinhua leaned in for a closer inspection, pulling the latch out and then slowly reinserting it. Observing Chun's naive demeanor, Li Muzhi smiled faintly. When he first met her, she had been so lively, yet now she appeared rather dim-witted. Li Muzhi sighed softly. Yinhua must have been a pampered young lady at home, even needing to learn how to close a door. "Let me demonstrate once more." Li Muzhi stepped forward, opened the door, then gently closed it, securing the latch between the two wooden handles. Chen Yinhua blinked, feeling puzzled. She couldn't discern any profound principle here. Li Muzhi glanced at her, puzzled by her continued confusion. Was closing a door truly so difficult? Had he not known prior that Chen Yinhua was not foolish, he would seriously question her intellect. Chen Yinhua awkwardly smiled. Why did Senior Li look at her as if she were a simpleton? Yet she truly could not see the significance in this. Li Muzhi shook his head, feeling slightly hungry, and decided not to dwell on the door-closing matter any longer. As he took a couple of steps toward the kitchen and turned around, he found Chen Yinhua still staring at the latch on the door. "Stop staring. Come over and start the fire," Li Muzhi called out, sighing. "From now on, you will be responsible for closing the door, and we shall call you the door-closing disciple." Upon finishing his sentence, Li Muzhi turned and entered the kitchen, beginning to wash the pot in preparation for cooking. Needing to learn how to close a door, this truly was the essence of a true door-closing disciple. Li Muzhi chuckled softly to himself, feeling quite clever for coming up with such a name. The door-closing disciple? Chen Yinhua's heart leaped with joy. Senior Li not only did not disdain her dullness, but had also accepted her as his door-closing disciple. Glancing at the latch on the door, she hurriedly followed his instructions into the kitchen to start the fire. Although Senior Li had previously hinted at teaching her, he had never explicitly stated it. Surely, he had been testing me all along. Chenu beamed with delight, skillfully igniting the stove. Li Muzhi scooped the water from the pot and was taken aback when he saw Chen Yinhua that IT was just assigning her the task of closing the door. Why was she so elated? What was there to be so happy about in closing a door? Li Muzhi shook his head gently, taking an egg in hand and tapping it lightly against the stove. Chen Yinhua felt her heart race. This was an egg from an ancient divine beast, and she was about to eat it. Li Muzhi chuckled, glancing at Chen Yinhua. "Let me show you how to crack an egg with one hand." With that, Li Muzhi slightly raised his hand, stabilizing the egg with his middle and ring fingers while applying gentle pressure with his thumb and index finger. Crack! A soft sound echoed as the egg split open along the small crack. The golden yolk and translucent egg white flowing into the bowl, strands of egg liquid connecting the bowl and the eggshell. Chen Yinhua bit her lip. Was this the interior of an egg from an ancient divine beast? Chapter 56. Sending Chen Yuan to the west, Li Muzhi picked up the second egg, contemplating for a moment, but ultimately decided to set it down that he had initially thought to crack both eggs together for frying. But considering that Chen Yinhua had never tasted eggs before, he resolved to fry them one at a time. For her first time, he wanted her to have a complete egg. The oil in the pan heated up, releasing wisps of smoke, indicating it was nearly ready. Li Muzhi signaled for Chen Yinhua to lower the heat and poured the egg from the bowl into the pan. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. As the egg hit the hot oil, it began to tremble rapidly, the egg white solidifying into a white form under the high temperature. Chen Yinhua stood upright, craning her neck to peer into the pan. Li Muzhi cast a glance at her, appreciating her curious demeanor. The egg slowly cooked over low heat, and Li Muzhi seized the moment, scooping it up before it was fully cooked. Eggs were best enjoyed with a runny yolk. Following the same method, he cracked the second egg. The aroma wafted throughout the room, gradually drifting outside. Chen Yuan caught a whiff of the delightful scent and felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. Were these delectable morsels truly to be wasted? 2 eggs from ancient divine beasts, just like that? No, I must compel him to end my life tonight. Bang, bang, bang. Chan Yuan banged on the door with determination, refusing to relent. Moo! Wen Jing bellowed, and Chan Yuan's heart skipped a beat as he quickly shut his mouth. Huff! Wen Jing huffed, glaring intently at Chan Yuan with his bovine eyes. Chan Yuan, while keeping his gaze fixed on Wen Jing, hastened his knocking. Wen Jing snorted coldly. I already warned you, and yet you dare to continue knocking. Moo! With a forceful push of its front hooves against the ground. The imposing creature named Wen Jing raised its body, standing tall. Chan Yuan, with his right hand tapping on the door, began to sway from side to side, preparing to evade Wen Jing's impending assault. After a moment of contemplation, Wen Jing gradually lowered its front hooves. This great, stubborn beast was evidently on guard, making it difficult to strike. Should it evade my attack, my move, hello, you're so flirtatious, would surely wreak havoc upon my master's abode. Leading to another round of scolding, Wen Jing exhaled slowly. This esteemed creature required but a single opportunity. A triumphant smile graced Chan Yuan's face as his hand continued to rhythmically tap the door. Li Muzhi furrowed his brow, removing the eggs from the pot, pouring in water, covering it with a lid, and swiftly making his way towards the door. Bang, bang, bang. The knocking was exceedingly urgent, an action that could evoke considerable annoyance. Such frantic knocking was akin to heralding misfortune. Li Muzhi maintained a stern expression, pulling back the latch and opening the door a crack. What is all this knocking about? Chan Yuan paused momentarily, drawing a cross over his chest with his right hand. Ba, I humbly request that you expedite my passage to the Western Paradise. Amen. Li Muzhi grimaced slightly, genuinely contemplating sending him to the Western Paradise. To the Western Paradise. Then you should continue westward. Chan Yuan clasped his hands together and bowed slightly. I have journeyed from the shores of the Eastern Sea, and the Western Paradise of my dreams is right here. Please send me there. Li Muzhi sighed in resignation, his incessant prattling rivaling that of the monk Tang Sung. Did you truly come here in a dream? Or is your mind simply unwell? Chan Yuan nodded and replied, I speak no falsehood. In my dream, you instructed me to journey westward, and then you pierced my heart with a blade, claiming it was to send me to the Western Paradise. Li Muzhi frowned, pondering just how peculiar this dream was. Having never encountered him, how could he dream of me killing him? And to the Western Paradise, no less. Suddenly, a light bulb flickered in Li Muzhi's mind. Why not truly send him to the Western Paradise? Ahem. Li Muzhi cleared his throat, a slight smile forming on his lips. I could indeed send you to the Western Paradise. Chan Yuan's heart leapt with joy, and he immediately tore open his clothing to reveal the location of his heart. Excellent. Aim true and strike swiftly. Chen Yinhua, hearing the commotion outside, felt a jolt of fear. Surely, the elder wouldn't truly kill Chan Yuan. Li Muzhi raised an eyebrow and remarked, Master, your pectorals are quite well defined. Perhaps it would be wise to cover them up first. However, Chan Yuan only tore his clothing further apart, fervently insisting, Hasten to slay me. Li Muzhi stepped back, chuckling. I can send you to the Western Paradise, but there are conditions. Any condition is acceptable. Chan Yuan's face lit up with excitement as he gazed at Li Muzhi. As long as you send me to the Western Paradise. Li Muzhi wiped the playful grin from his face, assuming a serious demeanor. Only upon your next visit here can I send you to the Western Paradise. Chan Yuan was taken aback, unable to grasp Li Muzhi's meaning. But I am already here. Ba. Li Muzhi pressed his palms together and spoke slowly. The end is but a beginning. You may think you have arrived. Yet in truth, you have merely set forth. Chan Yuan's expression froze in realization, murmuring, You mean to say that I must depart from here, journey westward, and return once more? Li Muzhi nodded, his visage one of satisfaction. To set forth from here, head westward, and return here again, signifies a cycle, and only then can I send you to the Western Paradise. After hearing this, Chan Yuan shook his head vehemently, frowning. Traveling westward will only take me further away. How could I possibly return? Li Muzhi extended his right index finger, shaking his head gently. The world is round. If you continue westward, you will indeed return here. Chan Yuan looked utterly bewildered, glancing westward, and indeed found that past a certain distance lay the territory of the demon clan. Your journey will require you to endure 81 trials. Li Muzhi smiled at Chen Yuan, opening his mouth to elaborate. Along the way, you will subdue a monkey demon, a dragon, a pig demon, and a river monster. Chen Yuan's expression shifted in surprise. These were indeed figures he had encountered in his dreams. How could he know? Was it truly necessary for him to journey westward and then return here? Gulp! Chen Yuan swallowed hard. No wonder he hadn't slain me at first sight, as in his dream. There was simply a missing link. Having traveled from the Eastern Sea, he had not faced any difficulties. It appeared that what this person said was indeed true. Chen Yuan nodded, speaking, Umitba, then I shall journey westward from this point. Amen. Li Muzhi smiled faintly, nodding. Set forth promptly. Until we meet again. Chen Yuan bowed in gratitude and stepped westward. Li Muzhi observed Chen Yuan's retreating figure before hastily closing the door. This monk was rather gullible. Easily swayed by a few words. Turning back, he noticed that the water in the pot had begun to boil. Li Muzhi quickly retrieved the previously cut noodles, tossing them into the boiling pot while stirring with chopsticks. Chinina added firewood to the stove, curiously inquiring, Is the world truly round? Li Muzhi nodded, replying, Of course it is round. If you were to fly beyond this world, you would see it clearly. Chun Inua felt a tremor in her heart. Glancing upward, to fly beyond this world. Beyond, could it be the realm of immortals? Chapter 57. Tomorrow's transplanting of rice seedlings. Chun Inua stared blankly at the heavens, murmuring, I wonder what it would be like over there? Li Muzhi glanced at Chun Inua, adding cold water to the pot. Are you referring to what lies beyond this world? It is boundless and filled with countless mysteries. Chun Inua lowered her head, gazing at Li Muzhi in astonishment. Even immortals cannot fathom certain mysteries. The realm of immortals is indeed enigmatic. Li Muzhi smiled faintly as the water in the pot reached a rolling boil once more, adding cold water yet again. To properly cook the noodles, the water must boil 3 times, ensuring a chewier texture and superior flavor. After the final addition of cold water, Li Muzhi stepped outside to pluck a head of lettuce from the vegetable patch. He swiftly washed the lettuce leaves and tossed them into the pot. All done. Now extinguish the fire beneath the pot. Chun Inua acknowledged him and withdrew the flames from the stove that Li Muzhi used his chopsticks to serve the noodles. Steam wafting from the elastic strands, imparting a sense of warmth. Expertly seasoning the dish, he plated a sugar yolk fried egg alongside, garnishing it with scallions. Noodles were ready. Li Muzhi carried 2 bowls of noodles, beckoning Chun Inua to join him. That fellow has departed. We can now open the door. Outside, darkness enveloped the surroundings, with only distant stars twinkling in the sky. Li Muzhi gazed up at the stars, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. In the vast cosmos, he wondered where Earth lay. Chun Inua sat at one end of the table, glancing at Li Muzhi. Was he reminiscing about the realm of immortals? Following Li Muzhi's gaze, she peered at the distant stars. Could those glowing celestial bodies be the realm of immortals? For millions of years, no one had ever truly approached those shimmering stars. History recounts that powerful beings attempted to soar skyward. But beyond a certain altitude, ascending further became perilous, and those who persisted met with demise. Chun Inua turned back to Li Muzhi, tentatively asking, Are the stars unreachable? Li Muzhi withdrew his gaze, mixing his noodles evenly, and glanced at Chun Inua. They can be reached, but it is exceedingly challenging. With that, Li Muzhi took a mouthful of noodles. Slurp! He drew in the noodles with vigor, savoring the broth. Earth's technology far surpassed this world by innumerable degrees. Humanity had barely managed to set foot on the moon, and the prospect of distant interstellar travel was still daunting. While practitioners of this realm could fly and enjoyed extended lifespans, it did not suffice for interstellar journeys. The sheer lack of oxygen alone was enough to stifle their aspirations entirely. Accepting the present circumstances, Li Muzhi had long abandoned any illusions of returning to Earth. Over a year had passed, and life in this pastoral setting was not without its charms. Chun Inua yearned to pose more questions. But seeing Li Muzhi engrossed in his meal, she held her tongue. In the bowl, the egg of an ancient divine beast lay quietly atop the noodles, mimicking Li Muzhi's actions. Chenu carefully stirred the noodles, gingerly lifting the fried egg. Was this truly the egg of an ancient divine beast? A wave of anxiety washed over her, and she cast an apologetic glance at the chickens in the coop. My apologies. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The chickens in the coop called out a few times before slowly closing their eyes. Chinua pursed her lips and slowly took a bite. The egg white was remarkably smooth. And with a single bite, some yolk oozed out, creating a soft and delightful sensation in her mouth. Simultaneously, her internal cultivation began to flow naturally. The manner in which her cultivation progressed was entirely different from her own practices, and her body experienced a marvelous sensation. Chinua felt a surge of joy. This must be the true path of cultivation. Li Muzhi observed Chinua, feeling a swell of happiness. It seemed she thoroughly enjoyed the egg. Cooking for someone you care for brings about a wondrous feeling, especially when witnessing their delight in the meal prepared. An inexplicable happiness fills the heart, but a bowl of noodles may not have been much. But it left both of them feeling quite satisfied. After washing the pot and bowls clean, Li Muzhi took a candle and went to check the condition of the fields. The fields were beginning to accumulate some water. A smile graced Li Muzhi's face. At this rate, they should be ready to transplant the seedlings tomorrow. Having spent over a year here, Li Muzhi had roughly discerned the climate, which bore similarities to the southwestern region of his homeland. The weather was gradually warming, making it the perfect time for transplanting rice seedlings. Satisfied, Li Muzhi rose, murmuring, "This vast expanse of fields may prove challenging to manage alone tomorrow." Holding the candle, Li Muzhi slowly returned to the house, pondering whether he could enlist the help of Brother Yi and Brother Bai for the transplanting. However, he realized he had no idea where they resided. Chinua cast a glance at Li Muzhi and softly inquired, "What is the matter?" Li Muzhi lifted his gaze and replied, "Tomorrow we will be transplanting rice seedlings. I wish to invite Brother Yi and Brother Bai to assist us." Transplanting rice seedlings? Li Muzhi chuckled lightly and explained, "There are young rice seedlings beside the chicken coop that need to be placed into the fields." Chun Inua's eyes brightened. Were those the new celestial herb seedlings? So that was what they called rice. She pressed her lips together in delight and exclaimed, "I will go call them over tomorrow. I want to help too." Li Muzhi was taken aback, realizing that this girl might not comprehend the toil involved. Bending over to transplant seedlings would soon leave her exhausted. Nevertheless, seeing her eager expression, he felt it inappropriate to decline. She would likely stop when fatigue set in. With a faint smile, Li Muzhi said, "All right, with 4 of us working together, we can finish in a day." Chun Inua's heart soared with joy, and she skipped back to her room, exclaiming, "Planting celestial herbs, planting celestial herbs." Li Muzhi shuklat sufli. Shaking his head. This girl must think it would be a delightful experience. Come tomorrow, she would surely find herself lamenting. With a deep breath, Li Muzhi entered his own room and extinguished the candle with a puff. Drifting into a deep slumber, the night passed in silence. The following morning, after finishing breakfast, Chinua hurried to Kaishan's sect, Dawai Shiochi, and Bai Nong were already in the grand hall, embroiled in a heated argument. Each at odds with the other. Chinua, careful not to disturb the others in the sect, made her way directly to the grand hall. Startled by her sudden appearance, Yi Shiochi and Bai Nong quickly bowed, exclaiming, "The Saintess graces us with her presence. We apologize for not welcoming you properly." In high spirits due to the prospect of cultivating celestial herbs, Chin Inua waved her hand dismissively. No need for formalities, as per Elder Li's suggestion. "You may simply call me Inua." Yi Shiochi and Bai Nong exchanged surprised glances. The Saintess, usually so imperious in demeanor, had become unexpectedly affable. Chin Inua regarded the two of them and asked, "What troubles you both?" Standing upright, Yi Shiochi sighed. The Southwest Cultivation Exchange Conference has concluded, and everyone has returned to their respective sects. Yet he insists on lingering here. "What do you mean by lingering here?" Bai Nong arched an eyebrow and clarified, "I am merely concerned that Elderly might need me." "Do you think I wish to remain in your Kaishan sect?" Yi Shiochi huffed, blowing at his beard. "Then why don't you leave?" Bai Nong chuckled, muttering, "Isn't it more convenient to stay here?" Yi Shiochi shot him a disdainful glance. Bai Nong raised an eyebrow in dissatisfaction. "I am even willing to pay spirit stones as rent." "Enough!" Chenua intervened, asserting, "Come with me. Elderly requires your assistance with the transplanting.